And we are live. Roll up, everybody. Gather, come and join. One man went to mow. We are doing it again. It is that time of the day again. And as you know, this is when important matters start. Important matters starting, and your VIP presence is required. One man went to mow in session. Your company is required to gather, come and join me. One man went to mow. The eagle has landed.
Only water. Water. Only water. Where they see ma. Water. 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 Only water. Where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro keke elemu ye.
And there you are. Oro keke elemu. So the remaining of that rendition in a moment, but first the headlines that we're going to be discussing. Dangote deploys soldiers against refinery workers. One killed, many injured. So the Fulani man showing his teeth, showing his potency and showing his Fulaniness. A lot of people thought this was some placid Lagos boy, but of course you can take the man out of Fulani land, but you cannot take the Fulani out of the man. Dangote deploys soldiers against refinery workers, one killed, many injured. So we find out exactly what is going on here. So just first, just recently in the throes of a coup, I think in Sudan or wherever, another coup happens in some African country or another attempted coup. So I'm asking the question is that are we revisiting that spate of coup after coup within the African space? Soldiers attempt to take over power in Sudan military coup. So attempt to take is not indicating that it was successful, but successful or not, this is now something that seems to be recurring with some regularity. Again, soldiers attempt takeover of power in Sudan military coup. So we find out what is going on there. I have followed you with keen interest. Buhari sends message to Okorocha. So another Omodadi, Buhari now, they say Buhari hates the Igbos, but his favorite sons seem to be from Igbo land outside of Yaya Bello. His other favorite sons from Igbo land, we already know Hopeless Uzodinma. We already know David Umahi. But add to the top of all of that, Rochas Okorocha. But how does this even play into that Imo State politics? Hope Uzodinma Fulani made, but now Buhari indicating that Rochas Okorocha is his own boy. I have followed you with keen interest. Buhari sends message to Okorocha. So we discuss, we reflect on what the underpinning message of that is. Why Buhari government will not expose sponsors of terrorism. Femi Adesina speaking, Omo Daddy. So he defends that space. We were quick enough not only to point accusing fingers in the south, but also to weigh with military activities. But just to name the people involved in the biggest insurgency going on in Nigeria, which is in the northeast, they refuse. Why Buhari government will not expose sponsors of terrorism, a headline attributed to Femi Adesina. So we find out exactly what is going on there too. So this a bonus piece, a bonus story. Nigeria's next president should not be tribalistic like Buhari. So you would think that that is a reasonable enough statement, but there's a lot to unpack in that headline, especially when I tell you that this is a headline coming from the Northern Elders. So a lot to unpack just from that headline without even already going into the body of the peace, Nigeria's next president should not be tribalistic like Buhari. So Buhari, of course, is tribalistic. His people know that he's tribalistic. He has been tribalistic for 6 years, and that tribalism has favored them for 6 years, and it will favor them for an additional 2 more years. So now there's clamoring for power to transit to the south, and now people are insisting that the next president should not be tribalistic like Buhari. So if the next president is not tribalistic like Buhari, and the northerners get to keep the spoils of tribalism, as we've all witnessed under Buhari, so they get to keep those spoils of tribalism and then get to benefit from a balanced government as well. So a double win is what these people are playing for, by my reckoning. Nigeria's next president should not be tribalistic like Buhari. Northern elders are speaking. El-Rufai reveals his position on the defection of Fani Kayode, so we might go to that or we may not, but certainly, almost certainly, we will be going to El-Rufai. Anti-grazing law unrealistic. I can implement ranching with 114 billion naira. El-Rufai speaking now to that policy that has been passed in the south. So quite what he's speaking to, we'll find it as well. We might also get to this, or we may not. 2023, Jega Patutomi Duke creates new political party. Actually, let me just give you a couple of lines from that. Ahead of the 2023 Nigeria election, prominent politicians have established a third first Rescue Nigeria project. Founder of RNP include former governor of Kwara State, Ahmed Abdul Fatai, Professor Pat Utomi, Professor Tunde Adeniran, former governor of Rivers State, Donald Duke. So on and on it goes. It gives us more of the list. Senator Lee Mieba, Usman Baguje, Professor Atahiru Jega, Ambassador Nyako Toyo, Yomi Owoniyi, Dr. Rose Idi Danladi, Dr. Sadiq Gombe, amongst others, are also part of the party. Actually, there's not much more left on that, so let me just give you all of it. Delivering his keynote address, Abdul Fattah lamented the Nigerian situation. He said, "We want to salvage this country and see how we can fix the mess. We want to set a template and key criteria leaders must have before they attain any political position. Despite the great opportunities of the past, Nigeria has failed to live up to the dreams of its founding fathers and the hopes of successive generations of its citizens." So rescue mission, everybody on a rescue mission. Buhari once upon a time also on a rescue mission. So on a rescue mission, but first to the care guides, and then we get into the fullness of it. But first, back to the care guides.
Hapa o naido.
Ẹ kú ní naido. Ẹ jọ padà sílé. Kájú lọ.
Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o.
Oro kẹ̀kẹ́.
Ilé sọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o.
Oro kẹ̀kẹ́.
Bọ́bí màsítà kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o.
Oro kẹ̀kẹ́.
Chifu Failati kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o.
Ó ti yá jọ.
Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdé.
Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdóde.
Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùdóde jàre o.
Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdóde.
Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́ọ̀dù o.
Oro kẹ̀kẹ́.
Bọ́bí màsítà kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o.
Oro kẹ̀kẹ́.
Chifu Failati kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o.
Ó ti yá jọ.
Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdé.
Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdóde.
Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùdóde jàre o.
Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdóde.
Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o.
gbé bọ́dì ẹ̀ gbé gbé.
ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosoname ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o.
ó lè yò bẹ́ẹ̀ yò ṣé dáadáa.
àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ.
òdìyà ojú òjì náà mo ta kàdà èmi ayé ìlú.
ikú kò ní rí wà gbéṣe o.
àbí o.
And there we are. Iku koniri wagbeshe igbala ati ele he he he. So iku koniri wagbeshe, but that's certainly not something that can be said by a Dangote employee. Dangote deploys soldiers against refinery workers, one killed, many injured. Soldiers attached to billionaire industrialist Aliko Dangote's Savannah Sugar Refinery in April killed a young man in the host community in Adamawa State. The soldiers, drawn from the 23rd Armed Brigade in Yola, shot at 5 of several agitating youths who are former employees of the sugar company. The victimized youths are Augustine Dangabas, Peter Amos, Justin Ignatius, Obasanjo Nadi, and the dead Gab Jacob. The youths were protesting the mass sack of casual workers by the company from the host community. Over 20,000 workers drawn from various neighboring communities were laid off. However, more was said to have come from Gyawana, the most immediate host community. In a statement addressing the incident, the army said no single protester was killed. Assistant Director of Army Public Relations, Haruna Sani, claimed that non-violent means such as tear gas and warning shots were used to disperse the protesters. The police spokesman in Adamawa State, Suleiman whatever, accused the protesters of being armed themselves, threatening the company's staff, and asked residents of the staff quarters to vacate the area. Justifying the shooting, Mr. Nguroje added that the tense situation led to the deployment of operational teams, including the military, to ensure that there was no breakdown of law and order in the company and the surroundings. However, a member of Gyawana Youth Association, also an employee of the refinery, who did not want to be named for fear of victimization, disputed the police account. The youth leader said the police and army claims that the youth were armed and had threatened to shut down the facility and abduct foreign expatriates were false. He disclosed that the soldiers shot 5 people. One is dead. Two have been discharged from hospital, whilst 2 are still in hospital, he stated. As I talk with you now, there is still no condolence message or anything from the company. Confrontations over employment and layoff appear to be a cyclical problem that faces the company and its host community. In June 2017, the Savannah Sugar Company closed operations for over a month following a conflict with the host community for laying off 3,000 casual workers. The then group managing director of Dangote Sugar, Abdullahi Sule, now Nasarawa governor, had described the layoff as normal and criticized the company's poor handling of the incident when he was on vacation. So there you are. It's just it's just a what is the army doing being in the pay on the payroll of this guy, and what are they doing the shooting aggrieved. What am I even talking about? Are these not the same people that they deployed to go and end the SARS protest? And we all saw how that panned out. So that Dangote shows his teeth. Essentially, is the takeout from that narrative. So Dangote shows his teeth, but Buhari shows his politics. I have followed you with keen interest. Buhari sends message to Okorocha. President Muhammadu Buhari has felicitated with former Imo State Governor and Senator representing Imo West Rochas Okorocha on his 59th birthday. Pardon me. Excuse me. President Muhammadu Buhari has felicitated with former Imo State Governor and Senator representing Imo West, Rochas Okorocha, on his 59th birthday. Buhari said he joins friends and family to celebrate the consummate entrepreneur and philanthropist whose kindness cuts across Nigeria. In a statement signed by Garba Shehu and made available to correspondents on Tuesday, Buhari fully noted Okorocha's penchant for always fighting for the well-being of the less privileged, adding that he has followed the former Imo governor with keen interest. The statement reads, "Accept my so I understand that this is just a birthday wish, and ordinarily I would not present this, but the content of the well wishes is really what is inspiring me to bring you this as a narrative. So listen to the content of the well wishes, and then you try and unpick the politicking that is embedded within. The statement reads, accept my warm greetings on your 59th birthday, heralded by years of achievement, most significantly the contributions to nation building. I have followed with keen interest your so listen to this. I have followed with keen interest your visionary leadership style, political tendencies, and development strides, both in the private and public sectors, and fully note your penchant for always fighting for the well being of the less privileged. I commend the Rochas Foundation, your charity organization, which continues to inspire and touch lives across the nation without ethnic, religious, or political coloration. On your 59th birthday, I join members of our political party or Progressive Congress APC to wish you well on your journey of service to the nation and humanity. So you would say just nice words to wish somebody a happy birthday, but then it is a lot more than that. Firstly, a 59th birthday is not a milestone birthday, and it's not one that anybody, especially apart from your immediate family and some close friends, that they especially acknowledge. So it's not turning 60 and he had just not turned 50. Those are significant ages because if you round off a decade, then that's often the significant ages that people celebrate. So he turns 59 and he gets this glowing uh, felicitation from Malam Buhari. So let's just unpick what he's saying. He says, I accept my warm greetings on your birth, da 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 da. So it goes, you actually, let me take it from accept my warm greetings on your 59th birthday, heralded by years of achievement, most significantly the contributions to nation building. So that's the opening paragraph of that. So, accept his one wishes, yes, heralded by years of achievement, most significantly contributions to nation building. So now, Rochas Okorocha, everybody and anybody knows when Emeka Ehidioha, when he won the Imo State election, as soon as he got to the office and he asked them to go and bring their accounts and they showed him, he immediately ordered for security personnel and they started to chase Rochas Okorocha around. He looted so heavily in the 8 years that he was in that space. They managed to get rid of Emeka Ehidioha to replace him with Hope Uzodinma. Hope Uzodinma, who cheated his way into governance himself, who is a dodgy character himself, who is also a member of the ruling party APC. When he got in and looked at the books, he also went after aggressively Rochas Okorocha. In fact, we did a story in the just last few days about how Obuzodema has now instituted a policy, a law, and constituted a body to recover things that have been appropriated from the state. And the person that is most immediate to his administration is essentially Rochas Okorocha, because Emeka Ehidioha was just there for a moment. So Hope Uzodinma has come to realize that that guy stole so much that he enacted law and set up a special team to recover things that have been appropriated from Imo State. So that team essentially is a recover as much as you can from Okorocha team. This is what Hope Uzodinma has set up. But look at what Malam Buhari is saying about this hardened crook. Accept my warm greetings on your 59th birthday, heralded by years of achievement, most significantly, the contributions to nation building. So listen to the next follow-on paragraph. I have followed with keen interest your visionary leadership style, political tendencies, and development strides, both in public and private sectors, and fully note your penchant for always fighting for the well being of the less privileged. So that just then tells you categorically that what this guy is saying is leave this guy alone. So I'm not the only one reading this felicitation from Malam Buhari by Malam Buhari to Rochas Okorocha. I am not the only one reading it. Ibrahim Bawa, the EFCC chairman, he is reading it. Hope Uzodinma is also reading it. And how I am reading it is how they almost certainly will be reading it. Stay off this guy and leave him alone. This is a protection note. This is under my wings, under my protection notice. This is he is under my protection notice. I have followed with keen interest your visionary leadership style, political tendencies, and development strides, both in the public and private sectors. So now, if the president goes on to say this, and tomorrow Ibrahim Bawa goes and arrests this guy, does that not then make a lie of what Buhari has said in this felicitation? So, of course, this is a hands off. Does this not signal, if he's saying that he has followed with interest this guy's visionary leadership, what is that saying to Hope Uzodinma? So, a loaded and a weighted comment is really what this guy is putting out. Is saying essentially, leave him alone. And why is he saying leave him alone? That is hinted at in the next paragraph. I commend the Rochas Foundation, your charity organization, which continues to inspire and touch lives across the nation without ethnic, religious, or political coloration. So now, look at that. So I commend you for your charity work. So, of course, I mean, anybody that is giving to people in need has all of our commendation. But why is Buhari commending Rochas Okorocha's charity foundation? Well, a lot of you almost certainly will be aware that Rochas Okorocha, as we speak now, is completing an Islamic university in Buhari's hometown, which he has promised is going to run free of charge, free of tuition and accommodation charge. So that is the answer to all of the above, and that is the protection right there. Rochas Okorocha pays protection money to the mafia don, and the mafia don offers him protection. I think that is what they call Omata amongst the Italian mafia. So Omata in Daura to Didiri in Yoruba land. Well, maybe not quite Didiri. That might not well be the apt term. So Omata in Fulani land to a treachery in Yoruba land. Why Buhari government will not expose sponsors of terrorism? Femi Adesina speaks. The special advisor, media and publicity to the President Muhammadu Buhari, Femi Adesina, on Monday, disclosed that the federal government is not interested in exposing sponsors of terrorism. The presidency spokesman, who spoke in an interview on Channels Television, said instead of exposing terrorism, the federal government will rather focus on the prosecution of suspects. Daily Independent had last week reported that the United Arab Emirates named 6 Nigerians as the sponsors of terrorism in the country on its list of terrorists. Responding to if Buhari would comment on the issue of terrorism at the United Nations Assembly, following the naming of 6 Nigerians as sponsors of terrorism in the UAE, Additional said the federal government's focus will be on the prosecution of the suspects. He said, naming and shaming won't be the motive. Rather, bringing malefactors to justice will be it. Nigeria is not interested in naming and shaming anybody. Rather, it wants to bring them to justice. You will see that the United Arab Emirates has given some names, and the Attorney General of the Federation has responded to that matter, saying that in due course, all these people will have their days in court. Rest assured that these people will be dragged before justice, and justice will have its say. So, a total and absolute categorical nonsense by our Femi Adesina, of course. But then, of course, this is what we know him for. But is this Tekia in play? Is the question. This next story that I'm coming to, is this Tekia in play? Nigeria's next president should not be tribalistic like Buhari. Northern Elders Forum speaking, the Northern Elders Forum NEF has said that Nigeria needs a president who will not act in the opposite direction. Oh no, that should be who will. Okay, let me take that again. The Northern Elders Forum NEF has said that Nigeria needs a president who will act in the opposite direction to the incumbent Muhammadu Buhari come 2023. NEF Director of Publicity and Advocacy Dr. Hakim Baba Ahmed disclosed this on Tuesday when he featured on Arises TV's The Morning Show Breakfast program. Baba Ahmed lamented that no Nigerian is happy with Buhari, even those within the ruling or Progressive Congress APC. According to him, Nigeria needs a president who realizes the need to rebuild the country, secure Nigerians, and boost the economy. The nation needs a leader that would do the things that President Muhammadu Buhari has not done: create inclusiveness, address resentment and frustration in other parts of the country and in the north, and speak and act for everybody, he said. Baba Ahmed added that the 17 southern governors should stop threatening the north, that their region must present the country's president in 2023. He boasted that the north has the kind of population that puts the region in a position of strength. He, however, noted that both the north and south still need each other, as neither region can produce the president without the support of the other. He described the position of the southern governors that the South must produce the president in 2023 as a threat and intimidation. Baba Ahmed has been criticized since Saturday when he said at an event in Zaria, Kaduna State, that the North does not need to accept the demand of the Southerners that the South must produce President Muhammadu Buhari's successor in 2023. He said, nobody needs to be second-class citizen, certainly not the Northerners. This country is not built to have a second-class or a first-class citizen. That is the beauty of democracy. What we said is that you cannot compel the North to yield. So I think we've actually covered that part. I think we've actually covered that part in the previous session. But let me just give you the fullness of it because it's part of the body of this piece. He said, nobody needs to be a second-class citizen, certainly not the Northerners. This country is not built to have second-class or first-class citizens. That is the beauty of democracy. What we said is that you cannot compel the North to yield to the southern part of the country, a right that has been given by the Constitution, our right to choose and elect people that we want. If you compel us to do that, that makes us second-class citizens. Allow the democratic process to decide who becomes the president. We understand people who are desperate, the kind of people who say if you want justice, if you want equity, you must bring the Southern presidency, down. But we say that that is not the way to ask. Let me take that again. We understand people who are desperate, the kind of people who say if you want justice, if you want equity, you must bring the Southern presidency down. But we say that is not the way to ask for Southern presidency. You cannot threaten us with violence and intimidation. Baba Ahmed said the North had lived under Southern presidents Olusegun Obasanjo and Goodluck Jonathan since Nigeria returned to democratic rule in 2019 and had no problems with it. He therefore urged politicians in the South not to make the controversy. He therefore urged politicians in the South not to make the controversy over who succeeds Buhari to divide the country. So there you hear it and have it, ladies and gentlemen. Next president should not be tribalistic. Haven't suffered probably the most tribalistic president in the history of Nigeria. So there you have it. I'm just okay. Let me actually give you this because it speaks to that. It speaks to a current issue. Anti-grazing law unrealistic. I can implement ranching with 114 billion naira. The little man from Kaduna State. The Kaduna State Governor Nasir El-Rufai has described the anti-grazing laws being signed by some of his colleagues as unrealistic, noting that while ranching was the ideal solution to the problem, it cannot be done overnight. El-Rufai also said Kaduna State will require at least 114 billion naira to put together 14 ranches to fully settle herders and their families. The governor said this while speaking to newsmen during a visit to the National Secretariat of the All Progressive Congress in Abuja on Tuesday. He said the Northern State Governors Forum has already taken a position that open grazing is not a sustainable way of livestock production and we must move towards ranching. But moving towards ranching cannot be done overnight. We have a plan. We have to have resources and we have to implement it sensibly. It is not a matter of populist legislation or saying tomorrow this or that. It is not a solution. We have taken a position as Northern State governors and we are implementing that. In my state, for instance, we are developing a huge ranch to centralize the herders, and that is the solution, a long-time solution. But it cannot be done overnight. No. This project we are doing will cost us about It says 10 billion naira here, but then it says 114 billion in the headline. So we see how that adds up. This project that we're doing will cost us about 10 billion naira. The CBN is supporting us with about 7.5 billion, and it will take about 2 years. So essentially, he's just using that farmer header crisis to 419 the CBN. So the CBN is helping you. Look at that. When as the CBN never helped my own home state or your state, we will be settling about Fulani headmen families, and I hope that they will see that there are alternative ways of producing livestock instead of running up and down with cattle, going to people's farms to cause all kinds of problems. We want to solve the problem. What is unhelpful is to politicize the situation and pass legislations that you know that you cannot implement. So we must. So let me just see what exactly. Let's have a look, see what exactly this means. It says, what is unhelpful is to politicize the situation and pass legislations that you know you cannot implement. So, what is politicizing the situation when these herders go into uh, uh, people's farms, damage and kill? And they've been doing that for years and years and years. They hide in the bushes and kidnap and savage communities. And people are asking that this be dealt with, and the presidency looks the other way. So, what is now politicizing the situation when people now look to help themselves when almost certainly there's no help coming from the central body? So, what is politicizing that? And to pass legislations that you know that you cannot implement. So, how are they not able to implement an anti-grazing law? The law in the southern region now says no open grazing, and we've already seen the beginnings of the implementation of that in our Ondo state. You open graze, your cattle get seized, you get fined, and if this continues, they escalate it, then your cattle get auctioned off, you get thrown to jail, etc. So we are already seeing the implementation of this, and these are the only people actually politicizing this, of course, are the Fulanis who are weaponizing these headsmen to unleash savagery upon the southern regions. So it says, what is unhelpful is to politicize the situation and pass legislations that you know you cannot implement. So we have taken a position and we are working round the clock to implement that position. These herders these herders emanate from the north, and we are going to centralize them. We cannot do it overnight. We need billions of naira. This is just one rant that is costing 10 billion naira. I have 14 grazing reserves in Kaduna State, and I would like to convince them. That should be to convert them. That should mean, but convince is what they wrote. I would like to convert them, that as it should read, into ranching. Do I need 14 times 10 billion naira? I don't have. Uh, if the federal government will give me 100, this is the real 419, because his mouth is so wide now, El Rufai, just from the lootings all the way from 2000 and what it from 1999, even when he was a functionary of the Obasanjo regime up to date. There was never a time that this guy was not a functionary of some government or the other. So 10 billion naira is now nothing to him. He's been looting for going on 30 years now. If so, he 114 billion naira though, that might well be what him getting out of bed for. So he gets out of bed for 114 billion naira. If the federal government will give me 114 billion naira, I will convert the other 13 into ranches and make sure that nobody comes out with a cow or sheep in Kaduna State, because I will have enough ranches to take care of everybody. That is the solution. You can legislate, but let us wait and see. And I wish them the best of luck. So there's a threat embedded in that as well. You can legislate, but let us wait and see. So those are threatening words. That is my reading of it. But Alexander, what is your reading of it? Not Alexander. I saw Alexander super chat, but I was actually coming to Ajan Lekoko. Ajan Lekoko, good to see you.
How are you, woman?
I'm good. Good to see you. So, plenty to go through. First, let's start with this Dangote space. It deploys soldiers to go and savage workers in its sugar plant for having the temerity of asking for a job. 1 dead, 4 injured. What are you making of this guy now? The abuse of power.
That is horrible.
Mm.
People went to look for job and they ended up being molested and killed by police. Is that what really happened?
Yeah, they were there to demand more stable work patterns and more just a stability of work and better pay, just the usual demands of workers. And then
they are workers already.
They are workers already. And and then management immediately, the arrogance of the Nigerian system that if you don't live there now, I will deal with you. And they didn't live there, and they just called all these army people to come, and rather than to even disperse them, we've seen it at Lekki toll gate, they just opened fire. But then I'm even asking, why should a Dangote company have access to that level of? It's just yet another example of the savagery that just goes on. It's just it's a real grind.
Yeah, that is how those organization, or let me say different organization, that is how they treat their workers in Nigeria, particularly low-level workers. They don't have respect for them. They don't respect their human rights. They don't respect anything because they know they don't have nowhere to go to fight for their right. So they would rather trample on their right and then treat them like animals and kill them if possible. And that is what happened there. How can somebody believe that a multi-billion dollars company can treat the low-level workers like that for just asking for better working condition or better condition of service?
You see, Ajale Koko. Yeah, go on.
One man, can I interject, please?
Yeah, go on.
Sorry to cut you off. Well, you see, this Dangote of a person, you people, our people keep praising that he's a billionaire. Do you know that Dangote, he's just been billionaire in that Nigerian sphere, or let me say African sphere, part of Africa? Because if he comes to West and behave that kind of behaving, when they sue his ass, all those money he will lose it in a day, So because of nobody, the way people look at him, they will say he's a billionaire. He's not a billionaire. That's Nigerian money, He just a Akamu billionaire. That's what I want to say.
So what he did is God's violation.
Sorry, Ajale Koko. UK. As much as I'm critical of this particular something that just happened, Dangote is not a Akamu billionaire. He's the richest black man on the planet. That is what he is. Heavyweight money, richer than Ghana, just one man.
No, he's not richer than Ghana.
One man.
Yes, sir.
I want to say something. See, let me tell you, if they do things the way, like had it been Nigeria is a country that belongs to me and you or everybody, Dangote cannot smell to that level because there are some top Igbo man who is even richer than him. But due to it is being funded by federal government. That's why it's like that. Why are they blocking? Why don't they open it so that there will be competition in that country? You will see. You will see some people make more than him. So that's what I want to say. Want to know. So they are just using the federal government to give him whatever, to give him a leeway. When he started making that money, is it not when that money crashed, when they was giving him $1 when he was taking, is it $1 for 99 naira, while they were giving other people $1 to 200? Is it not when he started making that money? That's what I want to say. We know.
The guy is a chancer. I've often said that in here. And you hear people come and argue that, yes, he is using whatever advantage that he has. If his advantage is being Fulani, then he's playing it, to his advantage. But no, like you said, everything weighted in his favor. The government virtually signs him a check. It's virtually just Nigeria giving him money, isn't it? If you
Yeah.
really
Okay. Let's just say if they open Nigeria. Okay. If Dangote, if he's a strong man, let him come to US to make it. Let him come and compete with other people here. If he's a heavyweight, let him come to US or let him go to Europe and compete. Let him come out now. I mean, it's not using Nigerian money or using people over there. Seeing this kind of thing. I mean, the thing is a very, very sad thing. To people that work for you, that make that money for you, then you want to treat them like they are shit.
Yeah, but that, you see what you just said, UK. That's really what I wanted to land on with the story, because somebody with the name recognition and the national and global presence like Dangote, you would have that expectation that he, even at a cost, would want to run his company in a way that shows that he's an exemplary employer. So he sets the standard that this is this will be the reference point that like a Dangote employee, that he sets that standard, so there's no mock on his name. But whenever you hear about that Dangote space, it's either his truck drivers running over people, or just him savaging people, or his Indian staff exploiting people at the refinery in Lekki, or now are people asking for better working conditions, and you throwing the army at them to open fire.
Okay. Let me tell you something. One man, I don't have money, but the way you see the Yoruba guy that I told you that do everything for me, the way I carry him, I treat him like, if I'm doing anything I'm giving him, I give him like equivalent, like I'm paying him like an hourly when he do something for me, because I know what it is for somebody to bring out his time. And to leave his family to come and serve you. So you need to treat them well. Because there's a dignity in every work somebody is doing in this world. It's not even about the money. I mean, there's a dignity. So you have to show that sense of humility and dignity to human life. Because nobody creates life.
You see that dignity in labor, something that you just mentioned, UK, is something that is sadly lacking in within the Nigerian space. Not so much that the worker does not have pride and dignity in his job or her job, but the employer, they don't give the employee the chance to have what am I talking about? Madam that will in the shopping square slap a driver that is the same age as her husband because he did not bring the car too quickly. Is this not a common story? This is a man, that has, okay, he's a driver and is taking his job with pride, doing it seriously. You, because you are his employer, you have the temerity to slap him in public. So it's that slapping in public that the madam does to the driver that then cascades up to what we are discussing now. People asking for better pay and you asking the army to shoot them. So yeah, it's just it's a rough space, the Nigerian space. Hello.
Angelico, continue. I was just interjecting.
Yeah. So back to you, Ajane Coco. Yeah. So really, I was just really wanting to say that Dangote should be an exemplary employer, which is not. But let me take you to a different story, which I had not Who am I hearing back? Let me take you to a different story. Hold on.
Let
Okay.
me finish on that guy
Oh,
first.
oh, oh yeah, go on. Yeah.
Yeah. Eh, what it did is a gross violation of those little people's right, and it's so common in Nigeria. It's not only done in private sector, even in government sector, government service, they do the same thing too. I mean, you see Nigerians. I mean, most of the state. I mean, some state. Don't let me say most of the state. We not even pay the workers. But instead of paying them, they harass them. If workers are trying to take a union action against the government, you see, they will threaten them, get them fired, and do all sorts of things. Use police to harass them, or army in some cases to harass them. Sometimes they will, you know, arrest them and put them in detention for some time just because it's a union member fighting for the right of workers for better working condition. You know, it's it's outrageous in Nigeria the way Nigerian big men, big corporation, big company, or even some small businesses, the way they treat workers, it's unheard of. You can you know, they talk bad to them, and they don't even respect them at all. They don't see workers as people that deserve some dignity and respect. That is the culture in Nigeria, and it's very bad. And because like this Dangote, we expect some top lawyer to pick up the case and take him to court and fight for the right of those people. But it's not going to happen because those top lawyers, they are his friend. They are party people.
Ajanle Koko, it's just when I was reading this story that I just again realized the strength and the reach of this Dangote, especially when I was reading the last two paragraphs. So let me give you those paragraphs again. It says in June 2017, yeah, so it says in June 2017, the Savannah Sugar. Sorry, I'm getting that bounce back. Oh, all right, cool. Let's just bear with me. So it says in June 2017, the Savannah Sugar Company closed operations for over a month following a conflict with the host community for laying off 3,000 casual workers. The then group managing director of the sugar company, Abdullahi Sule, now Nasarawa governor. So do you see? Even his staff now are governors of states. This is the thing. It's just his general manager is now the governor of Nasarawa state. So Dangote rose into Nasarawa state. Who is going to stop him from doing anything? He just his bag carrier is now a governor in Nasarawa state.
You see, it's that is Nigeria for you. I mean, just like I said earlier, there's no respect for human rights. I mean, workers' rights in Nigeria at all levels, at both private and government sector. So, and it's just. I mean, you see, many states are owing their workers. That's enough. It's a violation of the working condition of those people, because when they are signing their a letter of appointment, they always state in the letter of appointment that they'll be paid as at when due. But, you know, they won't pay them for some months, and they won't make any effort to you know, to treat them, you know, like human being. Governors will get paid every month, legislators get paid every month, but the workers won't get paid. It is just unfortunate that the way we see Nigerians, government and corporation, small business treat their workers, it is totally outrageous, and is I don't think it's done in any part of the world, but just only in Nigeria, and they get away with it because there's nothing. I mean, I mean, people in the first instance does not know their right, and sometimes if somebody want to stand up and fight for them, some of them will even be scared that, we might get fired if we take this action. And when they finally stand up and take action, they will use police, just like Dangote did, carry army to come and harass them, to beat them and kill some of them. It's unfortunate. It's just unfortunate, one man.
The other thing that is really unfortunate is just now the lack of value of the human life within the Nigerian space is just somebody that irritates you minorly. You just, rather than just to shoot them away, they just have them killed. They just kill people casually. Just, you know, no.
They don't value life in Nigeria.
No.
Can I interject something?
Yeah, come in UK.
Yeah, I remember one time, that was 2016. I was at Lagos, then boarding my flight. So I was standing on the line. Then one gentleman just walked, just go to this thing. Even those people, they were greeting him, baba, 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 baba. So the man just came from stay in front of me. I just, tap him, tell him that, I'm before you. He started speaking one grammar now. I tell him, man, I'm before you. People were looking at me. I said, I'm before you. So when I holler like that, even the counter people now, they say, this small boy, they talk to this guy like this. This guy gave me bow. I tell the man, get out, I'm before you. And you have to stamp my distance before this man. If you don't do it, I don't care who he is. For the fact I'm here. So when they saw my passport, they say, now all these American boys will not get respect for any woman being. I said, well, I have respect, but I know my right. You can't just come here and chance me.
You were just lucky, Neil. Under the different circumstances, they will just.
No, they be afraid when they see that. Look, one man, when they see that American passport, they know that if anything happened to him, there's trouble.
They don't want to deal with the embassy, have you?
So the man just chill. He said, and all these American boys, when they come here, their heads will be. I said, well, I've done what I've shown you, that I can talk to you. But with respect. Since you don't want respect, then I'll give it to you the way you want it. That was it. So they stamped me. They say, okay, leave him now. Very troublemaker boy. Let him go. Let him go. Let him go. I said, come try it in US. Then whether you won't go to jail.
If we are to be Nigerian pastor that they carry, they will molest him seriously.
But it was the American passport, I have to say, that gave UK the confidence to do that. If it was he would not try it. You yourself, you know the consequences now. Nobody will tell you now. You were taking years. Donald Trump got me. He got me covered. That was what. You tried with the Nigerian passport, they bring you down there and there. It wasn't until when they saw the passport that they backed down. They
backed down now. What power? They don't want problem.
Shit old country, according to Trump. Let me acknowledge Alexander Super Chat before I take you on to. There's actually a story. Actually, let me bring you this story. I didn't read it out. It's not especially Nigerian, but it's something that is going on within the African space. Ajande Koko. Soldiers attempt takeover of power in Sudan military coup. Soldiers in Sudan attempted a takeover of power in the country on Monday, according to state television, but the apparent coup was reported unsuccessful. The coup came from soldiers in Sudan's military armored corps, as reported by Al Jazeera, based on local media accounts. The location of the Prime Minister Abdullah Hamdok was not immediately known, but reports out of the capital Khartoum, said solidarity songs are now being played on the airwaves. It is unclear who led the coup attempt, but authorities said the push was thwarted and some suspects are being held for taking part. The country has been ruling under a power sharing arrangement between the military and civilian players since the former head of state Omar al-Bashir was toppled in April 2019. So I'm just saying that really because it's not that long ago. I think one of those satellite African countries, they had a successful coup, which I think we discussed on this platform. So a coup attempts in the Sudan now, and usually when you hear that a coup has taken place within an African country and is successful, you start to hear spades of successful and unsuccessful coups. So are we reversing back to those coups and counter coup eras that we went through about 2 decades ago on that, especially in that subcontinent of West Africa? Are we back in the coup seasons in West Africa, Ajande Koko?
Well, I mean, it was cool that toppled the El Bashir, the former president of that country. But the people push hard against that the leader of the coup then until they reach maybe they agree on unity government or national government and stuff. I cannot remember the way they resolve it, but it looked like in Sudan they like military coup there or the soldiers.
But remember, just about 3 weeks ago, they had a successful one in Guinea.
Yeah,
that got rid of Buhari's Padiman, and now this one in Sudan. I'm just really thinking because usually when they had that successful one in Guinea, I was looking in anticipation to see if it's going to happen somewhere else next because that's what usually happens. And now we're seeing it now, so we're going to start hearing coup after coup, I suspect, within the sub.
Yeah, the more they are successful, the more we will see more coup. So that's what I suspect as well. But it's not going to be easy for every leader of any coup to govern the nation well because the African OAU, or what do they call it, African Union, that one of Guinea, I think they have imposed sanction on him. They are hitting him hard. They're not trying to have a diplomatic relation with him. They are not giving him any chance for diplomacy. They are asking him to step down to allow democracy to for the country to go back to democracy. So, and the international community as well won't welcome any coup. So it's going to be very tough for anybody that is planning coup to take over the governance of any country in Africa to have it easy. So there's going to be tough sanction against that country, and international community will not give that kind of coup leader any breathing space. So
we shouldn't look forward to that. That's not a way out for us then, yeah. Because
it's not gonna be easy. It's gonna be very tough for such government, particularly in Nigeria. If anybody come out now to wipe out these crazy people there, it's going to be a mixed reaction. Some people will welcome it, and some will kick against it. That it's democracy that we want, and Some will even say, okay, we don't want Nigeria again. We don't want to be governed by autocratic means or autocratic ruler. So it's going to be tough. Any coup leader now, any group of people in the military planning to take over by force, take over governance by force, must have a rethink. They are not going to have it easy. And what they will do for them after they, even back out, it's going to be, they will face a very serious punishment, just to serve a deterrent to any other group of military guys thinking of such in the future. So I will not welcome military at all, because in our country it's going to favor one side. Anyway, we know that side of the country that dominate the military, and they will like to protect that northern side of the country and their interests. So it's not good for us. We can resolve our issue, our political problem by ourselves. Let's just fight among ourselves and end it somewhere. That's better than some dictator to come in and start kicking. They don't know how to govern. All they know is just to kill. That is the way they are trained, just to kill and destroy. That's it. So they cannot do it. They should get away.
All right. Well, I would welcome it in Nigeria, but that's just my own personal, because I see it as the silver bullet that can fix a lot of the things that we're contending with. Difference of opinion. But what is your opinion on this? I'll take you to the next story via Alexander Super Chat. So this is to the Rochas Okorocha space. I absolutely agree with the president's felicitations with Rochas, a truly detribalized Igbo man. Watch out, folks, as I told you. Remember, of course, Alex, thank you for the super chat, Alexander. Alexander had tipped Rochas Okorocha as being in the mix for 2023, either as the lead on a ticket or a vice. So that is what he meant by the tail end of that. But what he was referencing, Ajanle Koko, is Buhari sending felicitations to Rochas Okorocha on his 59th birthday. So a lot to unpack in that for me. One, I don't know that traditionally anybody sends anything to anybody when they turn 59. If you turn 60, yes, of course, it's usually landmark ages that people celebrate, isn't it? When you
Yes,
turn
you are
18,
right.
when you turn 21, they don't even celebrate 30. So from 21, you hit 40, they celebrate
40,
that. From
50,
40, you hit 50, they celebrate that. You
50,
hit 60, 70. So
70.
so it's decades that they celebrate. No, but I've never heard of anybody felicitating. Maybe you get a text from your mother to say happy birthday. That's it. Mommy doesn't even send cards anymore. It's just a text now. If you remember, she remember 2 days later, say, oh yes, 2 days. I didn't forget. So what are just felicitations? But then, of course, it's the wordings that he used that really struck me, describing this guy as a beacon of democracy, a nation builder, a nationalist, etc. This is a guy that every successive governors that came after him have told us that he looted the state to the bones. But the president, by marked contrast to what we're hearing on the ground, is saying that this guy is an example. But then, of course, Rochas Okorocha building an Islamic university in Daura. So, what are you just making of just that mix?
Well, they are, that Okorocha played important role in the victory of Buhari coming to power. So, and right now is building Islamic school in Daura, Islamic school that will give free education to students, So he has really impressed the president, I guess, is doing something great that even some of their people is doing something great in a state that some of their people have not even ventured to do. So is congratulating him for doing good job and for promoting Islam, because that school is Islamic school. So it's if you listen to the interview of Baba Ahmed when he described Buhari, he said Buhari is a president. It's just like a person that just like to sit on that seat of president and like to be called president.
I think it's exactly right. Yeah.
Yeah, it's exactly. So as long as you can call him Mr. President, Rakadede is happy with you. So what Okorocha has done to build school, Islamic school.
That's Rankadede, isn't it?
That's a big Rankadede, I'm telling you. And he said that it's a free school, it's free.
Tuition, accommodation free.
Tuition, everything. That's a big Rankadede. And you are telling him not to be congratulated for 59 years old.
Let me add to what was said here. As far as you people should be aware, this Rochas Okorocha in Imo State, he built mosques in every local government. He prepared the ground. He prepared the ground for this supreme man, hopeless Uzo Dinjo to come in. So the man has everything to congratulate him. I mean, he built mosques in every local government in Imo State. Go and ask. That's what he did.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Prof, but Imo State will be 90% almost Catholic, not even Christian, but Catholic, because I know Catholicism is.
I know. See,
so what is the mosque doing in a Catholic?
Let me tell you. See, there's one thing I've told you. There's one thing with Islam.
To go to mosque?
Let me tell you. There's one thing with Islam you people should know. All they need, give them in my place. We say mother allow or chawa allowance. What it means, if you allow some people sometimes to just give them allowance for freedom in a particular space. If you don't take time, they'll start demanding allowance, monetary allowance from you. That is what these Muslim people are doing. You were here in the show, I think Sally B. She told you where she allows some Islamic folks in Port Harcourt just to stay near her house to start selling orange. You heard what she said. That she could not drive them away. That is what Islam, that's what they need. Islam is, you don't give them breathing space. So this is what Rochas did in Imo State. Rochas did a terrible thing. Do you know Rochas in Imo State? He told them to stop, that I think either on Wednesday or Thursday, he said they shouldn't go to work. He was owing them. He said they shouldn't go to work, that they should go to farm and start farming. Go and ask people in Imo State.
That guy is ruthless. But
that man is bad.
The Nigerian go on.
Yeah, so he's a bad folk. So this man has every right to congratulate him. You know what it means? Every local government, you go build mosques. Hey, it's not a small thing, no? Okay. Ajay Koko should continue.
But who is even going to use the mosque? Is what I was.
Don't worry. That is how Islam does. Before you know, they overtake that place. That's all they need. Why do you think that hopeless Uzodinma was put in power? It is to consolidate on what Rochas did. That is why they put that man there. There's nothing else. Okay, Koko, you can continue.
No, there's no reason to build a mosque in Imo State for me, because not because of anything, but because there is nobody there to. The only people that are really Muslims in Imo are the people who come to sell cattle, and as soon as they've sold their cows, they go back to wherever. And
they bring more people.
And the suya sellers.
See, there's one thing you should know. Since Buhari came into power, the population of Muslims in Imo, even my state, Anambra, has increased. Go and ask. It wasn't like that before. Go and ask.
Are you guys converting?
No, they
You are
simply
doing
bring
funny.
in their people. Before you know, they will overthrow. You people are joking with Islam. Islam, did they do evangelism? Islam, did they do evangelism? They don't do evangelism. This is how they operate. They don't do evangelism, but they still propagate. They come in, get women. The thing that pains me, like in Anambra State, some girls, I call them, sorry to use this word, they're very foolish. They said these Aboki people, they give them more money and they they use them better. They enjoy such men better. That is how they do. Before you know, they pregnant them. They give 1, 2. Before you know, population don't begin propagate.
There you go. They are voting now. They are dongo yaros in more ways than one. So if you can't deal with your girls, they will help you deal with them. Thank you, Prof.
Okay.
But the greater point that I was going, Ajane Koko.
That information that Professor Datao gave us now is a big one, or is a big deal. Having mosque in every local government in Imo when he was there, and I bet you he used government fund to do that, not his own personal money. I hope I guess right.
Yes.
Is an invitation to the Northerners to come to the state, that I have places for you in every local government. That is the way I interpret it. Building more. What is the business of government in religious services, in building mosque or church? What is the business of government? Is it not stop? Is it not? I mean, what we would have expected him to do is building hospitals in each local government, building hospital, building schools.
Because, like I always say, there's a value cost for every church that you build. That is something else that you cannot use, that because you cannot use the same money twice, can you? So that is something else that you've had to give up. So it's just the value cost of Charles. We don't want to hear you eat, so please mute yourself. So it's just the value cost, really. Just you build mosque when there's no Muslim population.
Yeah,
but there's
it's an invitation to them. Come, we have mosque for you. You have a place for you where you can pray, do your services, and this is a convenient place for you. Just come in here. So that is what it means. Yeah.
Yeah. Can I say something?
Yeah.
Is it not hopeless? Most of them must say that Igbo people can marry the Fulani can marry. So once they say that, what you? So they already prepared the ground now. So what else?
Wow.
It's a real thing. But let me acknowledge Alexander's super chat before I move on. And this is pointed at you, Ajane Koko. He says, Aja, my brother, Okorocha just plays politics the proper way. The fact he speaks Hausa fluently is a huge bonus. He is more comfortable with the Northerners. So thank you for the super chat, Alexander. And yes, we have to continue to remind ourselves that Rochas or Okorocha is only Igbo by name and blood. In every other way, it's a Northerner, born in the north, grew up in the north, more comfortable in Hausa language than either Igbo or English. Lives in the north, essentially in Abuja. So he is essentially a Northerner who, just by virtue of having some family or homestead in the east, came to chance them for 8 years and is then stolen all their money and taken. It's a Northerner, isn't he, really, Ajane Koko, this Rochas guy?
Well, according to information we had, and just like you reported now, his mother is a Northerner. I hope I'm right, but that's what I had. That's what I had. So the mother is a Northerner, and his father is an Igbo man, and he grew up in the north. So he comfortable with the Northerner. I mean, there's nothing wrong in that, to be comfortable with every human being. I mean, we are all we are all human beings. We need to learn how to be comfortable with each other, except if you have some people with that are criminally minded people. But you know, I think what destroys him is corrupt practices when he was the governor. Before he was he sponsored his in-law after his 8 years in service. I think it was popular in that state. And at the beginning of his administration, first time in office, he did a lot of good things. As a matter of fact, he was my best governor in Nigeria then, because he put in place free education, and he was building school. He was doing some great things that was reported everywhere. He was like #1 governor, most performing governor in Nigeria.
Hold on. What are you talking about? He was doing some great things. Rochas Okorocha. When has he ever done a great thing? Eh?
Oh yeah. Look, at the beginning of his administration, in his first time in office, I don't know.
Ajelen Koko is saying the truth. That is what Rochas did when he started. Okay. That's what he did.
Yes. Let me show you what he did, Prof. and Ajande Koko.
No, that was at the end. That was towards the end. In the second time, it started looting.
It's not just the looting. It was useless all the way through. Listen to this, Prof. and Ajande Koko. This is from the BBC. Nigerian governor's sister made commissioner of happiness. This is how he administered the Imo State. Nigerian governor's sister made commissioner of happiness. A Nigerian governor has created a role for his sister as commissioner for happiness. Rochas Okorocha unveiled the post during the swearing in of 27 other new commissioners for Imo State. But his sister, Ogechi Ololo, later rubbished initial reports stating that she would be in charge of couples fulfillment, saying it was actually purpose fulfillment. So couples fulfillment, we all know what fulfills a couple, isn't it? Buhari will say it in the other room. This is how this guy was running Imo State, commissioner of happiness for his sister and slash commissioner of the other room.
But he was
the guy was a clown all the way through. The guy was a clown all the way through. Commissioner of happiness for his own sister. Look at that. Unbelievable.
Let me tell you, one man.
Yeah.
Just like I said, at his first time in office, he did very well. It was like it was just project after project, building school, building road, building. It was really performing well. But at the second time, when he won the second time into office, that was when he started the looting, and he messed up everything when he after his 8th year, he now tried to install his in-law, to succeed him. That was when he messed up himself. That strategy was a very bad strategy. It shows that he just want to. It's only him and his family. He is leaving office, and he wants his in-law to continue. So they lost, and he heard Yoha. What did you call? He heard Yoha.
Emeka.
Yeah, Emeka Yoha came in, and that one exposed everything. The way that that guy looted the office, he looted everything. So I mean, this guy is facing a very serious corruption cases now. EFCC is trying him. The state governor is taking over his property, and the president is honoring him. Our brother Alessandra admire him and is saying that, telling us very often,
I
constantly
don't know
on
why
this platform.
Alexander admires him,
Our
Maybe
brother Alessandra
they are business partners,
constantly
Maybe some
constantly
of
promote him on this platform that if we get the president or vice president in 2023. So, but how he's going to achieve that, I don't know. But Nigeria being what it is, a corrupt place where politician does not represent anybody but themselves and their interests, it is possible. What our brother Alessandra is saying is possible because it's very close to the north.
I'm starting to suspect that some of the super chats that we are getting from Alexander, there's a bit of Okorocha in that. Is there did you partake in some of the excesses of Imo State, Mr. Alexander?
Yeah, it's possible because Northerners are looking for somebody that can protect their interests, somebody that is free with them and they can be free with. That's the person they want. So you never know. They could promote him, and we just be surprised that Okorocha is there, and some Igbo people will support him. Or many, you can say, "Oh, this is our son. Oh, this is our time." So we don't know, but. Okorocha is president. I think he contributed to the success of Buhari and is building Islamic school there, and he has done well according to the Northerner by building mosque. So is their party man. Is their party man. So I'm not surprised that the president is really giving him a big congratulations birthday at 59,
Mashallah.
One man, I want to say something.
Go on.
Based on what Ajali Koko said, Okorocha, what do I want to even say? Sorry. Okorocha, based on all those things he did, because one, I was just reading something now. The northern people, they said they are looking for any person that will take the presidency, that will be that will become the president after.
We are coming to that story in fact. That is where I'm taking Ajele Koko to soon. Actually, no. Before I go there, let me take you to this one, to Femi Adesina, Ajande Koko. So Femi, as you know, Dubai, the United Arab Emirates, recently released a list of known sponsors of terrorism around the world, and 6 Nigerians prominent on that list. So, of course, that has now embarrassed the Nigerian government to the point that they're having to answer questions about it on television. But Femi Adesina, then, of course, the voice of the Buhari administration. So why Buhari government will not expose sponsors of terrorism was the headline. And when we got into the body of the piece, they are telling us that they don't want to shame the sponsors of terrorism. That is why they are not exposing their names. What are you making of that? They don't want to shame them.
It's very unfortunate that this statement is coming from the presidency. That statement tells us that they have a lot to hide. They are hiding the truth from the people because terrorism cannot flourish the way it is in Nigeria if there's no big financier for it. And, the financier are the backbone of that activity, of that criminal activity. So now this financier has been revealed, secretly to the government. I mean, why is the government, what are they hiding? What is the nation going to lose? Maybe those people on those lists are their strong supporter, people that have donated, you know, maybe they are top politicians as well, and members of their APC, and people that have, you know, donated strong money to enhance their victory to power. So this tells us that this man is not willing to fight terrorism in Nigeria, and possibly maybe all of them are his tribal men. So, because if he released their name to the nation, it will further confirm to us that yes, it's people that are strongly, that are really behind this terrorist activity that is going on in Nigeria. So,
Ajale Koko, let me give you his exact words, because it's the wordings really that concern me more than anything else. It's almost like a protectionist sort of language. And this is what he said. These are his exact words. He said, naming and shaming won't be a motive. Rather, bringing malefactors to justice would be. Nigeria is not interested in naming and shaming anybody. Rather, it wants to bring them to justice. You will see that the United Arab Emirates has given some names, and the Attorney General of the Federation has responded to the matter, saying that in due course, all these people will have their day in court. Rest assured, these people will be dragged before justice, and justice will have a say. So, Nigeria not interested in naming and shaming anybody. This is what he's saying. This is the response now to the names that has been brought out by the Emirates. As what are you just making? Because that language is rather curious. Nigeria is not interested in naming and shaming anybody.
Who else should we shame in that country? If not terrorists and criminals that have destroyed the life, killed many people, destroyed villages, almost, you know, destroy the entire country. Who do we have to shame if not them? This is sad. This is, I mean, for people, or some of our people that are still supporting this administration, somebody like Ovi and some others,
and the engineer and Black League.
Yes, I mean, this is enough for you to know that this man, yes, this man is not there to solve the problem, but to add more to the problem. And the problem is consuming the nation, is consuming everybody. Who do we have to shame if not these people? These people have caused disunity among everybody in that country. Fulani people, as we know them, they carry their cattle around everywhere in the country without trouble before. This is, I mean, they are not new to us. But look at what Fulani has become in that country. Everybody look at Fulani as potential terrorists. And this is caused by this administration unwillingness to fight these terrorists. And now they got the list of names of financier of these people. I mean, financier of this terrorism in the nation. The presidency is saying it is not their priority to release their name and to shame them. I mean, this is that country is not a country, man. These people, it's not a country that somebody can be proud of. Imagine America is telling the world that we are not ready to shame people that came to destroy the Twin Tower in New York
Imagine
and kill 3,000 people, 3,000 at a go in United States. Nigeria has recorded over 200,000 deaths as a result of this terrorism that they have started since 2012. More than 200,000 or 500,000 has been killed in some states like Borno State, Benue State. Governor Autumn said when he meet his wife in the night, he cannot function well because
look at that. You can't let go of that, can you?
It's sad. It's sad. Look, because he has over 1.5 million people living in displaced camp. They have in Katsina, they have in Kaduna, they have all over the nation. And these people, this criminal administration is saying they don't want to put them to shame. People that are supporting this administration need to have a rethink. This is not who we are. And we cannot, for any purpose or for any reason, stand with these people. They are criminal. They are criminal. We need to condemn it. I hope that our brother Femi Falana will stand up against this statement. We need to know these people that are sponsoring criminal to kill everybody across the country. We need to know them. They need to take up these people we have as this criminal we have in the office of the president. We need to expose them and take up on them. We need to see we need to know these people in our community. We cannot let them and their family exist in that country.
Yes.
People that are financier of these people. It's shameful. It's shameful.
You are very right with the 9/11 analogy that you made. Imagine George Bush Jr. going in front of national television in America saying that they don't want to name and shame the people responsible for 9/11.
That's sad.
It won't be 5 minutes before they get him out of office.
Oh no, he will be gone 1 minute. It won't. Immediately he make that statement. It won't leave that very spot before you will see American on the street all over United States, and the leaders as senators and everybody, they will turn back against him immediately. That is a nation. That is a nation that love their people, that love their country. But this nation we call our own. Those of you that are still seeing this nation as your nation, you just want to keep. Do you
still know how to recite the national anthem, Ajale Koko?
What you say?
Do you still know how to recite the national anthem?
Yeah, I don't know the national anthem.
Look at that.
Can you be proud of that?
Nigeria call away. That is going to be my opening theme soon. Arise, O compatriots.
Can I take
so?
See what everything that Janko said. Anything could say reason why Nigeria to split. Everything that Janko just said when.
What did Ajale Koko say, Charles?
Nigeria to split. Is this people are hiding?
No.
Why do you want Nigeria? It's useless.
This is what you do, Charles.
You see, why you say 100%? You want to make.
But what did he say? What did he say?
He said the truth.
The truth.
Not even where Nigeria is the first. They realize it. See, what's for Nigeria? You killing people. Who wants to support the chairman to people? Who support the chairman to them? One Nigeria is the first state. The killing people. People are dying. They're being killed every day. One Nigeria? No. No one Nigeria. No.
Charles, do you know how to recite the Nigerian national anthem?
I don't want to recite Nigeria. I don't care about Nigeria no more. Nigeria.
But do you know it? Do you know it? Do you know the Nigerian anthem?
No.
You don't.
No, I don't know Nigerian anthem. I don't want to know.
Look at that.
Nigeria is great to man. It is great to the whole world.
I'm narrowing you down slowly, Charles. But thank you, Charles. Let me take Ajale Koko to the final talking point before I go to UK So it's a story actually that UK was hinting at just now. This is the Northern Elders Forum speaking at Janle Koko. Nigeria's next president should not be tribalistic like Buhari. This is that Hakim Baba Ahmed. Somebody was actually saying that it's even from Mauritania, not Nigeria. But this is what he has to say. Nigeria's next president should not be tribalistic like Buhari. Headline attributed to the Northern Elders Forum. But what are you making of that comment, and why do you think he's saying it? And why do you think he's saying it now and not maybe I said it? But what are you making of the comment? I'm not sure if he has said it before, but what are you making of it?
He has said it before, but not direct like this. It's been very tough in his previous statement. Before now, against Buhari, he has always on every interview condemned Buhari's style of governance. He has said it several times that he has brought shame to the north, to the Fulanis, and they did not expect him to cause the kind of disunity he has caused among Nigeria. He has been very consistent. He just came out very direct today. Came out.
Do you not find it a bit disingenuous, that statement? There's an inherent dishonesty in that statement, that they don't want the next president to be as tribalistic as Buhari. Buhari has given the whole 6 years to the north, to the point of building railways, building roads, building everything. The railway university, even in Daura, all the hospitals in Daura. So it's building up the north, and you are a northerner, and you are saying you don't want anybody as a. It's like me, a Yoruba man having a Yoruba president that is putting everything in Yoruba land, and I say I don't like it. That there's an inherent dishonesty in that statement for me. I don't know what you're making of that.
I think he doesn't see it that way, and okay. I think that is honest about it. He talk about the Almajiris they have in the north. He talk about several problems they are going through, the rate of poverty, and what their politicians, how their politicians have not performed well. He actually condemned all the entire politicians, that they have run that country down. He further in his statement condemned the two parties. He said he doesn't think that the two parties can rescue the nation out of the present problem we are going through. So I think
you saw the interview.
I watch it. I watch it. I think it's very, very honest in his statement throughout the interview. He said he campaigned hard for Buhari, and he didn't know that this is what Buhari will give to them. He said Buhari have destroyed the country. He said Buhari is not competent. He said he's not competent. He said all he wants is just that, sit down on that seat and be called Mr. President. So, and he's saying that we don't want a person, another person that will come tomorrow and be like Buhari, that is be seen as a tribalistic. He said he doesn't like it. They don't like it to be just a tribalistic leader. I think it's genuine, because for him to say that against Buhari with what is happening in the north, as a leader of Arewa Forum, I think it's genuine. I think it's honest. He said they are not happy about what Buhari is doing in that country, and they have they have that cause not to be happy, because this guy has destroyed the name of Fulani people, and that is why, when we tell some people like engineer, yesterday we were telling engineer that these people are not smart. What Buhari is doing is not smart. is just destroying their people. He has destroyed the good image of the
Ajale
Fulani.
Koko, people are saying the man has used takia on you. You've been takiaed, according to
No, he
Goldman.
didn't use, he didn't use Takia on me.
They've used takia on you. Babe Magbabe.
No.
He has used Majori,
No.
abracadabra. He
No,
has
let me
Can I
tell you.
interject? Can I interject?
you've been takiaed.
Yeah.
Go
Is
on,
it not
Igbo.
the same? Is it not the same Baba Ahmed that has a serious pushback for the comment he made yesterday also? That is not saying this one today. One thing we must understand about that guy, we should be trying to check and balance what he's doing. If it's also politics that he's also playing. You understand? It's high time we begin to understand as Nigerians, when people come to speak in the public space, we listen to them carefully and compare them to their past and try to check them up very well. It's important. Ajan Lekuko said that he dislikes people who come here sometimes to support Buhari. And I keep telling Ajan Lekuko that Buhari is not your problem.
He didn't say he disliked though. He was just saying some people come
I
here.
am one of his turn supporter. The reason be that not that he's a good president or he's the best president or there are people better than him. Listen, how did this nepotic way of his whatever or this come to be? When he wants to appoint anybody, he send it to the Senate where your Yorubas are, your Igbos they are, your D's they are. They will not challenge you. Why are you bringing two Northerners to us? Then you come to this public space and be telling us that we should not support Buhari. Why won't we support him? Those who will give the names, the Senate and the rep to look into before appointing or endorsing the appointment he has given to them. They simply take it in and without any opposition from them that are representing me and you expect us to come here and be blaming the man all the time. 80 years old man that his brain is almost warning.
Yeah, but
My brother,
what is he doing
brain
there?
is not as good as
We know.
me and yourself.
We know, but
So
what is
whatever
he
he's doing is taken from some of his advisors.
Igbo, you've already defeated him being in that space. So he's an elderly man. Yes, we know.
Yeah.
He's waning both mentally and physically. Yes, we know.
Yeah.
So what is he doing? What is he doing on that seat? What is he doing there?
Good. That question you're asking me is the same question I'm putting to those your Yoruba representatives, those your Igbo as of assembly members, and those your
leave them. Let's start with Buhari himself. We're talking about personal accountability. So
if he has refused, if the Buhari himself has refused to do the right thing, why is he getting the support of your representatives? Is my question, sir.
Okay, let me tell you. Let me answer you, Ego.
Answer me, answer.
You see those people you regard as our representative, they are not there representing you. They're representing themselves and their family. Even the political process is not transparent. The two party will just find candidates of their choice, candidate that you did not partake to choose for you, and you have to vote for any one of them. So they're representing some people, the owner or those people in charge of the party, and not you and me. So they will never fight for us. And that is why, that is what Baba Ahmed is speaking to, that these two parties, and that is the truth. Look, when we have to look at statement, let us estray his statement. Let's separate his personality.
He came here yesterday and told you that he has inherited leadership in this country, that they will continue to rule Nigeria.
Look, that is
a political... And he was saying this one, inculcating these ideas in young, growing university students of the North, so that they will have that kind of thing in their mind and grow up with it, believing that Baba Ahmed has told them that they are first-class citizens, they are blah, 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 blah. They are not supposed to be this. And you are here telling me that he's sincere, he's truthful. See, we don't have to politicize things sometimes. We should try to say, see, when they not speak the truth, agree with them. When they march line, tell them straight. We are pure Nigerians who don't believe in North or in South. My own position is that. If you come here, like the other time the Sultan of Sokoto made a comment, I told one man that I agree with him. If Baba Ahmed said what is right, I will equally agree. When it's wrong, I will still disagree. That's just the way I think things should go.
Baba Ahmed
So I don't really agree with your position, Ajan Lekoko, on those supporting Buhari and the administration, or those I don't agree with your position. People has a right to support Buhari by presenting their point or fact on the ground, even if they don't have one.
Oh, all right. Akim Baba Ahmed has used Boju Boju on our very own Ajan Lekoko. He has used abracadabra.
Let me tell you.
He has used abracadabra.
Yesterday, I condemn him for that statement. All right? He, as a leader, is not supposed to make that statement. The statement he made yesterday, because that statement overhit the polity. It was a very wrong statement. But he was making that political statement he made yesterday as a pushback to the Southern governor, saying that we want Southern president. You understand? And we knew that in that statement he issued yesterday that we have the number. We knew that that is not true. They cannot win the presidency, the North alone, without having the vote from the South, cannot win the presidency.
How do you know that is not true? Why will you say it's not true? And how can Baba Ahmed, as an elder forum, whatever he's called himself, that should put this country in a straight or a parallel line that people can live as one, we begin to tell us that the North has been leading from before, that they inherited their leadership and they will continue to rule because they have the number, and the next they come to the table and tell us that they need a non-tribal, a detribal leadership, blah, 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 and you believe it. And coming here to defend him that this and this and that.
No,
Look at this guy.
not that.
You just chef what he said yesterday and cover it up with the one he said today. Ajan Leko, people like you can still sell Nigeria. Believe me.
Hold on.
Because you easily believe, and you can easily form mugu for some of these things that we are passing through in this country.
No, you don't understand.
So we must shake.
If you understand,
leaders must choose their word. That guy. Leaders must choose
let
their
me
word.
tell you.
Sorry, Ego. Hold on. Engineer, can you moderate this space for me for a moment? I just need to take 5 minutes to do something.
No problem. Thank you.
Okay, carry on now.
Okay, so if you watch, leaders must choose their word very well when they use it in the public space. If an elderly statesman from the North could go to the university and begin to teach the youths that are growing up that the North has inherited leadership, that they have this and this and that, that they don't want to be second-class citizens, and this. Listen, we must choose our word. We are not, we all are Nigerians. Nobody is against Baba Ahmed or whatever. Somebody want to fight him today. What we are saying is that when the comment is wrong, whether you are a Northerner, whether you are a Southerner, when the man pointed that Akeredolu say must come to the South, I agree with him. You don't carry any power by must. Yes, it will come to the South, not must. Okay, if you don't come, will you go and shoot somebody with gun? This is the fact. So when people make comment, when people use word and we don't agree, we understand that this word, one way or the other, is citing violence or is citing one kind of complete irresponsible manner of talking, and we must put it the way it is. to avoid this kind of every day will come here and shout Fulani. Is it the Fulani really that is the problem of Nigeria today?
See, here's the point. See, but
Okay, let me respond to you, Ego. Look, you are not getting me. You are not getting me right. I told
I'm getting you, Mr. Jale Koko. You say we should not support. You are angry for those
let me
who
talk now.
sometimes
You have been
back the
talking.
administration.
You have been talking.
Go ahead.
Let me talk. Let me make my own little one I can make now. So I said his statement yesterday, I condemn it because that statement is not good to come from a person like him as a leader, because that statement overheat the polity. But what I'm telling you now is that the statement he made today clarify completely his position. You understand? The statement we had yesterday was a very short statement. They just released a short video in which he said, we have the number, we have this thing. The complete video was not released, right? So, but the statement he made today, another interview he granted today, said it all, that they are not happy with Buhari's style of governance. They did not. The leaders, they are not happy with him because he has created more havoc. He has brought more havoc to their people than any other part of the country. The bandits are all over the place in the north. They have terrorists all over the place in the north. That is not what he promised them when they campaigned for him and for him to win the election and become the president. He said they need somebody different from Buhari this time. I mean, how do you want to perceive that statement? You want to say that it's not genuine for coming out on the TV to condemn him totally, that he is not competent for the position?
But
have you ever heard that from any other leader in the north to speak in that to speak in that respect? No, but this guy as a leader is so bold and then tell the whole world that Buhari has failed the nation. We don't need somebody like him. And he went further. He said the two-party we have in Nigeria is the cause of our problem, that the set of leadership all over Nigeria from those two parties cannot solve the problem we have in that Nigeria, that they are all corrupt and they are not competent and they don't love that country. This is what we have been saying. And this is a man, I have watched several of his interviews before today, and I have been hearing what he has been saying against Buhari. It's not Buhari Pali.
Can I say something?
So what I'm telling you is that when somebody make his true position known, don't let us perceive everything as if, they are playing game, it's playing game. No. He has been saying this. He has been very consistent against Buhari that this man does not mean well for this country. This is not the first time. So try to understand my own position. I have heard him several times condemn Buhari, and it doesn't mean that because of the statement he made yesterday, we have to completely said, we don't want him. We need people that are reasonable like him, more people from the north to start speaking like that. They could overturn this thing. They could galvanize people against Buhari from the north. That's what they want.
Okay, Ajale Koko, you stand accused. Taiwo Fagbemi joins us and is come here to point out that you are actually a Buhari stooge. You are a Buhari agent in our midst. This is what Taiwo has come. So he has come. Taiwo has come to. He has come to expose
not
you.
A fan.
No, hold on.
It's not a fan of this platform. If
Here
it's
you
a
are.
part of this platform, if you know that
You have been exposed. You have been
Buhari is not my
exposed.
man for one second, he's not my man.
No.
I traveled to New York City to participate in 1 million man march against Buhari.
Of
Nobody
course.
gave me money. I spent my own money to go there. And
No.
so, look,
Ajale Koko, here, no,
Taiwo,
hold on, Ajale Koko.
you need to know me well, man.
Here the
Look, I
accusation
think
that
How can you come to this public? How can you come to the public space and be making this kind of comment with regard to what that man just said yesterday that is causing fire across the whole country? He's trying to take the fire down now. You are saying this.
Hold on. This is a serious matter because Ajale Koko has been with us for a long time now, but we never knew he was a double agent. But now Taiwo Fagbemi, this is the accusation. Sit tight, Ajale Koko. It says if you allow government sympathizers to use your platform, you will realize you will start losing people from your platform. Your Ajale Koko of a man is a dangerous guy. We have to be careful. You are a dangerous guy and a Buhari sympathizer. You have been accused by Taiwo Ajale Koko. A dangerous guy.
One man. There's something. What's his name? This guy now that says something about Ajale Koko. I think the best thing you need to do, you see, when he went for 1 million match, Ajale Koko is looking on that. I think on that 20. Because if you see at the time before the rally will start, he's putting the face cap at the front. But I think during the heat of the rally, he has to take it to the back. So that's where I know that yes, he's serious. So if this guy will come out and accuse Ajale Koko, I think he needs to see Ajale Koko picture, then he will realize that yes, Ajale Koko is not there for Buhari.
The Buhari agent.
I know, but you understand? I get what that guy said. No, I get what that guy said. Because look, Ajale Koko, they're not all liars. Why should we start to know they're all liars? So I'm not all liars. They're the same. Not two of the same people. They keep people there. So
you think? Do you think Ajale Koko is a Buhari agent too, Charles?
No, but he sounds like he is because
goodness me!
No, I don't think
it's not
true. It's not true.
It's just that man.
I believe I can. Ego, you have been the supporter. Look, you have been clamoring for people like Wike, for people like what do you call it? The governor of Ondo State, Akeredolu. Are you saying that these people have never done anything wrong for that? Hold on. Are you saying they never done anything wrong for that country or for their state? Other than what you had them saying. You are very impressed when they say good thing, right? You love that. But this guy is saying good things that I like. I would like other northerners to stand up with this guy to start condemning Buhari so that we can solve the problem once and for all, so that the entire northern space can realize that Buhari is not good for them. But actually, the Buhari is very dangerous for them. I mean, for the entire north. This is my own position.
Yeah, but we can't fix.
But you listen to Akeredolu when he says something good, and you listen to Wike when he pushing back against this government, but you don't want to look at the other side, wrong thing they did. Come on, man. We have to be reasonable. We don't have to completely push away everything. You don't push away everything in the entire when they say
Ajale Koko, can I interject, please?
Yeah, come in, engineer.
This man, where is he from in part of the north?
Well, it's Kaduna based, but a lot of people feel it's from Mauritania, but it's Kaduna based.
Is he Hausa or is he Fulani?
It looks Fulani to me.
It's Fulani.
Yeah, so there are something we need to verify properly. You understand? For someone to come out and give that kind of speech. And another thing we need to look again, there are two things that gets involved in this issue now. Either he's doing it based on their tribe issue behind closed door, or he's just doing it for propaganda so people can say, "Oh, someone from the north is coming out to give a speech." So those are the things
No,
that we need to.
engineer,
I
not
think it's propaganda.
this
I
guy has
agree with
been
that.
very consistent. I've listened to many of his interviews in the past, before the one of today, condemning Buhari, saying that the direction this guy is taking this country is not good. He has condemned me many times in the past. He's been very consistent. Look,
Yeah,
I
but
like consistent people, and I will stand with them. So this guy coming out so bold against Buhari, we need other leaders in the north to stand up against him
Look at
too.
my point that I am making.
Sorry, Ajale
Look at
Koko.
my
We have
point that
seen.
I am making, please.
But
My
for
point
people
is
to condemn him entirety, you don't do like that. You
Yeah,
don't
but
get,
Ajanle
you don't do like that.
we have seen
Ajanle Kuku, I
FFK.
was the one who opposed you.
Yes,
And
we have seen
I have a
FFK.
We
point.
have seen
Yeah,
FFK.
we have seen FFK. There you are. That's
Okay.
the answer,
Yeah,
isn't
I have
it?
a
That's
point
all.
to make before you. What I asked you was that how did you just easily believe this guy who
You are
wanted
not
to talk
listening to me,
about,
man. You
excuse
are not
me,
listening to me.
I
I
am
told you
listening,
that
let me
you are
come.
not
I know your
listening.
point. Let me come, sir.
Igbo, you are not
Please.
listening. I said
No,
I've watched
let
many
me
of
make
his
my point,
interviews in
sir.
the past. This guy,
I
I've watched
know.
many of his interviews in the past
You are not
condemning
the only
Buhari.
one
You
that
are
has
saying
been
that what am
watching
I
the
just
interview of that man, Ajani Lekoko. You are not the only one. I have been watching and been following that man up. So when you have your own opinion, allow people to put theirs down. So others that are listening can take side. That's what we do here.
Okay.
Nobody is Mr. Perfect also. What I
The
said was
best
that
answer is
yesterday,
FFK.
I said, no, what I said when this man was making this comment of being the superior number one and the first class and all, he went to where the youths they are in the university campus to make it historic in the university campus. I come to the national TV the next day, I tell you that he wanted a detribalized
Yes,
president.
you
I
can
say
make
yes,
statements
but
anywhere.
I
That
don't
doesn't
agree.
matter. What
Wait,
you're
let
saying
me
does
talk,
not.
sir.
You can make
Yes,
statements
I agree
anywhere.
with what you
Okay.
said, but I don't believe.
Let's go land that point, then I'll move on to
Okay.
UK.
I
Yeah.
said, why I agree with Ajani Lekoko that he can make such statement to the Nigerian space. I said, I myself, in my opinion, I didn't really believe the guy for this statement he made yesterday. I didn't believe all the interview he has been taking in the television or what he has been saying in the public space as an elder statesman. That is just my position.
All right, thank you. A difference of opinion. So that is exactly what goes on in this space. If we all agreed, then we just spend 5 minutes and we're done. So to you, UK, your position. Let me start you then from that just controversial topic now that is emerging. This Baba Ahmed and his comments that
Oh, you done with me?
Oh no, yeah. Unless you want to comment more on that, yeah.
Yeah. So, but I just want everybody to know that I, as a person, like to separate messenger from the message. That is who I am. When you are saying good thing that I feel that is good for unity or for, for progress, I will commend you. But when you are saying something bad or you are acting in a very irrational way or in such a way that is causing disunity, I will condemn you. So I commend him for that statement he made, and I will stand with him for saying that statement, that is the statement we want to hear from northern leaders. We need northern leaders to stand up against this man and turn the table against him. We don't want this kind of leader in Nigeria. We don't want him. He has destroyed the life of many people, and other leaders in the north need to start speaking up. That is the only thing that can bring unity between our leaders in the south and them.
All right.
That's my position.
Adale Koko, are you willing to concede that you might be a little bit seduced by the elegance that this guy used to present himself? Because he's a very elegant man, very softly spoken and very well spoken, and very reasonably spoken as well. He speaks to reason in an elegant manner, and if you're not careful, you might be easily seduced by the manner that he presents himself. So, are you willing to uh, are you willing to consider Jale Koko that you may well have been seduced by that man a little bit? Did he seduce you?
No. What I said, what you know why I look at him as a leader that is standing up for the truth is because of his past statement, past video before now, several video I've watched about him talking against Buhari, and I think it's been very, very consistent. And I like people when people are very consistent on what they believe in. I like people like that, and I respect them. So this guy has shown consistency in his opposition against Buhari administration, and that is what I like in him. And he never stopped. And he confirmed it. He make it clearer in these new utterances against Buhari. I commend him.
You see, Ajale Koko, what I was getting out was that I've seen this as well. I've even fallen for this as well. Sometimes when you are opposed to somebody in some instances, but then you see them in presentation and the way they present is so elegant and their manner so enchanting. You are sometimes enchanted by their presence and you are so I got lost in the aura of it all and then somewhat seduced by their elegance. And this is what I'm speaking to. So this is what Ajale Koko is defending. And this is also what I'm hinting at.
The divisions and
sorry, so this is the guy that Ajale Koko is speaking about. And this, if you listen to him a little bit, you will see what I'm trying to hint at when I'm saying that outside of this guy's politics, it's easy to be seduced by him just the way he presents himself. So this is what I'm speaking to.
North is divert our attention. The North is plural, and we know that sometimes it poses a problem. But when we speak now, we speak of one North. It has become a fashion for people to say which North, we're not North, or people from the South start pointing fingers and saying there are many Norths. Which one are you talking about? We are Northerners, and we know the North we're talking about. We know there is one North, and when it comes to elections, we show that. So we don't bother about.
So it's just that placid manner, just a distinguished-looking man. So sometimes, do you think maybe you were seduced by him a little bit?
No, I'm not seduced by that.
Can I say something to Ajale Koko?
Yeah.
Yeah, to be honest, what you the way the man he speaks well, and something we need to realize here, he's the only man from the north that is saying all this, right? Which there's no backup. And if you come to think about another guy from Yoruba land, which is FFK, these are the kind of things FFK started earlier on. He said so many things about Buhari, this and this, that and that, blah, 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 blah. But look, today, where is FFK? He's just there now to go and get his own share. So I really understood where you're coming from and what you're saying. It's completely okay, but we don't know what will happen. And sometimes we need to look at these people. The politicians talk. If they talk something 10 out of 10, I think it's true. 2% is just correct, but the rest is just, for saying sake. But I'm not disputing what you said. I must be honest to you.
No, engineer, let me hold you in that FFK space that you are talking to. The Nigerian, just to show you how bastardized the Nigerian situation is. You said about what FFK had been saying and how he has changed his tune. How he has changed his tune suddenly. But are the people punishing him? Well, this is the response of the people to what FFK did. So this just shows you, engineer, how bastardized how hopeless Nigeria is. You know the backstory of FFK, and
Exactly.
this is the Nigerian response to it.
It's just
What a disgrace. And these are Igbos. Shame on you. If you see what people are saying, onye meloni handi Igbo. What a shame.
This is Nigeria. This is Nigeria, and everybody na criminal. Everybody. Look, that is the game, you know.
You see.
Look at that. Heroes welcome.
Engineer, let me tell you the difference between FFK and Akim Baba Ahmed. Akim Baba Ahmed has been with Buhari from day one. He's turning against him.
No, FFK has been with him for as long.
No, wait, let him finish.
Sorry.
One man.
No, FFK has been PDP. Campaigning against Buhari, opposing Buhari at every step of the way. Unlike Akim Baba Ahmed, who was in the front campaigning for Buhari to win the election. Buhari won the election, is taking Nigeria in the wrong direction. He is turning against him. So that's the difference between
but Fani Kayode turned against him. What I'm saying, turned against him more.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Fani Kayode's position can be understood because he has been in opposition party. He has no other choice but to oppose Buhari.
Yes,
and that is what he has been doing.
But if you look at that clip that engineer sent in the other day of Fani Kayode when he went to meet Nnamdi Kanu, and he was recounting stories of how he and El Rufai used to go and hang out with Buhari. So their history goes back 30, 40 years. He's known Buhari pretty much throughout when Buhari came into space. Because
very long time. Very long time.
Yeah, so this is Tekia. You've been Tekia, Ajale Koko.
No, I've not been Tekia. I can never be Tekia. Hey, let me tell you, I can never be Tekia, but I am a person that always separates message from messenger. That is me. That is why some people, when they talk about Obasanjo, sometimes when Obasanjo make a very controversial statement, people say, oh, he was one of those that destroyed Nigeria. He just doesn't do. I said, well, yeah, but Obasanjo worked for Buhari too. But the moment Buhari has been taking the country in the wrong direction, he came up against him. And it's still against him today. Should I say because he worked for Buhari then to become president, so I should condemn him in totality? No, you don't look at issue like that. No, we are all against Buhari because he's doing the wrong thing for the nation. A lot of us supported him to be president of the country. I was one of those that supported him because Jonathan was not doing well enough in anti-corruption and in this thing. But the moment we saw it that this man is not doing good, what do you expect us to do? You want me to start because I supported him to win the election, I should stick with him? No, we have to come out against him. That is what Ali Baba Ahmed is doing. We cannot say because he's a Fulani man and then rubbish him that, oh, because he's a Fulani man, oh, they are the same. No, you don't think like that.
But you know,
one man, please let me take you to Ajan Lekoko. One man. Let me challenge Ajan Lekoko on my point. As he make his points.
Okay.
Let me challenge him on my points.
Okay, hold on, Ego. You can challenge him just a
I am
little bit.
telling Ajan
Can you
that the
hold on,
statement
please?
that man made.
Ego,
Okay.
can you? You can challenge him just a little bit, but it's just that we're 2 hours into it, and I'm only with Ajale Koko so far. You can look at your screen that there's plenty others. So that's just why I try to moderate the program in the way that I do, not to stifle anybody's voice. But you're right to reply, Ego. Go ahead.
Okay. The only thing I just want from Ajan Lekuko, I want him to just take, because I don't want anybody to mislead. Yes, it's not mislead anyone. The Baba Ahmed that went to the university to tell them that they are first class, they will not fight for the government, but they should lead. Why didn't he go to the university and tell them that we don't need a detribalized president? We need a president that is not back and front. Why was it not that message he took to the youth in the university? Why did he took a different message to the youth and a different one to the public space? It's my question to you.
Okay. When Obasanjo first make a statement of Fulanization and Islamization agenda of Buhari, he went to the Catholic mission to make that statement. How do you view that statement? You will say, oh, look at the people he's trying to incite the Christian against him. But that is not true. He's just speaking the truth. It's the truth that matters. He spoke the truth about the direction of that man. Where he made the statement does not matter. Akim Baba Ahmed made a wrong political statement. Where you make it does not matter. But you are keep hammering on, oh, you went to school. What does that mean? It's a bad statement he made. I condemn that statement, but you don't want to agree with me.
Because it in the northern youth that they are first class, that they have the vote, that they have everything. Why didn't he go there to tell them that, my northern youths, we need to choose a president that should be detribalized, not the one that is. That's my point. Simple.
Ego, I think both your points are valid. You are saying he's speaking to susceptible minds that are still forming in school, and is influencing them with right-wing politics. That's what you're saying. But Ajale Koko is saying that the venue is not necessarily the significance, because they just look for a public space to make their political statements. A book launch at some opening of some complex, at a church, at a mosque, not often at a mosque, but they just look for a platform to make their political statement. So that is the point that Ajane Koko was saying, that the venue might not necessarily be the thing, but what he had to say. So both valid points, but still. So let me move on to UK. UK, are you still with us?
Yes.
Well, thank you for being with us. So UK, let me take you to that space that seems to interest you. Still, the space that Igo and Ajale Koko were discussing. Nigeria's next president should not be tribalistic like Buhari. Akim Baba Ahmed speaks, but what says you, UK?
I didn't. Can you take me? I didn't really listen to the Akim Baba, but what the man says, yeah, we need somebody who. I mean,
do you want me to give it to you? What he said?
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Okay. The Northern Elders Forum (NEF) has said Nigeria needs a president who will not act in the opposite direction of the incumbent Muhammadu Buhari come 2023. NEF Director of Publicity and Advocacy, Dr. Hakim Baba Ahmed, disclosed this on Tuesday when he featured on Arise TV morning show breakfast program. Baba Ahmed lamented that no Nigerian is happy with Buhari, even those within the ruling All Progressive APC. According to him, Nigeria needs a president who realizes the need to rebuild the country, secure Nigerians, and boost the economy. The nation needs a leader that would do the things that Buhari hasn't done, create inclusiveness, address resentment and frustration in other parts of the country and in the north, and speak and act for everybody, he said. Baba Ahmed added that the 17 southern governors should stop threatening the north that their region must present the country's president come 2023. He boasted that the North has the kind of population that puts the region in a position of strength. He, however, noted that both the North and South still need each other, as neither regions can produce the president without the support of the other. He described the position of the northern governors that the south of the southern governors that the South must produce the president in 2023 as a threat and intimidation. So on and on he went, but that is essentially what he had to say. But what he had to say was that the next president should be detribalized. But I am then suggesting that, having now benefited from tribalism for 8 years from Buhari, the North, he's now requesting, because he's seen the writing on the wall, that the presidency will transit to the South. He's now requesting that the next president be detribalized, so they keep all of the benefits of 8 years of tribalism, and then they get also the benefits of a detribalized incoming government. So double talk, takia, is what I said he was using. And it looks as though Ajale Koko may well have fallen for that. Ajale Koko has been takiad, but have you, UK?
Well, all I want to say, let me just be, everything you're going to ask me, I want to make it briefly because time is going, I don't want to like put people on hold. Well, I want to greet one man, good evening, one man, good evening, everyone on the platform, good evening, the viewers. Well,
evening to you.
Yeah, evening. Yeah, first and foremost, I just want to the bottom line of the whole statement this man was making, he was talking about unity, because he knows that the country is already in a high tension, so any little thing can make it will go on wildfire. So all the man is talking about is unity. He's speaking of unity, though, that unity, as you said, is like one-sided now because they already enjoy their own 8 years. Then since the southern people want their own presidency, now they are talking about they want to take somebody.
It wants balance.
It wants balance. So, but the unity is talking, the unity is good, but at the same time, they are not doing it right. So can we move to another thing,
all right. Dangote deploys soldiers against refinery workers, 1 killed, 4 injured. So people asking just for better pay conditions, better working conditions, and the response from Dangote is to ask the army to go shoot them up. What are you making of that? Dangote, the Fulani billionaire.
I already say it now. Look at somebody, an ordinary citizen, being Dangote. He has the power to kill his workers, and nobody will say anything. My question is that why are you? These people who make money for you, and you're killing them. So what do you think you can? No matter what people praise about Dangote, Dangote is nobody. I know. He has his million. If he wants to compete, let him come out international and bring out that his company to international world where there is a competition. Then to see if Dangote will survive or he's not going to survive. Everything they just do it in Nigeria, and then they will nobody will question them, and nobody have the right. They will treat you like as if. Why? These people you are killing are the people who are working for you, who are making you to be that billionaire. And you are treating them like this thing. I wish Dangote, I wish Nigeria will just change a little bit. They will sue his ass off. Those money they will take. Let him come to the Western world. Just in a second, those money will go down. He will be nowhere to be found.
So they don't have duty of care. That's just the truth.
So the way they might treat people, because they don't see any dignity in. The thing is, because sometimes when I look at fella, this one is more than racism now. This one is the black and black racism. That's why sometimes the thing that goes on in Nigeria, sometimes when people over here,
it's racism. What goes on in Nigeria is actually racism.
It's racism. It's not even tribalism. It's not even tribalism. This black and black racism. So when I look at it and look at myself, where I don't even know anybody, I didn't bring any Tenkobo to this land. I'll say I'm very, no matter what the why people will tell me I don't even look at all those things as a racism, because I know where I'm coming from. Self, you don't even have that dignity. You can't even talk. If you talk, they will smack your mouth. You know. So I mean, for him to be doing that kind of thing, the way I'm looking at Nigeria can never change. You. I mean, this is a very serious. It's a very big issue. The way, because even if they give somebody, another person opportunity, he will still do the same thing, because it's like a generational something. Look at Babangida did his own, then Abacha finish, then Jonathan they come, then Buhari take over. So how do you think this problem will finish now? So let them break the country. Let us go. Let's Biafra go. Let Oduduwa go. Let me go.
Everything always lands on Biafra. But UK, did you see the sex tape that some American girl released on Dangote? Did you see it?
Yeah, for sure. Now, yes, yeah, because
okay.
they make, see that girl, the money he made from Dangote cannot even pay. Even if Dangote put that money in his workers, he will be number one. This thing now. I mean, the worker will never forget him in this world, because that Dangote bought so many things for that girl. I'm telling you, he bought a restaurant which people did not even know. Because I remember one of the guys, Shehu Kuti, was making this thing, and he said something about what that Dangote did to that lady. You know, because of the lady know that he will be losing him. That's why that lady wanted to like expose him now.
The woman was asking for some sort of like alimony, like you get from a married couple.
Yes.
Let me give people just a bit of a flavor of that Dangote sex tape. I know that Deseno, he likes things like that. Look at Deseno, he's already smiling. Look at that. So this is a Dangote enjoying life with American babe. So that is him after business, with the American babe. It's just but the girl with her own plan, she was already taking videos. So that's how you all know Dangote now.
Life is sweet.
Look at that.
Oh my goodness.
So did you look? So that's a blackmail thing, by the way. Look at what the girl said on Instagram. So I'll post it on what she said. Hold on.
Kukere.
So you see, the girl put out just that little clip. It says, "You want it to go viral video so bad. He needs to hit you with NDA." So essentially, she's just put it out to say, "Look, pay up," or everybody will see what you're working with. So that's Dangote enjoying life.
Yeah, because you know that Dangote, I mean, he has the money based on what he has, he has done for her. Because, I mean, if the same Dangote, if he goes to Nigeria to do the same thing, he will see how we rubbish those girls over there. Because he knows that here he can't mess up. Because if he mess up, the law will hold him, and the law here is more powerful. The women have upper hand, in terms of law here, more than men. So if you know that most of that is where they will take half of himself. So that's why he doesn't want to mess up. But when he goes to Nigeria, he play a different role. I mean, people who work for you, then you send soldiers to start shooting them. I mean, no, that's very, very. It's a very, very brutal. I mean, I can't even work. I mean, that kind of that man should not even have a factory to employ people, because if.
All right, thank you, UK. Let me take you then to Buhari eulogizing about Rochas Okorocha. So what are you making of that? Calling him a champion of democracy and all of this language that they use. Rochas Okorocha, a champion of...
Angelico mentions, when Angelico was speaking, and Prof. Dato also mentioned something. I mean, he's building school now for free in his own land, Dara, where he hasn't even bring out his own money to do, and that person is doing it for him. So what do you expect now? That one is a big favor now. Then Okorocha also goes to his own hometown to build mosques all over the places. So that's to bring attraction now. The Muslim people over there now. I mean, the Fulanis. Let me not say Muslim, because they are good and the bad one now. So Then Hopeless Uzodimma also came out and said that anybody can marry Fulani, can marry Igbo, Igbo can marry Fulani. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that, but based on what have happened, you know, I don't think no Igbo man would like to marry, or no Igbo woman would like to marry them. If any Igbo woman marrying them,
Igbo women don't like dollars.
That's what I'm saying now. They will marry for that money now. They will marry for that money.
You know. What other reasons do women marry?
I mean, it's for them to live
in the
good
other
life.
room.
They already look at that.
Not one man, respect yourself now.
So,
no, I'm only asking a question. No, I'm only asking questions.
So, remember, you're going to give back to girls. Behave yourself right now.
I already have.
You know, that I mean, when you see all those things, then Buhari will say, this. Although we already know that those ones, they are working for Buhari, they are not working for the people. You know, but my question is that I don't know why these politicians hate the citizen. You know, they don't want to even do anything good for the citizen. Rather, they will take the money, then the money, they will bring it over here. The government over here will be using the money to make their country rich. Why the politician, then why are we voting in Nigeria? Why must election? Why must, if since they are not doing anything, should there be any election in Nigeria? That's the question I want to ask, please.
It's more a selection than an election. Let me.
Why must the election now? Because when you vote, what they come to say is not what they do. I mean, so are you taking people for right, or I mean, what kind of country is that?
Well, that's the situation we find. Why do you think all this noise that we make? Is this situation now? You know, an election that is a selection, a government functionary that is more like an emperor, just unabashed looting of the economy. So you know the story.
Yeah, but for the fact they are not doing anything now. I mean, why would I even vote? Because even if I'm in Nigeria, I'm not going to vote. Yeah.
Can I say something, please?
Yeah. Engineer, give me 1 second. Let me check on something. Yeah. Go on, engineer.
Okay, something you need to realize, my brother UK. The money they will save that money to keep it during the campaign, during the campaign for the position they're looking for. That's when they will start releasing the money. And look, when there is hunger in the land, not everybody can cope. Some who get the money under influence of money, they will do what they will end up being in that captivity of poverty. Look, for example, look at what happened with the palliative foodstuff. The food has been contributed to Nigerian leaders, but what happened? They hide the food. They hide it due to the fact that they're waiting during their selfish campaign that is coming. They know there is hunger in the land.
Yeah, but I mean, can this thing? When will this thing continue? I mean, can this thing continue like this? I mean, that's my own question. Can we be living so? Because sometimes I begin to think. I mean, is it not better for me to look at other African countries and pay them, then become a citizen over there? You know,
60 to 70% of Nigerians, they believe in the government. They believe in the system. Because if you look, people go to school, finish school, no jobs. So if any politician will come and give you money, you will take it, innit? Because they already drill everybody in that country to the stage that people look up to them. You understand? And the way things are going now, the citizen, they're used to it. The home-based people, they're used to it. It's nothing new to them. They are all prepared that, okay, during campaign, maybe this is what we're going to get. That's it. If you look, how many people now they work for government in Nigeria? It's about you can see it, let's say 40%. But 60%, they have their own business they're managing. They have their own, they have businesses like taxi drivers, some they sell goods, some they open mini supermarkets. So all this kind of thing, this is what is happening. So if politician will come and give you fund, they will give you fund, then they will vote for him while they carry on with their little petty business they're doing. That's how to tell you these people, they are evil and wicked.
Okay. All right. Thank you, engineer. So, just finally on this one, UK, why Buhari government will not expose sponsors of terrorism? FEMI additional speaking, they are speaking off the back of that list of terrorist sponsors that was released by the UAE with 6 Nigerian names prominent on that list. So that's forced their hand now to come out in the public space to speak to that topic of who is sponsoring this savagery that is going on in our country. And Femi Adesina goes on national television to tell us that they don't want to expose their names because they don't want to name and shame them. What are you making of that language, UK?
Well, my question: if they don't name them or don't want to shame them, why are people in the prison? Those one who commit crime, they should release everybody now.
It's too embarrassing to call a criminal a criminal. You don't want to embarrass a criminal.
That's what I'm saying. Like those one who are in the they should release everybody, since they don't want to call out them who are killing people. Well, their luck is that they are in a country where the citizen doesn't have mouth. If not, as he made that comment, the whole Nigeria should have locked down. Everybody, they should have been locked down. They should have been total lockdown. So
yes, but it's just without repercussion. Because there's no repercussions in Nigeria is why we continue to see new extremes almost on a weekly basis. So they'll take you to one extreme and you don't do anything, and then they move it to another extreme. You are telling us that you don't want to embarrass sponsors of
in a good country, as soon as he's finished saying it now, he's going to jail now. You can't even say it. The thing is that you can't even say it because you already know where you are landing yourself. But Nigeria is a place that you just make some utterances. They'll just say, just forget that man. But they don't know that all those utterances everything makes senses. Everything you say makes sense because for him to say that thing now, but because your mind and your brain already process it before you say it out. So they know. So just to tell you that the federal government, they are terrorists now. They are terrorists because if they are not terrorists, once you see those sponsors, the first thing you do, you stop you freeze the account. As soon as you freeze the account, any property they have, you garnish everything because this terrorism is not a joke because you see many lives have wasted because of terrorism.
All right, thank you. UK, look at your sister Bia. She has come here to intimidate people yet again. You're wondering why Fulani people are rushing to the east. Can you not see? If this is what you have to offer, why will everybody not rush to the east?
Yeah, she's a pretty evil sister.
Very yummy. Very yummy.
No, we have settled down, Nigeria. You see, this is what you always cause me. When they turn up, you see, he wasn't even smiling before. Look at even Professor Datao as look at that. Even the Sando, look at this. Oh God, so the Sando, you are one of them too. Look at that. Good to see you,
Okay, you're too pretty, man. It's killing us.
All right, settle down. All right, thank you, UK.
I'm a village champion and I'm humble. Thank you, all of you.
You humble. Did we
not
see love me more?
I'm stubborn but humble and straightforward.
Did we not see you Gucci shopping just the other day?
That's not being. There's nothing about Gucci. It's just material, and it's under my feet. It's nothing.
Love me, so
I
we
can't
hate
tell
one
my
man.
conscience for Gucci or Prada or whatever. It's for us to use. It's a necessity, basic necessity for life, just like having electricity cars. It's not compulsory, but
All right, thank you, Bia. Let's
One
go to.
man, you will like better thing well. As you just see P.I.A with red that be yellow hair, now you just explode.
No. Now,
Take it
when Bia comes, you have to acknowledge her. Now, after I've had to be looking at faces like Deseno and engineer and Professor Datao all day. So if I say Bia, I have to cheer up now. So thank you, thank you, UK. So let's go on to Prof. Prof, are you good of you
Yeah,
to
I'm
still
here. I'm here.
good of you to still be with us. Let me take you straight to the east, and this your rascally Rochas, but it's getting a pat on the back from Buhari. Is that once? That sounds to me like leave him alone, but is that also an endorsement towards 2023? Because Alexander continues to insist that Okorocha will be a player in 2023, and these are felicitation, which is quite gushing from Buhari, certainly boost him in that direction. So do you see, just off the back of these words that we're hearing from Buhari about Rochas, that it brings him into play for 2023? So Rochas, Buhari, Hope, Uzodima, etc., that makes unravel it for us, Prof.
Okay, the thing is simple. I'm going to use simple terms. You know, there's a saying that a conductor will load a vehicle, but he will never end up following that vehicle to the vehicle will embark on its destination, and the conductor remain where he is. That's what is going to happen to Rochas Okorocha. The only difference there is that he's going to have some money in his pocket. That's my simple terms on that man. They're going to use him. Simple. The man has done well to please. I earlier said it. A man that built mosques in every local government in that state. A man, I'm sure, even though I'm going to confirm it in Owerri, along, I've forgotten that major road there. There's a very popular Catholic church. He built a mosque opposite it. This man has done enough. Going to Dara, building an Islamic school. There's nothing that these Islamic folks like building an Islamic school. And I hope you know, there's a time in Nigeria, there was a donation going on, but it was going on towards, enhancing Muslims. Rochas Okorocha donated a lot of money. Even that building in Ebonyi State, Afikpo, he really contributed enough money towards the development of that building. So the man has done much to please Buhari, but the simple thing, as I said, he will just be a conductor. He will help load the vehicle, but he will never follow that vehicle to the destination. The only difference there is that he will have enough money in his pocket that will please him. And again, his sins will be forgiven.
Yes, as always. Yes, thank you, Prof. Let me take you next to these words of FEMI ADESINA. Why Buhari government will not expose sponsors of terrorism? FEMI ADESINA, and when he was probed as to the reasons, he's saying that the government is not in the business of naming and shaming anybody. In other words, they are not letting us know who is sponsoring terrorism in Nigeria for reasons of not wanting to embarrass the sponsors of terrorism. What are you making of this rather odd statement by the president's spokesman?
And the thing is simple. You see, a government that refused to call terrorists and call people that are not terrorists. Now, they have a overwhelming, will I call it, notification or tag that these people are terrorists. They don't want to expose them because they don't want to contradict themselves. So what they're simply looking for, to me, is they're looking for mal words. You know how they call these Boko Haram people bandits? Instead of them calling them yes, they're looking for mal words. So they're not going to expose them. They don't want to contradict themselves. But if they may later come out and say these people did, they will use mal words. That's the simple thing. And Femi Adesina, that man is well read though, but he's now being used to he's playing dirty. So the man knows what he's doing, and he has to do that to please Buhari. So that is
it is the analogy that UK drew that is a bit like George Bush Jr. coming just after 9/11 in front of national television to tell the Americans that we know who did it, but we don't want to name them because we don't want to embarrass them. Can you imagine that happening in America?
No, that can happen in America, but it will go on in
Hmm.
Nigeria because we have a government that says if you come to APC, your sins are forgiven. And there are people that will enhance such people's sins to be forgiven. You understand that? So that is it. It is just very simple. Very simple. But it's too bad. It's just too bad, my brother.
And there are very few people that have sinned more than Rochas Okorocha in Nigeria. Just that looting alone that took place.
He's not the only one. He's not the only one. But the man really did bad. He really did bad. You know, the thing there is that this government, they don't want to pursue people. And, you know, this man in power, the entity in Aso is like, not like Obasanjo. You all know what happened to Ali Mercia, the governor of Bayelsa State then. I don't know the problem he had with OBJ then. How did OBJ kick the man out of power? Money laundering. And that's how Jonathan came in to become governor. From there, governor to vice president and so on. So, you know, I don't know. It's true that what Femi ADESINA is doing, but he has someone he's going to favor. So that's why he's doing it.
All right. And to that space then, what we've been discussing with the conversation that's been going on between Ajanle Koko and Igo, Nigeria's next president should not be tribalistic like Buhari. So Hakim Baba Ahmed, the spokesman of the Northern Elders Forum, saying these words. But what do you think underpins that statement, Prof?
The thing is simple. You know, I keep saying it. I want this nation to divide. But if there could be unity in this nation, things will change. Things will change. It will reduce the level of, I call it, agitation. It won't bring it out, but it will tend to reduce it. You understand? So this man making that statement, I don't blame him, because as far as I'm concerned, if any Northerner emerges as president, this nation will not be in harmony. It will not be united. So, and again, you know, why people are scared is simple. If there could be someone, because, you know, if things were done the right way, wherever the person comes doesn't matter. All the people.
Prof, if we have a southern president next, are you expecting him? Is it your expectation and is it your wish even that he should be as prejudiced towards his own region as we have experienced with Buhari? Should he be favor his people first, as Buhari has openly, blatantly favored his own people?
No, I don't. He should not favor the South. You understand? Because see, you know, even though some people may be against what I'm saying, but that's the truth. You see, why things have been going on in this nation is because of this. And why Buhari's case is so extreme is because what he has done. His own is just an extreme. You understand? So, you know, if there could be someone that will step into power and, you know, do things the right way, you know, things would tend to, you know, change. You understand? It will be a step towards change. This man said that change the entity of Buhari before he came in. Change. You know, we're all witnessing the type of change. The change is a type of change that is, you know, has kept all our mouths shut. Everybody is sad, hunger in the land. You understand? People would, you know, okay, we all heard what Dangote did. What a shame. Someone with such type of money, his workers, his own workers, is what he's calling army against. It's a very terrible thing going on. So, you know, that is what's needed. As I said, someone being from the South, if the person emerges president, which I know the probability of that happening is like 0.1, you know, it would, you know, if the person enters power, I expect the person to, you know, not be tribalistic. The person should do the right things, you know, govern with equity, fairness. You understand? That is what's needed. The person should live up to the words which this entity of Buhari said, I am for nobody and I'm for everybody. You know, that's what's needed. But Buhari didn't live up to expectation. He shouldn't have made that statement.
All right, thank you, Prof. But for me personally, I will be highly disappointed if a southerner takes over that government and is not prejudiced to the South, because that means we lose twice. But that's just my own personal preference.
Okay.
Prof, let me take you to Africa next,
Okay.
Prof. And there seems to be a development that is just surfacing now, and we've seen it before. It starts with one person, and then it just takes over the whole sub-region like a wildfire. So recently we had a coup in Guinea, which was successful. Now we are having a hearing of an attempted coup in the Sudan, which we don't know the level of success of it. We saw this especially in the 80s when it was coup in Ghana, coup in Liberia, coup here, coup there, everybody cooing. So are we back in those rounds of military coups again? So a military government in Guinea, an attempted military governance in the Sudan, TikTok, Nigeria. What are you making of that?
What I will simply say is, if you refer to history, looking at what happened, there's a high probability of such reoccurring. But I believe the leaders we have now should get back and refer to history and ensure this does not happen, because this queue of a thing is just something that's going to set us backwards. The level of governance, or what I call it democracy, will be backwards. It's true that what's going on in Nigeria is not the best of democracy, but as far as I'm concerned, to me it's better than military regime. It's better than military regime.
You think so? So you'd rather you'd rather be under this administration than under Abacha or Babangida?
Yeah, you see, let me put it like this. I'll prefer to be under this regime rather than what somebody like. I'll try to be fair to put, will I call it Abacha to an extent. The problem with Abacha mainly was that man just didn't, he was somebody. It's true, some people may not like the statement. The man knew what power was and he exercised. It's true, he used it brutally, yes. But he was someone, he didn't care. As far as it's within that geographical space of Nigeria, no one tries to emerge or talk to him or prove to him he's a leader. No. And that was his problem. He didn't care any person. Once you say anything against him, and he didn't even respect. He imprisoned the Yaradua then, the Yaradua that ruled. I think, was it the one that ruled during the time Obasanjo ruled or before him? He imprisoned Obasanjo. And he just didn't care. I won't.
Who would you say is worse, the Abacha regime or this present dispensation? Which would you say is worse?
To me, no matter what, this one is worse. This one is worse. Because Abacha, there's one thing I liked Abacha. You see, this Islamic fundamentally or whatever. The man won't have tolerated this to me. That is to me.
You know that Abacha nearly took down Lamido Sanusi, the former emir of Kano. He nearly took him down once over that Matasina matter because he made some moves, allegedly, apparently, it was really the weight of influence that saved that man's life, But he wanted to finish him off, for reasons of religious extremism. So he had zero tolerance for, and he didn't really respect your name or anything.
No. Abacha doesn't respect. He doesn't care whom the person is. He just go for that entity. That's how he does. Understand?
All right. Thank you, Prof. Stay with us just for as long as you can. Let's go to Charles next and hear from Charles. Charles, are you with us? Charlie boy, look at that.
So he went to pray.
He went to pray. Oh yes, it's round about this time that mommy calls him, isn't it? Mommy has called you, Charles.
Maybe I can come in his place.
All right. Let me go to
I was here before the Senate.
I was actually going to go to engineer.
You're not in Benin now.
I was actually going to go to engineer Bia. So let me go to engineer who has been patiently waiting. Engineer, you know what the talking points are. Dangote deploys soldiers against his workers. What are you making of that?
Well, good evening, everyone, and good evening, one man. Good to see you all. Dangote. Well, it's only Nigerian people can take nonsense. I've never seen where a CEO of a company, something happened, and you called army on your workers. Maybe because they demanded for pay rise or so. To this stage, people are injured. I think you said one person passed away, right?
Yes.
So I think if he needs to come out and table that issue and make sure that everybody that gets involved in that kind of scenario will be compensated and will be looked after. Otherwise, to be honest, then let's just forget about it. Because if this man didn't come out and give a speech or talk and investigate that issue, then it's unfortunate. It's really unfortunate that to this stage the country people can employ people and use army to terrorize your workers. It's just like what UK said. The workers are making him to profile to make that money, to building his name, building his business. So it's his own right to look after his workers. But if he decide not to, then something is wrong somewhere. But something people need to realize again. I hope they will not start accusing Buhari again. So that's something people need to.
Why not? Is it not Buhari that gave him soldiers?
Pardon?
Is it not Buhari that gave him soldiers?
How?
It was the commander-in-chief of the armed forces. Is it not Buhari? It's always Buhari's fault. So am I?
Don't you know Nigerian armies come out rent?
When you have money, you can have escort or like soldiers or police.
You are right though. You know these 419 boys, like they call themselves e-money, money dollar. You see them walking and you see soldiers around them.
Exactly.
It's guns for hire now. The Nigerian forces, guns for hire.
Exactly. The country is something else. The country is into mess. So anybody, if you have a little change, you can hire uniform men. They will be releasing the bullet on air instead of go to the bush and find solution to our problem.
All right. Solution to our problems. Let me take you to this. Nigeria's next president should not be tribalistic like Buhari. Northern Elders Forum, via their spokesman Hakim Baba Ahmed. I was describing it as a takia, but what are your thoughts on that?
Well, people who knows politics will know one of the definition this man is coming out to speak. I said it earlier on, there are two things involved. Either this man has issue with Buhari, is voicing out, or he's coming out to say it so they can say, oh, someone from the north is coming out to speak. So those are the things that is playing at that moment. Because I always say something. If there are only 10 words for politicians to say, only 2 out of 10, that's the truth. The rest of it, the 8, is just completely lies, bunch of lies. So people like that, I don't trust them. That's just the truth. And I don't believe in them. I don't have hope in them. That's just the gospel truth. Nothing but the truth.
All right. Do you have hope in this, engineer? We're going now still to the villa. Why Buhari government will not expose sponsors of terrorism? Femi Adesina speaking. So do you vest any hope in Femi Adesina? They don't want to embarrass the sponsors of terrorism. This is Buhari's defense for not having a list like the UAE.
Yeah, but how can a terrorist expose his fellow terrorists?
There you go.
It's impossible now. It's impossible. They are in the army, they're in the navy, they're in the custom, they're in the House of Rep, they're in the Senate. Huh? So what else?
I like that statement.
You know, of course, you saw that expose by that Commodore that actually, because that's not a joke, that Commodore that told us factually that he knows that, and the intelligence services know of governors currently sitting and sitting members of the Senate that are actually sponsors of these people. So what you are
Of
saying is
course,
actually factually, at least anecdotally, factually true.
of course. The engine power is Senate and House of Rep. That's what is happening in that country, Nigeria. They are the people behind Nigerian failure. And because they know the man is almost gone, they can the man has no word, no say to that country. So they will do anything they feel like to do, innit? 1 year plus. Just say 1 year plus. Buhari is going. So they will loot the money, they will destroy the country, and they will end up saying what? It's his fault. Nobody will blame him. Nobody will
That's
take
the
the
thing,
blame.
you know. That's the
Yeah.
master plan. They are just hiding under Buhari because they know that, you know, he's a man on his way, you know. God grants
That's
him
it.
long life, but he's at the final stage. But
Exactly.
engineer, still with Buhari, that often they say that you hear a lot that people say, oh, this guy hates the Igbos, this guy hates the Igbos. Buhari, that is, they say Buhari hates the Igbos. But does he really hate the Igbos? So first, Python dance once, we got Hope Uzodinma, you know. Python dance 2, we got Dave Umahi. So another Python dance now, engineered, Buhari now endorsing and eulogizing, what is his name? Rochas Okorocha. What are you making of these loving words from the Fulani
Well,
man to the man from the East?
Rochas is doing well. He is absolutely doing well. He's a man with full of energy and full of energized. The guy is good. He's a man that is fighting for his people.
Now look at that. Eh?
Yes.
His people?
Yes.
Okay,
Of
let me.
course.
Oh, hold on, engineer. He's fighting for his people. Nigerian governor's sister made commissioner of happiness. So, which people is it, Harry? That is his sister. This is the guy that was in government making and couples fulfillment. He created a department, a
One
department of
man.
happiness and couples fulfillment, and gave his own sister a budget as a commissioner.
One man. Rochas is fighting for his people, but people don't see it. They may think, oh, he's this and this and that. He's fighting for his people. If today God should bless him, he will be Nigerian president. You see what will happen in that country. That's when you see the real Rochas will come out. People will be scared. You understand? He's a dictator. People don't know. He's playing. He will play them. This is what the Northerners think they want. So somebody like him, he will come and play to their tune, innit? It's just like our vice president. Things happening in Yoruba land, he never come out to say a word because he's playing to their tune. Once he expelled, he balanced, they all got that seat. I'm telling you, they will make sure they dealt with people. Rochas is doing well for his people, but people don't know. People don't see it. People may think, oh, he's a betrayer or he's this and that. I'm telling you, if God bless that man,
Is he playing Tinubu's politics? Is what you're suggesting?
He's going ahead of Tinubu politics because he learned from the Tinubus. That's who Rochas is. But remember something what Alexander said, that he has been mentioning Rochas on this platform. But you can see it. Something fishy is coming out now. You understand? And remember, some northern governors, they are saying, please let the southern produce somebody that will lead the country. That it's time for them to take that position. So what do you expect? What is happening now? People may think Rochas is bad and this is a traitor, this and this. No, he's very smart. He's intelligent. Rochas, he will go through he will do everything to please these people so they can show him the way so that if he goes to that seat, I'm telling you, things will change in that country. Things will absolutely change. It's politics.
Engineer, I've never really put Rochas in the mix in any serious matter because I've always found him comical. But with this Buhari statement, you cannot just dismiss. I'm still not putting him fully in the mix, but this statement is signals because this is just more than birthday well wishes. Engineer, this is it. It says, accept my warm greetings on your 59th birthday, heralded by years of achievement, most significantly the contributions to nation building. I have followed with keen interest your visionary leadership style, political tendencies, and development strides, both in private and public sectors, and fully note your penchant for always fighting for the well-being of the less privileged. I commend the Rochas Okorocha Foundation, your charity organization, which continues to inspire and touch lives across the nation without ethnic, religious, or political coloration. So that is more than happy birthday. I wish you well on this great day. You are a great citizen of this country, blah, blah, blah. But that was a political statement. This is how I am reading it. I don't know what you are reading.
Engineer, before you continue, can I just interject for a second?
Yeah,
no problem.
Yeah, okay. You see, whenever you have somebody like Buhari, you know, as wicked as he is, praising you publicly, it means you are not a good person. It means if you become president, nothing good will come out of you. Why did he say the same thing about Wiki?
You know why? You know why?
We're talking about politics now. You're saying good or bad.
Amechi told Wiki he's an empty vessel. Amechi and Wiki have problem. But let me tell you something that you need to understand with Wiki. Wiki is just a lion that will come out and do You understand? Wiki is learning, but it's not by force, it's not by shouting that you will learn politics. That's something Wiki is lacking in that territory. You understand? But at the end of the day, Wiki will learn more.
Yeah, the reason
Wiki will learn, that's when he finished from Abuja, when they finish with him from Abuja, that's when Wiki will start to learn. Okay, I'm telling you now.
Yeah, I know that. But the thing is this. The reason I mention Wiki is the fact that I'm not a fan of Okorocha, and Okorocha will not make a good president in any country, except in a country where there is functionality. Other than that, I do not see him as somebody who will come and change Nigeria.
Can you compare?
Rochas is a dictator. He is a dictator. You need to. Didn't you observe him when he was governor in Imo State?
Yeah, but
he's a pure dictator.
Dasino. Now, can you compare when Rochas was on seat and the current Imo State governor? Can you compare the both of them?
Yeah, see, let me explain this to you. You see, the current problem that you have in Imo State today is as a result of somebody finishing fourth and they make him a governor. So what do you think is going to happen? It's chaos. And that's exactly what you're experiencing. Because these Fulani people, they wanted somebody they can use in the East. And he happened to be one of them. You understand? So by putting him there, they harbor a lot of these terrorists in the East, housing them to cause havoc in the East. If not because of ESN, a lot of people would have been dead by now in the East.
Obviously.
You can see all the Southern governors, they are all coming together. But you can see that from the Southwest, from the South, and the Southeast, you can see that during the last meeting, it was the governor one governor from the East that did attend the meeting. So obviously, they are trying to tell you that this governors forum is not an important occasion for them to attend. They already put a nail on it already before it even begins.
Yeah, but the first meeting they had, I think he recorded everything.
So if there is any confusion that will come from within the governor forum, for example, it's going to come from the East, because they always put their personal interests before anything. They don't represent the people. That is why you see chaos in the East today. Instead of governing their people and making, building infrastructure and empowering their people, they are busy thinking about themselves. This is the reason why you have the chaos that you have in the East.
All right, thank you.
You look at there's no governance there.
All right, thank you.
Let me put it in Imo State.
Let me put a final question to thank you, Deseno. I'll come to you, then you expand more on that shortly. Let me put a final question to engineer, and then I'll go on to B0K0. Soldiers attempt takeover of power in Sudan. So this military coup, we thought we had seen the back of military coups in Africa, but it looks as though we are seeing a resurgence now, a successful one in Guinea, an attempted one ongoing in the Sudan. And of course, we know how it usually cascades through. So when one is successful, all of the barracks in all of the other nations, they're hearing that that one was successful. Another one attempts it and is successful. And before you know it, all the African nations start to fall under military dictatorship again. Is this the direction that is being indicated by the Sudanese news engineer?
Yeah, it can happen to any other part of the African country, but it cannot happen in Nigeria.
Why not?
Because in Nigeria, we have head of military is part of Fulani colony. And if you go down to the defense and the COUP, they're all loyalty to the president. So how do you think such thing will happen? Buhari is not stupid to put those people into that place. Buhari is not mad to recruit repentant, so-called repentant Boko Haram into Nigerian army. The same people who slaughter a soldier and he made a mother, a widow with her children. Today in Nigeria, they said they repented and you put them back in military. What a joke, man. That's the most joking thing ever. I can hear that Nigeria is doing. It's completely sad.
And just to the question that I always ask anybody on this particular topic, you're saying it's not something that will happen in Nigeria, but is it something that you would like to see happen in Nigeria? Just a military administration to recalibrate the country. Would you like to see that?
Yeah, pardon my language. Nigeria army, they don't have the balls to do it. That's just the truth. Nothing but the truth.
No, to do the coup or to change the country, or both.
To do the coup or to change the country, they can't do it. They don't have that lever. Nigerian army that we always trust, they are finished right from 15 years back. They're gone. Those are the gallant soldiers that will say, yes, Nigeria have a gallant soldier. What we are having now is just corruption and godfatherism and colonization and the rest. That's what is happening. Because that country called Nigeria, I'm telling you, if Nigeria should stand and agree, the army, if they should stand and agree and say the truth, one man, they can take also straight away. If we can have somebody from Yoruba land as a senior general, can communicate with the one from the north as a senior general, and communicate the one from the south, that's it. They will just say, okay, control your territory, I control my territory, we'll take Abuja, that's it. But it's impossible. It's impossible. So that's just what is happening in that country. Honestly, it's sad. We already have one year plus. 1 year plus. My own concern is the amount of people dying in that country. Let's just keep praying that let the killing should stop. That's just the truth.
That's the first thing, that we all want. Anything else and everything else is still a problem, but the one thing that must stop is just this killing.
The killing is too much.
It is too much. It is too much. God,
Fulani
it's getting almost to a genocide now.
Exactly. They should stop killing people. Let's beg. It's time to just beg these people.
It's getting to genocide, or
it's a genocide already. One man, look at what's happening in the east. They've wiped all the heroes.
The worst definition for it.
Yeah. It's too much. Nigeria, if you go out today, you'll be praying to come back home safely. And your going out, your mind will be vibrating.
And it's not like when you're at home, you're feeling any safer.
Exactly. That's to tell you how the government, they have turned that country into. Anybody from Senate to House of Rep, I'm telling you, those are the evil people, the demonic people we have in that country. Nothing else.
And you don't want you don't want a military administration.
If military will take over, I'm telling you, that will be even fine by me. At least the killing will stop. Highest you will be receiving a slap and frog jump.
God, our portion is God will not make our portion suffering in that country.
No, but it's better to receive slap and frog jump than to go and be people. You see people will be dying like chicken and the rest. The amount of people dying in that country, Nigeria, is worse than the one that happened in America because Nigeria don't keep that record. That's just the truth.
You know, I agree. That was why I was saying it's almost a genocide, and people are saying it's already won, but it's just because there are no official records that to document. But if you hear, for every official news that you hear of some killings in Nigeria, you would have heard 10 anecdotal ones. You would have received a lot of those, those rather disturbing WhatsApp videos of, So out of every 10 out of every one that they announced, you've already heard about 10 already. So,
there is no day you wake up and listen to Nigerian news. You hear death. If you go to North in Maiduguri, there's a Bama, they call it Bama local government. I've been there when I was a kid. They sweep that village. They sweep it. Boko Haram sweep it. They sweep it. Everybody there, they kill them. The good thing is, let's thank Sunday Igboho and Nnamdi Kanu for coming out to voice out. Honestly, and sure, if these people didn't voice out by now, I'm telling you, now people they will sweep everybody in that country. They will sweep everybody. The people blocking them now is just like I said, Nnamdi Kanu, Sunday Igboho, and sure. Those are the people that voice out, that calm these people from committing more atrocity. If not, I'm telling you, these people will do more. They will do more. They are ready to do it.
All right. Thank you, engineer. So I was just reading what somebody was saying in the comment section. So he said, if Channel said 10 dead, that is 100. So I think it means channel. So when he said channel, I thought it was referring to us, but I think it means channel or she.
Yes, channel TV.
What sort of a name even is this? This is one of those Eastern characters, isn't it? All right. Okay. So from that Eastern character to our favorite Eastern person, Bia Odua. Bia, good to see you.
Hi, one man. Hello, everyone.
Wagwan. So Bia, let me take you to the east still, and Rochas Okorocha getting this gushing endorsement from Malam Buhari. What do you think the politics of that birthday felicitation is?
Well, for me, I believe Rochas merits no good position. He shouldn't be in politics because he's just busy scratching his master's back. I'm not sure they're going to scratch his back well. He's just going to be used. He was busy building mosques everywhere. Did he build churches? Did he build juju houses and all that to create diversity and equality? He's just focusing on, pleasing his master as a slave. He committed a lot of inhumane atrocities in the southeast of Nigeria, in Imo State. And as you can see, he's even in a very big fight with the president, the present Hope Uzodinma, to the extent that his son-in-law or someone was shot on his leg.
Is that Okorocha's?
Okorocha, yeah. When he was asked not to go into one of the houses, that he built, they were trying to...
Remember when he was arrested in front of some hotel that he built for his wife with state money and state land? And
yeah,
took him to police station.
Yeah, I saw somewhere on the news that they were trying to probe him to take away all the things he built with the money and all the land he grabbed for people. My family was one of his victims, grabbing lands that were paid for and registered for without any human feelings. So he's quite an animal. I don't think he will get to that position. He may dream it, they will use him, but he won't end well. That's it.
But you say it won't end well, but we have Buhari endorsing him. So,
How
you
is it
know,
going to end well when you are against your people? What sort of joy would you derive? Is he going to be in power position forever? It's not going to end well. History will
because
judge him.
Alexander is certain that this guy is either going to run as a presidential candidate or a vice. So, and that language that Alexander has been speaking for a while now, it looks as though it's been endorsed by Buhari with this pat on the back that is essentially a political endorsement.
I don't see him becoming a president, but he may be the second.
And would that please you, even though you might have your personal gripe against him? He is from your own state. Surely blood is thicker than water.
I don't believe in blood is thicker than water. I believe in fairness and justice and equity. Someone who is actually qualified for the position that they are running to do the right job. Someone who know what they are doing, they are left from the right, who can differentiate from this is my brother. I have to, treat him better than someone else. Someone that should treat everyone equally in Nigeria, regardless where they come from. That is me. I wouldn't even have minded if a Fulani becomes the president. But because of what they have done, for me, it's a no-go area. It shows that they have an agenda and there is no equality, no respect for human life or lives. That's what I believe in.
All right, thank you, Bia. And still within that Fulani space, next Nigerian president should not be tribalistic. The Northern Elders Forum speaking that language, but then of course we've had a highly tribalistic president for the last 6 years and almost certainly for 8 years. So if the next president, who probably likely will be of Southern extraction, if he is not tribalistic as Buhari is, would you feel cheated?
I don't believe that man because they say a snake will always be a snake, regardless what color it brings in winter or summer. They say talk is cheap, action is what should speak louder. And from the way they have been ganging up against the South, doing everything humanly possible to destroy the South, couldn't do anything to help the lives of the citizens in Nigeria. That man, Ahmed Baba, is not. He's not originally from Nigeria. If you even look at him, you can tell. Not that he's not welcomed, but all his politics, all the politics, according to OVA, he speaks in an astute and proficient manner, but his contributions come across as precarious to me. And he seems an ambitious politician as well, with weird ways of reasoning, voicing out in different tones that contradict all his stances and actions against the South. Political propaganda, I would say, aiming and positioning himself already for 2023 Nigerian election. That's all I can say. Talk is cheap.
You know they call those people people who are able to, through eloquence and articulation and just by just the sheer presence of their personality, they are able to seduce you with words. They call them spellbinders. Is a spellbinder. He binds you with words and just personality.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So
Just read his body language, you can tell.
yes.
When he's speaking, he may speak so eloquently. Look into his eyes, his body language. He doesn't act confident to me. He's a bit slimy.
Let me take you, Bia, to out of Nigeria to the African space. Just that conversation I was having with our engineer just now, with coup being plotted in Sudan after a successful coup in Guinea. So we usually see it in just these usual sequences. One of the smaller African countries come off with a coup. It's usually Sierra Leone or Liberia, but this time around it's Guinea. So they've had a coup there and they're attempting one in Sudan. So are we going to see now that this thing like spreading across that sub-region like a wildfire, as it often does? Coups in Africa returns.
What more can I say? It's happening, and it looks like a tide that would carry on. People from different political zones in different part of Africa keep, abusing their powers, and the oppositions think they can do better, but actually, who can govern better? Until you get to that position, you may not even know what you will do. You may say, oh, I'm going to be the best, like that Baba Ahmed is saying now. Make him the president and see. He may even become more tribalistic. You never can tell what you can do until you're wearing those shoes. You can say, oh, I want a detribalized man. One man is detribalized, Biaudua is detribalized, but put you in that position of being a president and now say your mother or father commits a crime and the crime warrants a death penalty. What are you going to do? Are you detribalized? So we don't know until someone is in that position. So all these cock and bull stories. For me, I believe we should be given referendum.
Do you think yes? Do you think people actually go into that position detribalized, but then the position corrupts them, just the influence of the voices that they hear, like Buhari, for instance? Because when he came in, we have to recall that he especially made it a point to speak to that space that he was for everybody and for nobody. So that then gave the assurance then that it was going to be nationalistic in his outlook and all-encompassing sort of a presidency. But just before this, the speech even hits the floor from that statement, he started announcing his cabinet, and it was Danladi Mukhtar. So, with the best of intentions, he couldn't even hold that space. So, do you think they do come in with those good intentions, but the position consumes them in some ways? Do you think they are essentially, it's almost impossible for you to be the tribalized Nigerian president?
I believe so. It's highly difficult because human beings say things when they are not in a position, but as soon as they get to that position, situations can, maybe force you to do certain things. Not that you don't have control over them, but I believe power can corrupt someone's abilities to do, things they ordinarily won't do. When they step down, I don't know if they regret them, but I believe that just like how Baba Ahmed had gone to universities or wherever he went to encourage the young generations that power belongs to them. You get them young, you train them to believe and think in a certain way. Remember, they say mindset is very powerful. So what you believe is what you're going to pass on to your children. So all these people in politics, they are passing powers and training their children on how to become someone in the political arena of Nigeria, whether they merit it or not. They are not. I think for me, the structure of people going into politics is very wrong and naive. People should be taught about politics in primary school, secondary school, train people, charity begins at home. Let them know.
Do you think, is it politics that they need to be taught, or civics? I think it is civics that are.
What is politics, one man?
Because civics, it encompasses politics, but also how to be a citizen. Maybe people need to be taught
responsibility.
People how to be a citizen, including politics, your responsibility to your country, what the country owes you, what you owe the country. How to bind. But I was agreeing with you essentially.
I understand. My point is that politics, they seem to say it's a game, but it's just like you're playing soccer. You have to learn all the ins and outs. You know the negative and positive of playing sports. You know how to play and not to get injured. You know how to be upright and play it steadfastly. So everything, according to OV, is politics. The way we think, our mindset, how we treat our fellow human beings. living life is politics. A lifestyle is a politic kind of way. So if people in Nigeria, people be trained, not about being detribalized. You can still love yourself, love your ethnicity, love your people, but treat your fellow human being as you wish to be treated. Do you know what I mean? So the ways of our reasoning, we are not politically matured. So all they do is to go in there to oppress. They believe power. When you sit on power, hey, I can do whatever I like. I've got the money. I can kill anybody. I can parade any Igbo person. I can parade Chidinma, even though she's not been tried and found guilty. But then someone is sponsoring Boko Haram, and they're covering the names of those people. Imagine that. Is that not a criminal act?
Are you sympathetic towards that Chidinma? Because
I'm
I know
not.
that.
I'm just saying fairness, woman.
Yes, yeah.
I'm saying fairness.
That girl, yeah.
No. I'm saying fairness. It's easy to. How would you balance this scale when it seems and it's obvious that when a crime is committed by a certain people, you parade them on the TV before you even judge them?
Oh no, I see your point. Yeah.
You see what I mean?
Yes,
yeah.
I'm actually going to take you to that space next. So hold your thought on that.
Nigerian police character.
Yeah.
But let me acknowledge Alexander Akashie's super chat, which is well, it's not a super chat, but a chat. But especially sending it to engineer. So this is why I've really brought it up. It says, engineer, you need to be a brand ambassador for Origin on this platform. So essentially calling you an Ologogoro, this is what he's calling you. But my question is, how did he even know his origin that you are drinking? Now you have shown him. How did you know his origin? So are you also
advert for Origin?
Engineer, you will not be a piece head, though.
He will not be okay. Engineer, he will go through a bottle of wine. You think I don't watch you? I watch you. He will go through a whole bottle of wine in one session. And then he'll go and top it with what's that? Is it vodka?
One man is offended that you're drinking it alone.
He will not eat
you're
banana.
Drinking it alone. You're drinking it alone. That's really what offends me. Don't worry. I don't object to Origin.
When I think about my country, I see how my country is ripping apart. I'll use that to control myself.
Nigeria have driven you to drink. But
exactly.
the only thing is,
you just brew it yourself, one man. Buy some apples and brew.
How the country take push you to drinking?
Don't worry, that is his excuse.
Ola's voice.
Even Ola's voice will tell you that. Ola's voice will tell you that it's a member too.
Ola relate to weak.
I'm just a fan of Orlando.
Ola is in obvious camp. But the only thing is, engineer, you do not tone it down with a Red Bull or something, because I'm never able to drink that
now, woman. That will kill his manhood. What do you want me?
Caffeine. Thank you, beer.
No, don't worry. I have no.
Wait, you say Red Bull they do what?
It will kill it now. You overuse it and abuse it when you drink that your caffeine, isn't it? Energizer. It's not good for you. It's not healthy.
Okay. All right. Is that not
Tell
what
engineer? You don't hear.
So
woman don't advise you. Make it listen.
Is that not what they used to speed it up in Nigeria? I thought the Red Bull was the other way. But quickly moving on from that space, Bia, to this space now, Bia. Why Buhari government will not expose sponsors of terrorism? Femi Adesina speaking. You've heard what he said. He doesn't want to shame or embarrass them. But is that your expectation of the spokesman of the president?
Yeah, exactly what I was saying. That it's easy to pinpoint, point accusing fingers on certain ethnicity. You say most people in Nigeria, when they come to power, they ethnicize the position and abuse their powers. If they seem to kind of protect their people, sort of, and no one should be above the law. They shouldn't be doing that. So when you say detribalize, it's not enough. You need to go further. Someone who is going to be fair and just and balance the scale in Nigerian political zone. One example is that Chidimma, the girl. I'm not saying what she did. If she did it or not, I don't know. I wasn't there until the law finds him. I believe in justice
Has
through
she
the
not
right route.
admitted? Has she not admitted to it?
I don't know until when someone can say I did it or that under pressure. You don't know what's happening. I'm not speaking for her, but I believe in actually going through the process of the law in court. And then the judge now pronounce the person guilty. That is it. Okay. So for them to hide the sponsors of Boko Haram, it's a criminal act. It must be one of them. It must be one of them. I'm sure they know what they are doing. So they are not. Maybe possibly, I don't know. It's not a guess. Maybe it's a guess that Buhari is creating all this havoc to cause mayhem because he doesn't want to lose power. He knows that he's a terrible president. So he's just making everybody run helter-skelter, people not to gather together and come together in unity, divide and rule, until before we know it, his tenure is finished and he's ruled for a couple of years that he wanted. Yeah.
All right, thank you, Bia. Let me take you finally to the Dangote space. He is enjoying life, as we can all see, as he's having people shot at his factory. What are you making of this guy chancing American babes and shooting his staff in Nigeria?
That man should be in jail because he's been accused of rape. He's quite discriminatory with his power of monopoly, abusing the human rights of citizens and his workers. Like the Article 3 of the Human Rights Convention that says people should be given freedom. There should be freedom from torture and inhumane or degrading treatments. He has fallen short of those basic, fundamental rudimentary human rights. And as well, protection from all forms of discriminations. The way he's abused his power now, using the police to disrespect people's rights. Yeah, I find it really appalling.
All right. Thank you, Bia. Always a delight to hear from you, Bia. Everybody gets excited when Bia turns up. Everybody gets equally excited when the Senate turns up because
one minute. Thank you, everyone, and hello to Mr. Alexander Gomez.
Look at that. Yeah, it's not a troublemaker. Now you've started off engineer again. Oh, yeah, go on.
Because he said hello to me before and I didn't have the chance to say hello back. So he's only...
No, Alexander was let me see. So this is Alexander just celebrating Alexander celebrating beer as we all are. So yeah, so thank you, beer. So let's go to the equally let's go to the equally enchanting Deseno. So it gets serious now because the serious news joins us. Deseno.
Yes.
So to that space then, let me take you first actually to that African space of this attempted coup in the Sudan. Well, just coming quickly off the back of the successful coup in Guinea, and that season of coup again, is this deja vu that we're seeing in Africa? Are we going back to that place at the Senate?
No, we are not. We are not. And I wouldn't rate the Guinea coup a successful coup yet,
right?
Because if you look at the history of ECOWAS in the last, say, 30 years, there has not been any successful coup, in any of the sub-region, because each time that happens, the ECOWAS step in to negotiate, and those people were successfully negotiated out of power within the last, let me say, within the last 30 years, yes. So what's going to happen in Guinea? This guy will be allowed to stay maybe 6 months, 9 months, maybe 1 year. He's going to be out because he will not be there. Or he will be persuaded to pull off his uniform and go and contest election. Just the way they did in in Togo.
Well, if it succeeds in deposing the incumbent, then that's already a successful coup. If it's able to then successfully hold on to the administration of that country, it's a
Yeah,
different space. Yeah.
The reason I'm not using the word successful is using the word successful, is because of the fact that he succeeded the deposit demand. Yes, that's okay. He's successful at that, but will he be successful? At the presidential level, because ECOWAS is not going to, they're not going to allow him to be there. I can guarantee you that guy is going to be out of that place within the next 1 year. Either he's going to pull his uniform or he'll be forced to resign. It's as simple as that. Because it doesn't send a good message to, ECOWAS. And even the reason why the guy even have the guts to even do that is because right now Nigeria is in chaos. If Nigeria wasn't in chaos, Nigeria was, a stable country with a fledgling democracy, that guy will never think about it. So Nigeria is the reason why what's his name, Domboya, has the guts and the minds to do what he did in Guinea. And at the same time, I'm not supporting the what's his name, Alpha Conde. I'm not supporting him for trying to change the constitution to perpetuate himself in power. No, I'm not supporting him for that. That is very wrong. He shouldn't have done that. And in fact, as in regard to that, these guys, they get my support in removing him just for even attempting to change the constitution, because that's criminal. That is criminal. You are not thinking about the interest of the country. You are thinking about your own interests. You want to perpetuate yourself in power. So all the time that you've been in power, what have you done for the country and the people? So I don't support Alpha Conde for attempting to change the constitution, perpetuating himself in power, before he got removed and treated like a common criminal in his own country, be driven along the streets, like a common thief. So I do not.
Was that what happened? They paraded him.
Yes. The video is on the internet. They put him in a car driving along the streets. They drove him along the streets. Did you not see the video?
No, I've not seen it yet. I'm looking
people
for
are
it now.
jubilating, isn't it?
Yeah,
well, there you are. That's the people's response, then, isn't it?
Yeah. So I think he was humiliated, in that country. So I do not support such behavior, but at the same time, and back to what I was saying. The reason I'm saying that I will not say successful because of ECOWAS. ECOWAS will not allow this guy to continue uniform. He has to pull that uniform and contest election. Whichever way he's going to do it, that will be fine by ECOWAS. But he has to put that uniform or restore the power back to the civilian government, or conduct election. Let somebody else come in, or if you want to contest, that will be up to him. But I don't think it will be there within the next 1 year. I think it will be out.
All right. Let me take you from that space at the Senate to back to Nigeria and to the east. Rochas Okorocha and Buhari are eulogizing him as a good boy. What are you making of those?
Yes, you see, it's like let me put it this way. Eulogizing Okorocha is like Buhari eulogizing Tinubu before the election. How does that sound? How does it sound in our ear? Does it sound good, isn't it? You see,
well, it depends. Buhari has a bank of at least 10 million voters. This is the historical anecdote. So if he nods in your direction, he's nodding the weight of his political.
Yes, this is my problem. This is my problem. This is my problem. I always have with a lot of people when discussing Nigerian politics. People keep saying Buhari has 10 million votes, 15 million votes.
Right.
Did you look at the man character before you elected him? Before you go and form an alliance with him? I think I said it on this platform before. When Buhari first came to power, and I was a teenager then. And from that time, I was able to form I was not close to Buhari, but because of his action, his behavior, his action, his antecedent at that time, as a military, officer and as a former head of state, I was able to form my opinion around his character, even as a teenager. And I held that belief up to 2015, that when Buhari, was contesting election, I keep telling people that this guy is not a good person. This guy is going to be a disaster. This guy is going to destroy this country. Because of what I learned about him when I was a teenager. And I held on to that belief up to now. So if Tinubu, who is much more older than me, and as a politician who was being a governor, cannot understand somebody like Buhari and decide to go form an alliance with him.
Do you think Tinubu does not understand Buhari, or do you think Tinubu thinks he can manage and tame him, that he can?
No, Tinubu was greedy. Tinubu was greedy. That's his problem. That was his problem. He was greedy. He thinks that Buhari will come in and they will be able to remote control him. Forgetting that the Fulani, they are only good in one thing. There are two things. Fulani, let me say they are good in two things. Fulani good in rearing cow. That's their natural occupation. And the second one is they are very good in politics. Even the most illiterate among them, they are very good in politics. What did they do when they come to politics? The Fulani know that he cannot come on television to debate you. He's not very good at that. But he's very clever on how to use people. So what he does is he goes around shopping for people that are smart. He goes around there, give them money, and buy them off, and use them against themselves. Manipulating. This is what they've done with the Southwest, and they are going to do it again. And this will take me to Baba Ahmed, So this is what the Fulanis are good at. Two things: rearing of cattle and politics. They are not merchants. Have you seen any Fulani who is a merchant?
You see, that's the problem. These people, they consume, but they don't produce. This has always been the Fulani problem. They
Dangote is Fulani.
Yes, but what does it produce?
Is he not the richest man in the world? African man.
Ajali Koko.
Dangote is a Fulani.
Yes.
The other guy that is doing cement too, BU, or what did they call? That's a dual in there. So you are asking who is the merchant?
But look at the way they use the Nigerian military to monopolize the industry for themselves. This is the same political astuteness that they use all the time. They can never do this on their own. They go around, buy people, and use them to their own benefit. This is their hallmark. Go and do your research on them. This is what they do all the time.
I want to correct an impression. So that's no. You said they use Yoruba people. I want you to understand that Tinubu.
I said they use the Southwest.
But I want to correct that expression. They did not use Southwest. Let us see it this way.
Why do you say that? Why do you say that?
Tinubu was in opposition party against PDP. Every opposition party wants to win election, right? And the only thing they feel they could do then, because they knew that Buhari is popular because of his past record during the military.
I understand you. He was able to fight. Hold on. Before I lose my train of thought, let me continue. So now,
I'm just interjecting now.
Yes, I understand. So let me just reply to that, your interjection. It's like you telling me.
I'm not finished. You didn't even let me finish.
Okay, continue.
But if you don't want me to interject, you can continue. That's fine.
No. Go on. Land your point.
Make your point.
Yeah, land
before
your point.
Before you run out of the idea.
Okay. What I was saying is that Tinubu was in opposition party, and every opposition party aspired to win the election.
Yes.
So Buhari had a record as a person that fought corruption. That record was there. Jonathan was running the country and perpetrating corruption. So they used that anti-corruption campaign against Jonathan, using Buhari as the person that had fought corruption before. That resonated with people.
Where did Buhari
that
fight corruption?
resonated with people. Oh, hold on. That resonated with people. And that was why he won the election. Insecurity. Jonathan could not hold on now. That's a fact. Jonathan did not handle the insecurity well. Jonathan did not handle the corruption well. And those are the 2 points they used against Jonathan. And Jonathan was greedy. Instead of Jonathan to leave and let a Southerner, because in PDP, there was problem that it is time for Northerner. Jonathan didn't want to go. He still want to contest.
So
that's why there was a crack in PDP. Many PDP went to APC, not only in the Southwest, so even in the North. Many swung to PDP. And that was what destroyed Jonathan. That was why Jonathan lost the election.
So the point I'm making is not about the point I'm making is not about Jonathan. The point I'm making is about the Fulani people, how they use people and manipulate people for political gain. So what I'm saying to you,
what I'm telling you is that Jonathan gave them the opportunity to win the election. If Jonathan had performed well, if he had handled corruption that was going on there then well, if he has handled the security problem well, but Buhari wouldn't have won. But he didn't handle those two key issues well. And within the party, there was crack because they wanted Northerner to go for that presidential nomination. Jonathan used the power of incumbency to repel.
Yeah, I will repeat myself again. You probably didn't understand what I was saying. I said to you that my position is not, about Jonathan. My position is about how the Fulani manipulates situation to favor themselves.
Can I interject?
And they were able to manipulate the Southwest,
engineer,
and using propaganda as a tool, which Tinubu saw as an opportunity, being an opposition at that time. Even so, the Fulani saw the opportunity, collaborated among themselves, joined forces in form of alliance, and form a new political party called APC, and they were able to capitalize on the situation for the Fulani. So today, who are the people benefiting from the struggle against Jonathan? Is it Tinubu or the Fulanis?
Can I interject, please?
Go on, engineer.
Yeah.
One man said something earlier on, right? And Najale Koko said something. Something you need to understand here. Jonathan is not an ex-military man.
He's a civilian.
He's a civilian. And Buhari was an ex-military guy.
Yes.
What really happened with the situation of those Boko Haram when they start functioning, Jonathan couldn't handle them, right? And remember, they said Buhari has a record of discipline. And people thought Buhari of 1980-something is up to date. And that's why they called him in. But something you need to understand, with the help of Tinubu, that's why Buhari is there.
Yes.
You understand? Because without the help of Tinubu, Buhari cannot smell that.
I agree with your points.
So this is what happened.
So now, okay, let me continue. So now, with what you just said, which I totally agree with, is the fact that they saw the situation at hand as at that time. And the APC saw an advantage with Buhari, history of being a military man, like you just mentioned. And they wanted to use as a leverage, forgetting that the man has an agenda.
Exactly.
Buhari has an agenda. See, let me. You see, so you see all those times they say Buhari don't speak to nobody. If you look at Buhari very well, look at Buhari in the last 6 years. Then look at Buhari in the last 1 year. Look at his body language. His body language has changed. He's more vocal now. He's more open now, coming out speaking to the media, even though if he's not talking much.
Why do you think that is?
I see, because Buhari realized that the game plan is now in the open. And all the agenda,
sorry, do you not think it's health related?
Maybe
him not being vocal before and him being vocal now.
Yeah, for you making that point, I will look at it from two different angles. One, the first initial option, maybe you can say health. Then the second option, which is the most important one, is strategy. Strategy in the sense that they allow the so-called bandit and terrorists to murder people across the country, especially in the middle belts. And one of the reasons why they did that, if you look, let me go back to this Baba Ahmed for a minute, because I will touch on that as well. If you look at that statement that he made in Ahmadu Bello, talking to those students, if you look at his tone of voice, the man is angry. At the same time, he is scared. That is what I noticed from him. He's angry and he's scared. Why is that? It's because they know and they understand that power is about to leave the north to the south. And all the plans they have put in place, none of them has been achieved. So all the people they be killing is in vain. He said something. He said they are not afraid, and if they return the power in the north, heaven will not fall. Nothing will happen. Why is he saying that?
No, he's playing. He's playing to you. You have to understand, Deseno, that we are at the sharp edge of politics. So sorry,
yes,
is that not the...
yes, and I want to explain. And I want to explain the reason why he's saying that.
Are you the one feeding back at the senator?
No, let me see.
Oh no, I don't think it's you. Go on.
Yeah, no, not me. Yeah. No. The reason he's scared and he's scared and he's worried that power is about to leave the north is because this guy is an educated guy. He's smart. He's the smartest one among them. So whenever they want to do something, they always he's a spokesperson, so they push him forward. Let me tell you, the reason why this guy came out to speak the way he spoke 2 days ago. The Fulanis, before they come out to do anything, they always meet and they decide. This is what they have done. They know what they're going to do already. Come 2023, the 2023 election is done. Is done. The result is already in the bag already. They know what they're going to do.
I have a question for you.
Yes. What's the question?
Out of these three candidates from the south,
I believe.
I think it's engineer, but carry on.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Out of the three candidates from the south, Peter Obi, Rochas, and Wike. If today they said someone should come from the side as a president, who will you choose?
Out of the three?
Yes.
I'd rather go for Wike.
Okay.
I chose him because Wike might be an aggressive person. He might be, sometimes might be blowing cool and blowing hot. But I trust him. At a critical moment where you need leader, Wike will show up.
Okay.
And back to what I was saying about Baba Ahmed.
Right.
You see, Baba Ahmed is, you see these Fulani, the plan, they met, they've decided among the elders forum, they've decided whatever they want to decide. They only just ask him to come out and say it. The reason they did that, they want to fill the pulse of the Southerners. They want to feel the pulse of the Southerners.
You have to understand, the Senator, that it's a game of brinksmanship that is going on, because this is the sharp edge of politics that we're in now. The Southerners, they've taken a very assertive and a very aggressive position that, look, the power must transit back to the space. They did that in unison, and the North, of course, has to counter. And they counter measure for measure to say, look, there is nothing in the Constitution that speaks to this space, so you have to battle it out. So it's people they're just digging trenches. This is politics at the sharp edge.
This is what Ajali Koko was referring to under Jonathan. That Jonathan was supposed to do 4 years and leave. Then somebody else will take over. There will be no problem. But the North now, they are doing the same thing now. Buhari been there for 8 years. I mean, for 6 years now, going, in 2 years' time will be 8 years. Now the North are saying, oh, we still want to keep the power.
But how is what Buhari and the Northerners are doing? How is it different from what they purport that Jonathan did?
Exactly. So maybe Ajali Koko can address us on that. Maybe later.
The allegation leveled against, well, because we are 4 hours in now, so I'm going to probably be rounding off soon. The allegation leveled against Jonathan was that there was an agreement that he serves 1 term, but he was looking to serve 2 terms, which would then make him
under the Constitution.
But it's the same argument, isn't it, for the Buhari?
Yeah, but the thing is this: under the Constitution, is Jonathan entitled to 2 terms?
He is entitled to. Yeah, no, but if
they have a gentleman's agreement,
okay, if you are talking about Constitution, they say no. Then the Constitution does not speak to rotation of government, so that's a gentleman's agreement too.
That is what Baba Ahmed is saying.
Yes, but if Jonathan was going to breach that gentleman's agreement that he had with the North, or which they claimed he had with them, to serve 1 term and give them the power back, because of course, hold on, the Senate, because it was their slot and Yar'Adua died, so they felt it was their slot. So if they are saying that the agreement they had with him was to have 1 term and give it back, but he wanted to push it for 2 terms, then that is no different from them wanting to hold on to power now. Now they have hold of it. So it's the same game, isn't it?
Yeah. So even though they had an agreement at that time, was Nigerian citizen with the Nigerian citizen, were we part of the agreement? We were not part of the agreement.
No, don't be tribalistic about this thing. Look, your brother Jonathan is the cause of the problem we have today. If he has agreed to PDP, hold on. If he had agreed within PDP, as he agreed with them, it's a gentleman agreement that, okay, after serving this 4 years, I will let it go to the North.
Were you part of the agreement?
Hold on, man. Hold on. This is a family.
I'm asking you, were you part
PDP,
of the agreement?
Hold on. PDP is the family house.
Did they show you any evidence?
Man. Hold on, man. Let us call spade a spade.
No,
PDP
you are speculating. You are speculating. You are speculating. Okay. There is no evidence that there is an agreement of any kind.
I got you. But if your brother have agreed to the North within the PDP to take that slot, we would have been in this situation today.
I'm asking you, were you part of the agreement? Because I was not part of the agreement. I don't know nothing about agreement.
What concern us with the agreement?
So why?
What is our problem with the agreement?
So why should we believe that they had an agreement?
Why wouldn't you believe?
Were you part of the? Do you have any evidence to show for that?
Obasanjo was very mad about it. He talked about it.
Well, were you?
Obasanjo talked about it. Hold on, man.
Show you any evidence?
Obasanjo talked about it. What other evidence do you want? Do you know the position of Obasanjo in the party?
As far as I'm concerned, there was no evidence, and I cannot prove it. I cannot prove it. So I cannot argue on something I don't know nothing about.
So when Obasanjo speaks, so you don't believe him as the chairman of the as the chairman of the what do they call that committee they have in that party? Then it was because Jonathan violated that agreement. That was what Obasanjo bolted out and tear the card of the public.
Obasanjo did not show us any evidence that there was an agreement. He did not show us any evidence. In order for us to believe him.
Which evidence do you want from him? Which evidence when the leadership agreed at the toppest level of the party that this is what is going to happen? He stood with Jonathan.
That is on their party level. That is on party level. That is not you know, for the Nigerian people. For the Nigerian people, that is among them. And they have to show us evidence. And there was no evidence to show like this.
What are they when they choose Jonathan? When they choose Jonathan as the vice president, when they choose Jonathan as the when Obasanjo scheme and choose Jonathan as the vice president of Yar'Adua, were you there? Were you there?
Was he not nominated by the party?
When he schemed the game,
no, was he not nominated by the
Jonathan
party?
as the vice president of Yar'Adua, were you there?
Was he not nominated by the party?
We say was not nominated by the party.
Was he not nominated by the
defending this thing. That is what
so you want me to come here and sit here.
You don't want to concede that Jonathan did anything wrong. What? I mean, the power that he wanted to retain, he failed now. Jonathan failed now. Now the power at the end of the day went to the north. He didn't want it to go to the north. At the end of the day, where did the power go? Because of his greed.
That is why they should not do anything. That is why they should not do anything in secret. It's the reason why the country is going down the drain. Because of things like this. It's because of things like this. That's why the country is sinking.
Let me tell you.
Some people go into their bedroom and make agreements on your behalf, and you are here arguing for that.
When they picked Jonathan as the candidate of the party, were you there? Did you vote for Jonathan? Or did you ask your people to vote for Jonathan? Were you part of the team?
I wasn't part of it.
So what are you talking about?
I wasn't part of it. And even though
what are you defending?
Even though they pick him to both sides of this thing. Was the party? Did the party selected him as their candidate? Was he imposed on the people?
Engineer is sleeping.
Well,
was he imposed on the people? The answer is no.
Oh, okay, that's fine. He won the election, right?
So he won. Then he go for the second time.
Won now.
Nigeria said, okay, we gave you the first term, you have not performed, and we are going to use another person. And they did.
They are all our past president. Let's talk about present.
So you can't say because he did this or he did that.
Very soon, yes. when Jonathan go and join APC,
Tinubu was greedy. Is the reason why he was used by FEMI.
No,
very soon he will go and join APC.
No,
then we understand the game better.
Was used because of his greed. He was used because of his greed, because he thought that he will come in and remove Buhari. Forgetting Buhari is a former military general who is very clever. Somebody who was trained, in tactical warfare.
Let me log back again.
Okay.
You understand? So the reason why the Fulani they use it.
There is nothing clever about Buhari. Nothing clever about that.
So,
you didn't want to understand. You are talking.
Buhari might not be a clever man, but politically they are smarter. Look at the way they use everybody.
You didn't want to understand that Tinubu was in an opposition party
That is what you
And
said.
the aspiration of opposition parties to win election. You keep saying that, oh, they use Tinubu, they use Tinubu.
Of
Why
course, he was
is he
used.
in opposition?
Look at his position today.
They
Look
want
at
to
his
win the
position today.
election.
He was used.
And your brother did not play the game well. Your brother was, failed on insecurity. Failed on security. He failed
Tinubu is the
on
reason why Nigeria is the way it is today. Take it or leave it. Take it or leave it. Tinubu is the reason why Nigeria is the way it is today because he supported the wrong candidates. It's like somebody driving a car without a side mirror.
No.
Dasino, try to understand something. This is what happened. When Jonathan was there, he didn't do nothing about the security in that country. That's when those people they zoom off with those 200
why
and
can't,
something.
no, why can't Tinubu be his own man?
The reason why
and contest for the future by himself.
The reason why they look
you
for
brought an illiterate.
Jonathan is incompetent to
yeah,
do
you
that
brought
kind of
you
job.
so you brought an illiterate to become a leader before you.
The reason why they put Buhari there, listen now.
This Jonathan you are defending. What did he do for Niger Delta?
It's not about what he did do. It's about Nigeria, not about me.
That is why he failed. Because he could not perform. That's why he failed.
It's about Nigeria.
Jonathan messed up big time, my brother. Jonathan messed up.
The debate is not about Jonathan. The debate is about Buhari and Tinubu who mess up Nigeria.
No.
Can I come here, one man?
He came from Jonathan. Jonathan failed. That is why Buhari won the election.
Starts from the genesis of that messed up. Is
Jonathan. All right.
Sorry. They wanted to change. All right. They brought in a Buhari. Is it the change that we are happy now?
All right. Let's hear from Sam. Let's hear from Sam.
1 minute.
Yeah, go on, Sam.
1 minute.
Yeah, go on.
See, what a lawyer would tell you, even when you have an agreement, you have to write it down. That's what the first election in Nigeria was supposed to be Atiku. Atiku did not write it down. They brought Obasanjo to rule for 1 term. Obasanjo went for 2 terms.
Yes.
So as long as you don't write things down, this is education for all of us.
Sam, hold on, Sam. Sam, yeah, hold on. Before you finish, because you've opened up a space there. What is a gentleman's agreement to you? What is a gentleman's agreement?
Yeah. But let me move it up. Because the problem we're having now is that Tinubu had the Tumas agreement with Buhari. They were written down. That is why the North are trying to calculate on it.
Sam, hold on. Hold on. You've made the point, Sam. You see, there are certain agreements that you cannot write down because it implicates both parties. But there are certain agreements that you agree on trust and mutual interest.
Not in politics.
Have you ever seen a written down agreement in politics? They meet and they agree to their mutual interest.
And that is why that is why they can turn against you at any point.
That is why treachery is often in politics. That is where betrayal is often in politics. Because a lot of political agreements are the sort of agreements that you are not able to write down, but you agree on trust and mutual interest. They don't write political agreements down, except, of course,
anybody who go into politics and rely on the Thomas agreement, that person must be a fool.
No, that is how politics. Hold on. That is how politics.
Politics should be about principle, not about the Thomas agreement. It's about principle.
You don't know politics.
It's about principle.
Yeah. One man, you are explaining to the Sano, he doesn't want to show understanding.
And that is unfortunate. He understands, but he doesn't agree with his storyline. That is why he's not accepting it. Yeah.
But most of the time, every agreement in politics is always gentleman agreement. It's never written down.
You cannot go into politics. Charlie Koko, listen. You cannot go into politics with that mindset. don't go into politics with that mindset. Say, gentlemen,
have you practiced politics before? Have you practiced politics before?
Ask Dosano what is the mindset.
No. Politics is about principle.
So you don't know.
You are out.
I have practiced it before.
The mindset is to be deceiving people
gentleman
now.
agreement now. It's nothing written down.
Not the African way.
No, even in America, in Europe, in Asia, in India, all over the world and everywhere, politics.
What they do, they come to a compromise. They come to a compromise.
Hold on. They meet in the dead of night. They agree what they are going to do. This is what happens in Nigeria. This is what happens internationally. They meet. They agree what they are going to do. And what usually binds those agreements is that everybody's interest is satiated. You can have this, I will have that. This is how we'll get it. This is who we'll remove. But they don't write it down. I've never known political agreements to be written down that you'll be president after me. On which? Come on, man.
Because you cannot present it at the law court. You can't present the agreement at the law court.
It's a political what you just described now is what I would call political settlement.
When Clinton and Obama,
because
when Clinton and Obama was running, Clinton was supposed to be the one who was nominated. But when Obama was leading, what he promised Obama then was that if I win, I will make sure I can pay for you to be the next president. And that is why everything Obama
and they honor the agreement
was to stumble Biden not to run. And he did that. And that's why Clinton was able to run. And when Clinton run, that's why Biden was able to run. Biden would have been able to run because he's just on the line. But you have to understand,
yes,
that is the way it works.
Sam, you mentioned Obama, you mentioned Clinton, you mentioned that one. How many people on
Nigeria doesn't work like that?
Once you get to the matter is,
so people miscalculated and it backfire. Knowing fully well that you are dealing with people who are master of deception.
You win.
All right.
You see one thing in politics is this. Nobody wants to sign the kind of agreement. You want to you want to lead the power, and you want to sign. Or anything you cannot execute, that you cannot take to the court, any politician that will sign that will be so stupid. So it is always gentleman agreement.
It's all about principle. It's all about principle.
So if you put it in your manifesto, if you put it in your
someone can
take you to court and rubbish whatever they sign. So they will never be so stupid to do that because they have lawyers.
There's no way Tinubu will spend 36 billion knowing that we will never even get taste of power. I'm from Chicago. We don't do that here.
All right.
All right. Are you saying Tinubu is from
Chicago? Sorry, engineer. Sorry, Sam.
Yeah. So let's move on to the next topic.
The two words you should never use together, the Seno, is principles and politics. Those two words, they never function quite at the same time.
I say in the normal sense, principle should be applied.
In politics.
In the normal sense. That's what should happen.
The Sano doesn't know how political game is played. That's why he's talking like this. You don't know how it is practically. You don't know how it is practically played. That's why he's talking like this.
The Sano, they were like
is a jungle. You cannot apply the
so that's why
politics in Nigeria. Nigeria is not practicing.
You don't want to agree with one man. You don't want to agree with Ola. You don't want to agree with me. Who do you want to agree with?
Not about me.
We are all telling you the same thing. You are saying something contrary.
Engineer,
if you want,
Ola, will you spend 36 billion for somebody to get elected without looking at your back?
Exactly.
Why will I invest? Why will I invest?
That's what Tinubu did.
That's what Tinubu did. I'm so I contributed $1,000 to Tinubu.
That's exactly what the man did.
Carry us along.
Why would you go? Why would you go make an alliance with somebody like Buhari? No, if
There's
you
electricity in America.
No, it's expediency though. The Senate
no,
is expediency.
The fact of the matter is Tinubu miscalculated. He underestimated this man.
Yes, that's you can say. I don't.
Yeah,
think
you can use that word now.
No, he underestimated the man. Yeah. I don't think anybody disagrees with that, but
one man, you know the funny thing? APC have a platform, and Tinubu have a say in the platform.
All the people that help them, all of them, they push everybody aside.
Well, that's politics, though, isn't it? Really, yeah, that's politics, you know. But yeah, let me take it to another space. Just round of thoughts on this. Why Buhari government will not expose sponsors of terrorism? Femi Adesina speaking. So what is he talking about?
Yeah, you see, why would Buhari government not expose the terrorists? Why would you expose yourself? Why would you go outside and tell people that I'm naked? Nobody would do that if you know what you're doing. So obviously, the regime. Let me tell you one of the reasons why they are doing what they are doing. First of all, the reason why they are killing people in Nigeria is because of politics of 2023 and beyond. They want to reduce because what's his name? Baba Ahmed. He said something yesterday. He said we have the numbers. What gave him that confidence? Have you ever seen where a desert is more populated than a rainforest? It's only in Nigeria that you have that. And he's boasting to you that they have the numbers. What gave him that confidence?
Of course, obviously, they have the numbers now, and that's No,
they have the numbers. Numbers in where? They said
are you seriously asking numbers?
I use? He said they have the number. They have a monolithic knot.
Can I say something to you that you're mistaken?
He's talking about the middle belts. He's talking about
keep middle belt
Christian
aside,
minority in the north.
Keep middle belt aside. There is something you need to understand. Okay. This man has a reason why he said they have the numbers, because at the end of the day, these people speak in one voice. You understand? They speak in one voice.
Yeah,
nobody
betray them. To that.
So it's us, people like us now, who they disagree now. Make they honest to ourselves.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. So he is saying that with confidence because one, they are in charge of in charge of INEC. They're in charge of executive. They're in charge of the military. In case you and I want to protest, they have the military to dispatch us or disperse us from the streets. They have the money because they're in charge of CBN. So why would they not tell you they have the numbers? That's exactly what he meant.
Do you know what I think he meant at the Senate? You know, traditionally, the census in Nigeria has always been rigged to show a large mass in the north, and like you said, like rightly said, some arid north, you drive for miles in the north before you come across another person, and you wonder where that population is. But according to the popularly perceived data of the Nigerian space, there's this large mass of people in the north. So that data that they already put in the public space, that they have that mass, that is what his reference is. So they can just write these numbers, and even if they want to make the effort, they will just bust their people in from the republic. So that is the mass that he said. But of course, I'm not even sure that they have.
In addition to that,
let me just add to what you just said. Right now, they are in charge of the data in Nigeria. They are in charge of continuous INEC registration, and also they are bringing Fulani from Niger, from Mali, registering them, giving them Nigerian citizenship. As me and you are talking, that's what's going on in that country. So why would it not be confident enough and be boasting to us that they have the numbers? when they are in charge of everything.
Excuse me.
The
Let me say
central
something.
bank, military.
All right. Let's hear from
What's going to happen?
Hold on, Sam. Hold on, Sam.
on.
Hold on, Sam. Let's hear from Rational Mind, who has not said anything yet. So,
Even
Rational
this,
Mind, yeah.
what's his name? This Ahmed that spoke, the Ahmed Baba, whatever that spoke, that brought about this
Baba Ahmed.
Yeah, Baba Ahmed, yeah. I was told that he's not a Nigerian.
Yes, they say it's from Mauritania. That's what they're saying.
So you can imagine, and now he already has a Nigerian citizenship. I mean,
because that's what they do. They are recruiting them now, giving the Nigerian citizenship. All
so
over
you
the
can
country.
imagine. So I mean, if you people have the population like they claim, why are they bringing in more of their people from other countries? And he himself, even the president, said it when he was interviewed by Arise, that those Fulanis that were causing mayhem in Nigeria, they are not Nigerians. They are from Mali, from Mauritania, and I mean, you people know this. Okay, how did they get into the country? That's the question. Since you closed the border at the south, I mean, how did they get in? No doubt they came in through their northern borders.
No, so, they can boast all that they have a population, but they cannot use that population to generate tax for themselves.
That is it, So imagine those people are just.
Man, you said something last, I don't know, a couple of months ago. What you said made a lot of sense. You repeated it here. You said Jonathan was weak because we see in the 2015 election that you see kids voting, you see all those young people voting. If it were you, it were me, I would not declare the election won because everybody sees them. But because of the weakness of Jonathan, he had to give it up. If it is Jonathan having a military military there, you will not accept the election. You said it with your mouth, and I feel the same way because the funny thing about Nigeria is that they open, like I have a house in Nigeria. The two of them and the guy, they're all from Niger. And their brothers come, the border in the north is porous, it's open. Even they go there, they go to their farm, they have to farm for it, they come back, they just me.
They are the one even importing these people into Nigeria.
Let me bring another new perspective to this. I remember when I used to travel through Nigerian borders to different parts of West Africa. Now let me say this to you: if you are from the south and you don't speak Hausa, at the border they will give you. They will just put you aside. They will make you go through the process of vetting you and all of that. But I tell you, if you just speak Hausa like this, Hausa at the border in Ilela in Sokoto, just speak Hausa like this, they'll just let you go. You can imagine, So when I saw those things, I was like, what is wrong with these people? I mean, other people from the south or people that doesn't speak Hausa, they consider them as
we are not the same with these people. We are different organizations.
No, I'm saying from experience. I traveled through the borders a lot during those years.
We are not supposed to be the same country.
For sure that this is what happens.
It is a real travesty. But thank you, Desano. Let me go on to Ola just for reasons of time as we now start to wind down. So Ola, good to have you. Let me take you to that space that Desano was speaking to. Ola, why Buhari government will not expose sponsors of terrorism. Femi Adesina speaking. What are your thoughts?
Yeah. Well, like I keep saying, it's impossible not to find a Judas out of 12 disciples. So maybe Femi Adesina is the Judas from the south that is doing this thing for now. But like someone rightly said, if United Arab Emirates could just convince some sponsor of terrorists, and I bet those guys will even be at the lower cadre of these activities, because they've been able to prove that they have no involvement and they don't tolerate nonsense. But when you come back to Nigeria, and it is difficult, even if you cannot even directly pin it down on the commander-in-chief of armed forces, But it is so difficult by the time you see the body language. You know, the body language, languages have never said anything against these people. Even when there was some kind of foreign advice to designate the fourth or maybe the third largest terror organization to correctly designate them so that the international community, including the Nigerian government, can take effective steps and deal with them. Palace, this guy is protecting them. So don't be surprised that those people we are talking about, they may have some influence on the president. And and don't be surprised, like the like of Femi Adesina, we know about all these things, but it's only that sometimes because of the ambitions, because of what they are eating now, it's normal dining table etiquette that when you are eating, you don't talk. So if you don't want any trouble. So I believe that is exactly what Femi Adesina is doing, because where someone trying to trade is integrity, you trace self-esteem for the pot of porridge. So I think that's what Femi Adesina is doing. So you don't expect them to do. Even look at what happened in Katsina State now. That even happened to be the home of the president himself. I think about 16 traditional rulers, if I remember very well, head of villages. They ran away. And the guy there, for example, Aminu Masari, was the former speaker of the house. See, even despite the measures they've taken, you see, we've not seen any evidence that even the Nigerian troop, there's no evidence that they have an upper hand. So if you don't take, and this guy, they are not ready to take this people away, because there's possibility. I'm not saying that's what it is. There's possibility that if you want to take these sponsors down, it might affect the president himself. So don't be surprised. Even the one we can see, like the terrorist head man, this man is not doing anything. So the one you and I don't really know, maybe they are even part of these political sponsors, for him to do that, he may actually be inviting trouble. So maybe they are even afraid for their life. So I can't really say so much more than that.
They are the ones sponsoring the, because they want to reduce the demography of the entire country.
No. Hold on, Sam. That's not an argument. They said no.
But that's what's going on.
No, they're not.
It might be an argument, but that's exactly what's going on.
No, that's not what is going on. They are not looking to, through insurgency, reduce the demography. I mean,
they are trying to plan their people.
Do you know the size of Nigeria's population? How many people would they have to kill before the impact on the demography?
Let me just make this point. Right. Let me just make this point. You see, you have people in IDP camp.
Yes.
You have people in IDP camp who have been removed, who have been chased away from their towns, and those towns now are being occupied by other people.
Yes.
Majorly Fulani.
Yeah, but that's land grabbing, though. That's
not
reducing demography.
The name of the towns.
That's land grabbing. That's not reducing demography.
Yeah, but if you remove somebody from his house and replace it with somebody else, when election comes, what's going to happen? Can you win?
So I think you are talking of the reconfiguration of the demography. That's what you want to say.
But not reducing the demography.
Can I come in here, one man?
They're actually importing foreign people. You understand? Like it's just like when they conquer the Hausa land, for example. What they did was not actually to kill Hausa, but to enthrone themselves over them and lord over them. I think that one
but that's more the case than
this time they are killing.
Look, you have to understand, these killings is not just the killings for killing itself. It's killings to chase people off the land. It's killing to intimidate them to submission, but not killing to depopulate them. They want to seize the land and dominate you. That is the real agenda.
If you have 10 people in one place and you kill one person, you have reduced your number.
No, come on, man. All right. Okay. Well,
do you know the funny thing is that before, who are ruling Nigeria is Abakari. Now, who ruling Nigeria now is Malami. That's the one calling the shot. When he had one interview he had, when he talked about Roga, Buhari said, do you want me to go against my Attorney General? He's the one calling the shot. Just like you said, Buhari, 80 years old, he cannot, so he has to entrust somebody who's going to call the shots for him. He's everything. And that is why even anywhere he goes, Malami had to be there with him to guide him.
And even Malami is not that enlightened anyway.
But that's what ruling the country.
No,
he's not enlightened, but he's not ruling the country.
All right.
Whether it's enlightening someone, misapplication of enlightenment is another. Enlightenment is another thing. So you can know something and misapply it. You know, so it's not as if the guy is
no. It's not totally ignorant, but it's not sufficiently equipped.
Exactly. I think one might give you the right language there.
It's not totally ignorant, but it's not sufficiently equipped. That's the point. Yeah. But Ola, let me take you to yes. The Nigeria's next president should not be tribalistic like Buhari. Baba Ahmed, Hakim Baba Ahmed speaking. The person that Rational Mind was even querying if he's a Nigerian, never mind having an opinion. But what are you making of those comments that the next president should not be tribalistic, haven't just endured a highly tribalized administration for the last 6 years at least?
Which Baba Ahmed are we talking about? Dr. Baba Ahmed, right?
Yes, Dr. Baba Ahmed, yes.
The chief of staff to Bukola Saraki.
No,
hold on.
No.
Not an idea.
Hold on. No, here he is.
Worried.
This is the guy.
When we say north, they say.
So that Baba Ahmed.
Yeah, I think it wants. Maybe I'm missing them up. Is there anybody? Is there any?
No. Do you know this? Sorry, do you know this one? This is the guy we're talking about. This one.
Yeah, that's not a problem, and we're not guilty of anything.
So to what he said, to his comment.
Is that not Doctor Ahmed Baba? He was former chief of staff to Bukola Saraki.
Okay, but to his comment though, that's the main thing.
Yeah, Italy. You see this guy. This guy is a politician. Now the thing is this: can I think he loves Buhari? No. I think one thing that is common with all these politicians here is this: it's all about permanent interest, not about friendship with this thing. Because this guy was the former chief of staff to Bukola Saraki. We can still understand how they hijacked the National Assembly permutation. You know, that is where they managed to rubbish Tinubu. Because the thing is this guy and Bukola Saraki, they were on one side. Tinubu and other guys that had gentleman agreement with Buhari, they were on the other side. So they managed to hijack that National Assembly at least for the period of that 4 years. And everything that Buhari presented, that he saw that, okay, this thing was not going to be what is going to favor them, although some of them saved the country from earlier catastrophic effects, like what we are having now, because most policy that even these people would have even loved to implement, initially, they trash everything out. So now this guy, is a politician. He does not necessarily like Buhari. That's exactly where I'm going to. So whatever he's saying against Buhari, I will still side Ayale Gogo on that side, that sometimes you don't deal with the character, but you deal with the message. You know, you deal with the message. Some guys can be selfish. They may be working for themselves, but out of that self mission, there could be something that will still benefit the entire nation. That's the way I see. What the guy is saying about Buhari, was it correct? Yes.
No, it's not so much what he's saying about Buhari, but what he's saying about the incoming president. So he's saying that the person that should replace Buhari is somebody that should not be the next president should not be tribalistic like Buhari. So he acknowledges, and of course he cannot deny that Buhari is tribalistic, and Buhari has not even made any attempt to deny that he is tribalistic. So what he's saying sorry, hold on. What he's saying in essence is that Buhari is tribalistic, and we will endure 8 years of this tribally biased administration that favors his own people. But then the incoming president, he is looking forward to, because there's a lot of push from the south. So that southern president, if that is the case, should be tribalized. So if you have 8 years of a tribalized administration with Buhari, and then the incoming government is detribalized, then we've lost completely 8 years and only gained half in the oncoming 8 years, and they get 8 years of complete, almost absolute favor for them and just equal measure for the incoming. So it's a sort of double talk there. When you've had a tribalized administration for your own section of governance, and you're asking then that the South should not be tribalized in the way that you were.
Yeah, that's right. You see, this man, we use every means, every weakness of Buhari to reposition his own political associates to make sure they cling on to power. You know, this guy and Galadima, they've never hidden their dislike for Buhari, because both of them, they work for Buhari. Now, you know, this guy, this is not the first time he'll be saying all these things. You know, even in fact, he has been consistent. Like, there was a time he said that not we be the one to pay the biggest price for Buhari's failure. When you look at that, you will say, okay, was this guy actually going to thinking towards the north, or is he playing his politics? If you ask me today that what's the politics that this guy is playing, if you say Bukola Saraki should become the president of the country today, you will see the other side of this man. He will be so happy. So whatever he is doing, he's not necessarily doing that for the benefit of the nation. Yeah, with this man, like to see Buhari out of that power today. Honestly, if you give him this guy the power, he will chase Buhari out. But is he chasing Buhari out because of he doesn't want? No, not because he doesn't want this tribalized. He just wants his own associate, those people that he knows that where he can have better political influence. That is where he's going to. So, to me, people like this, they are instruments. You know, they are instruments. But with this guy, necessarily support the like of Tinubu, for example, no. Because even though Tinubu will tell you that it's detribalized, that it's not this thing, he may want to prove all those things. Now, but with this guy give his political this thing, he will. So this one, like all our politics, so what he's saying, I follow what he's saying. I agree with his statement, but I know that I believe that his intention is because that they believe that Buhari is shortchanging them, one, and he doesn't want anybody that will not be his own associates there in 2023. So it may be this guy, whether it is Igbo, as long as the person satisfies his own political thing, this guy will support. Whether it's a Hausa Fulani or whatever, whether it's a boss, Bukola Saraki, this guy will definitely go for that person. But as far as Buhari is concerned, this guy has been played out of power. Good. But despite that, because of course they are being paid in their own coin, because already they make sure that they rig everything against Buhari in his medicine. So yeah, it's like this guy, to me, based on my opinion, Buhari and this guy, they are just two parallel lines that can come. Even though both of them are Fulani, but they have their own different political orientations. So that's the way I see this. So to me,
can I come in here?
No, sorry, Sam, I'm really trying to stem through to round off, but you can come in, but briefly. Yeah, go on, Sam.
Yeah, briefly. What Ola said is true. What I understand, because you narrated what he said. What he said, as I understand, I read both of the topic he said. What he said is that as long as Buhari is out of the power, they have the right to produce the next president. It is not fair to the South He has a right. So we can't be in a country whereby we let you produce in the 8 years of the North. Then we'll come back another 8 years of the North. That's what, for all I read on his statement, I listened to both of them. That's what I read. He wants to put another president from the North, which is not fair.
Oh, all right, thank you, sir.
Yeah, let me just interject for 1 second there. You see, Baba Ahmed is afraid because of the did not have not achieved anything under Buhari government. So now power is about to leave the North. So he's afraid that, you know, the South, once they come in, they will undo everything that Buhari has done. They might even change the constitution, even conduct a South referendum into the constitution, and the North will be perpetual poverty. Those are the things that he is afraid of.
All right, thank you. Let me just hold on. Just hold on, Ola, please. Let me just add some data to that Malami space that we were just discussing earlier on. This is just a brief, just a couple of paragraphs on Abubakar Malami, just to put some data to his name. Abubakar Malami, a Fulani Muslim, was born on the 17th of April 1967 in Benin, Kebbi, the capital of Kebbi State, northern Nigeria. His early formal education began at Nasarawa Primary School, Benin, Kebbi, before he completed his secondary school education at College of Arts and Arabic Studies. He graduated from Usman Danfodio. He graduated from Usman Danfodio University, where he studied law and was called to bar in 1992. He's an alumnus of University of Maiduguri, where he obtained his master's degree in public administration in 1994. After graduating, he became a legal practitioner, serving various capacities, including being counsel and magistrate in Kebbi State, Nigeria. So this is now what makes him. So you can see that he's not sufficiently robust enough for that position. So that is not to say he's not a qualified lawyer, because they're saying he is. But then he went to Usman Danfodio University in Sokoto, which is not the first go-to university in Nigeria. I don't know where that falls in the scale. I don't even know if anybody would really consider that to be a proper university. But Usman Danfodio University in Sokoto, this is what makes him Nigeria's Attorney General. So he doesn't have the grounding, he doesn't have the knowledge, but this is really what makes him the Nigerian Attorney General.
Does he have any foreign
let me just add to
that.
Let me just land the narrative, and then you can add on to it. So that is his CV, and you can see the entire legal something is Usman Danfodio University in Sokoto. But this next paragraph is what makes him the Attorney General of Nigeria. So his early political career, Malami was the national legal advisor of the defunct Congress for Progressive Change. He was actively involved in the formation of the All Progressive Congress APC in 2013 as the resource person to the manifesto drafting subcommittee, etc., etc. So the CPC, of course, I don't need to tell anybody what the Congress for Progressive Change is. So he was the National Council for Buhari's private-owned party, which is the CPC, and being their national, being their legal advisor in CPC, he then acted as their legal voice in the formation of the APC. So he argued their own angle in the formation of the APC. And that is the entirety of what makes this guy the Attorney General of the Federation. No real legal training apart from some Uthman Danfodio. So just a nonsense. It's a nonsense.
Can I say something?
So the only connection is being a legal advisor to CPC.
That's what got it. That is the goal. That's what makes you the Attorney General. Uthman Danfodio University.
One man. Don't let us even dig deeper. You understand? Because one thing I've tried to do so far is this. Someone in terms of ethic may not be doing the right thing, but when we want to face the law and the prerequisite, it's another thing. Now, if you follow the event very well, the like of Femi Falana and co, they've actually advocated for the separation between the Minister of Justice of the Federation and the Attorney General of the Federation. So, because the position Malami is occupying is political office. It's not a professional like you are saying this. So that's why the legal people, they've been saying that we should separate the Minister of Justice from the Attorney General of the Federation. So where that guy is political office. It's not the Chief Justice of the country.
Yeah, but you were arguing that it qualifies, and it doesn't really qualify for that
because
post.
based on politics and the minimum qualification, the man is qualified. It's another. See, competence is another thing. It's just like in the Constitution of Nigeria now, they say even someone with O level, WAEC can vie, maybe a governor of a state, for example. You understand? It is qualified by the provision of the Constitution, but whether he's competent is another thing entirely. So this guy is a lawyer, no doubt about it. So whether he got it from this thing, as long as the university is regionally accredited. For example, now if you take HND from Nigeria now to United States of America, it's bachelor degree, just because the government recognizes it and the government to accredit all those things. So it's not the issue, the competence. We are talking of whether the man is competent or not. Now that's another thing entirely. Because the guy is a politician, he has brought politics into that office. That's exactly where the likes of Femi Falana, they'll be asking that they don't want that position of that Attorney General of the Federation to be messed up, that it should be separated from the Ministry of Justice. So when we look at that, so there's nothing, that's why we are saying we should amend or discard this constitution and find a new constitution. So it is still the part of the process where we find ourselves. So whether it's qualified to hold that office is, I think whether it's competent.
Because of the qualification, I think he's qualified. We are only talking about his competence.
Exactly. No, yeah, but
that's what we are talking. That's
because you were arguing that he has the competence and he doesn't have the competence.
No, he doesn't have the competence.
No.
I didn't say
No. You did say that's why I went to dig that
out. Yeah. For somebody to be Attorney General, you have to be rounded off. You have to be one of the best in the country. For you to be Attorney General of a country, if you're not rounded up, you cannot.
You see,
what we have in Nigeria is tribalism and all those.
Yeah, this is
what is holding us back. That is what is holding us back.
See the governor of the country now. See the way the guy is bringing us with ridicule. For
this current administration has brought Nigeria 40 years backward.
Exactly.
If not even more.
So, that's why we need
and by the way,
30 to 40 years to recover for the last 6 years.
If ever, it will take a real magic moment for us for
Nigeria to recover from the disaster that we are going through now.
And by the way, that Malami example that we just discussed is just take Malami and apply it to every person that has been appointed by Buhari.
You have a Sharia chief judge
exactly the same thing. Exactly the same thing. Go to the Port Authority, exactly the same thing.
NNPC,
go to Customs, exactly the same thing. Go to NNPC, exactly the same thing. It's the same template, just some low quality sort of individual that is barely qualified for. So the lowest this is what brought us to where we are anyway. That example,
let me tell you a little story of somebody said yes. I don't know if it's true or not.
Look at him and look at Tinubu. Everybody Tinubu brought on his team are the excellent.
But Obasanjo did the same thing too. Obasanjo appointed mainly on merit.
Because they have the country at heart.
Yes.
Because they want to improve the country. Obasanjo just tried to pay Nigeria debts. when he was president.
Obasanjo was the only person that appointed based on merit. Others, they messed everything
He paid all the debts.
Everything.
But look at what we have
they
now.
didn't mess up everything. A lot of them messed up a lot of stuff, but a lot of them, in some strategic positions, they tried to go with merit.
How do you know? How do you know a good person? You know a good person when a good person comes to your house. They leave your house better than they met it. That's how you know a good people.
You see, when Buhari was contesting, Nigerians were shielded. They tried to shield him from appearing on the national TV for him to be questioned
because they knew what they were doing.
You see, that's how we miss everything, because like that time I'm one of the principals.
Twice he did that twice. He ran away from national debate.
The second time we even believe that he rigged himself.
In fact, I form my opinion on Buhari as a teenager back in 19.
Hold on, let's Ola So sorry, carry on, Ola.
So because like I was saying that time is this. When I tell people that the wrong signal you are sending is this: when you see a known criminal and you are making that person the number one president of your country, not only that this man who is a criminal the bigotry is there, the incompetence is there, everything that you can point that you can say these are indicators to failure. This thing were glowing from this man constantly, but we still believe that he should be the one to lead us. Even as at now, some people that even still want to be politically correct, they still tell you that Nigeria has spoiled more than this. You want him to correct. See, not until we accept that we have serious problem, especially our ego, especially whereby we cannot separate issue from characters, then it's a big deal. Someone may be corrupt and can still give you the best, because I don't expect any angel among human beings. So all this incorruptible mentality, this is what landed us here. Because especially those people that talk that way, there are some people we call narcissists. You understand? These people, if they present themselves, you see them as the best in creativity, everything. They have nothing. They just float on what others are doing. But unfortunately for this guy, he hasn't been able to even arrange the best of his team. You can be weak and you still get a very strong team to cover you up. But this guy is all about this thing. And we saw this thing, all these signals were there, but unfortunately, our leaders that were over ambitious, they decided to bring him in. So it's what they invited, because like I keep telling Nigerians, I said, everybody will eat breakfast, right? By the time this guy goes and we have someone that have the school-headed that knows how to do the right thing, by the time you start paying taxes, because people are saying he's doing infrastructure now, right? By the time you start paying all those things back for what you are not getting that value, I think in maybe like 50 years time, we start thinking the right way. That's just the way I see it.
Oh, all right. Thank you, Ola. Let me go on to Sam and take his opinions on just let me take you, Sam, to the FEMI additional space. Him saying that they are not going to release the names of the Boko Haram sponsors because they are not naming and shaming sort of government. So, what are you making of that statement by the presidential spokesman?
Well, there's nothing I can say about it. So he just said he already told you what he's going to do, because they are part of the government. When you hang a snake, you have to cut the head and bury the head simply for you bury the tail. If you don't do that, the snake going to bite off. But what they're doing now, they know the people, but the people is in the government. As long as they're in the government, how can you bring them out? So that we are here. If America, the first thing, even when there's a crime here, what they do in America is that they make sure they notify the people who died. They will notify their family before you notify. Then the next thing, if whereby you are running, your name will be on the TV. They will make sure, the first thing will tell you, they are looking for this person. Be careful. Anywhere you see him, don't call the police. Don't hold him down. Don't attack him. don't know, because he has a gun, he can kill. So that is, you understand me? So what they are doing, they're trying to hide them. But every day, they're parading people in Nigeria, in Lagos. There are people, even when you go to, if they catch you on the street, you unfortunately they catch you on the street of Lagos. You know, the verse they will parade you without even going to court. So that is, they know what they are doing. They are not dumb. And it is Malami. He knows them. Those are people. They are his people. So he will try everything possible to make sure they are covered.
All right. Thank you. And Sam, that space of Nigeria's next president should not be tribalistic like Buhari. That conversation we were having with Ola just now. What are you making of this character, this Aboki guy that calls himself whatever, some ding dong guy? What's the Baba Ahmed? He calls himself from Mauritania. People are saying some, Fulani person.
You know why I came to the program? You said one thing. You said, even if you are praying tomorrow, you will make sure you favor the Yoruba. I know you are lying. You cannot, as a human being, go to Nigeria and see the Northerners suffering and be happy to help only Yoruba. And you don't want to help other, you want to help the North. Because you are human. That's what makes you human. You cannot do that. So I'll be in the program with you.
Will you not feel cheated if a Southern president did not favor the South in this manner? Would you not feel cheated?
No, because what you are saying here is that makes you human. That makes you who we are as a human being. Because you cannot do that. I cannot do that. And that's what you are trying to do. And the first thing you do as a human being, I don't even mind. I'll take the money from the South. I'll make sure the North is educated. Help them. That's any human being. If you're a human being, that's what you have to do as a human being. We're all humans. That humanness will come to you first before you think of it. It doesn't. You can't, because even when you develop the Southwest, all of them run to the Southwest. But if they run to the Southwest, you know what they will be? They'll be a house boy, house girl, and they'll commit crime. So why don't you educate them? And that's, see, for one thing, I was thinking before, why do we need the VAT? The VAT, you can share the VAT, but you know one thing? If they tell Lagos State, River State, okay, I'm giving you a VAT, but the VAT for you to train the kids in the North, they will come to that. But when they collect the VAT, they'll go and take it to London, parking there. So we cannot. So for me, I support the VAT can be taken for the state. If you want to go to school, you are from Northern state. Come to the South. Come to Lagos. It's free education, you go to school. But we can't just let you take our money and go to the North and spend the way you like. That's why I said one thing, even you, sometimes when you go to Nigeria, I go to Nigeria with my cousin. I was at the airport. He changed money. He changed about $1,000. He was at the airport. He spent the whole 1,000 at the airport. He was born in America. This is the first time he was going to Nigeria. He was like,
how do you spend $1,000 at the airport? What sort of you didn't slap him? What sort of behavior is that?
He was giving people 1,000, 2,000, 3,000.
And you didn't discipline. You didn't caution him.
I didn't even pay attention to him. This guy that had been here almost like he went to school here. He went to high school here. For the first time, he went to Nigeria. He say he doesn't realize that poverty is that much in Nigeria.
Yeah, you know, Sam, just in that space that you're talking to, I was saying you should have cautioned that guy, but I can see what happened to that guy. You see, when you travel, what usually happens is as soon as you convert your your native money from wherever you're coming from to the currency of that country that you're visiting, in some instances, you don't actually see it as real money anymore. You know, you don't see it as real. So he probably didn't even see the naira as real. He didn't know that was the dollar that he converted. He just saw it as on paper, you know. Yeah.
You know, because as he was, just
I can understand what one man is saying, because you don't actually have connection to the money.
Yes, it's not real money anymore. Once
to you, it's not real money. Yes,
you don't look at real money, but everybody's on your face. So you feel that you have to make sure. And Americans, they feel that, okay, if I don't give this one, I can't give you, I didn't give you, can't give you. And you know,
because we have conscience.
As you give the conscience, as you give, the next person is running. You see somebody sharing money, the next one is running, the next one is coming to you. It's like, okay, take this, you take this.
And very soon they start carrying their children, and then they use the child to attack you. That my child.
Their children is there. It's like you have to give them. When you give them, you have to give their children. So they look at you as idiots.
Yeah, one man. There was a question that you ask. You ask him, you know, as if a certain president, you know, coming, if if he doesn't favor the side, whether we should feel cheated or something like that. That was the question.
Yeah.
You see, to me, you know, I don't think if I was to be the president, for example, I don't think I will engage in anything like that, because when you favor one side against the other, you are not actually cheating you are cheating the country of development of so many things, like what this current administration is doing now, depriving people of opportunity. One person can change. Maybe if you educate, maybe a few, you know, the northern people, for example, it's time to come. Nigeria will benefit from it. You understand? During the free education in the West, in the old West, look at the people in their maybe in their 50s and 60s now. They benefited from a whole of free education. Look at the benefit of, you know, up to today.
No, but
you
know what?
All right.
I'm one man. I'm from Delta, and I went to free education in Awolowo free education. I'm from Delta. I can't tell you.
So you are my brother.
You Delta people.
So you are my brother.
I just told you.
Is a Lagos man really? He's just trying to.
He want to claim us.
No, but he told us that he's Lagos. Are you not a Lagos man?
I'm more Lagos than my cousins, my brothers, they can't even go to Delta. They are more Lagosian than I am.
Okay.
When I come to
so you are one of the Adebendel.
When I tell them now, let's go to Delta. They just give up.
All right. Thank you, Sam. Black League joins us at the 11th hour. So let's give our Black List, the Black League rather, just the final input in the session. So Black League, good.
So I beg to leave you guys. I'll join you some maybe tomorrow.
Good to have you, Deseno. Always a delight to have Deseno in our company.
Yeah,
so
your boy, they always want to, you know, antagonize me every time.
Look at that. Ajale Koko has backed you down. Anytime you come here, he will give you a flogging. So just prepare yourself. When
it is good for the forum. It's good for the forum.
You will get a beating from Ajale Koko. I think there's you and one other that Ajale Koko likes to flog. You and James, he likes to flog the two of you. I've noticed that whenever the two of you come over, I'm not waiting for him to get his Koko.
This man water something. He'll be like, say, don't leave Ajale Koko alone.
Yes.
All right.
Thank you.
One man, can I answer one question? One of the questions you asked is that.
Yeah. Thank you, Deseno. Yeah. Go on, Sam. Yeah.
Buba Sheikh Mohammed. For one thing,
No, I didn't ask anything about Baba Chair.
Yeah, I didn't ask. No, I came when I came for that program on Simon.
All right, go on. Yeah.
For one, I want
was
to say.
Was that when you fell asleep on us? You remember? You won't remember. If you watch.
Any yesterday, I'll do it for you today. I was like waiting for you.
It's that thing that you are drinking, isn't it? I've caught you now. I see now why you fall asleep. You are doing it engineer style.
When I woke up, I was trying to make you put me back in the program. My wife was like, "You didn't put you back." Say, "Hell no!" She must have cut me off completely.
No, you were sleeping, and you know when you sleep, sometimes we could hear you sleeping. Let me just put it that way. But make your comment and yeah.
Yeah, like Buba, he's Buba
Babachir Lawal.
Lawal. He's a very smart person, but like Adeleko said, he is so smart. The only thing I see that he said that was so wrong is this. Yeah, the South have to come to the North and campaign. But no matter what you said, the whole idea is that you have Buhari for 8 years. Everybody was there to have, you understand me? We want to have Buhari. So you can't tell us now you have the majority because what for the statement what he was saying is that the next president must come from the North. If he must come from the North, where we're the South, and for to win the election, it is the South, Southwest, and Southwest actually who voted for Buhari to win the election. So you have to let that reciprocity come back. So you have to be fair. Being fair is being because.
All right, Simon, I must push you because I'm trying to round off. So just land your point so I can take Black League and then just round it off. Yeah.
So if you cannot control Buhari, we the South cannot pay for it.
All right, thank you.
I wanted to do everything to make sure he come to the South. When he comes, you come to you again. But that's what you have to do to help us. We're a country. We have to do things right.
All right, thank you. That's a good spot to leave it, Sam. So let's go on to Black League, who has joined us, as I said, at the 11th hour. But nevertheless, always a delight to hear from him. At this space, I want you to speak to Black League. Nigeria's next president should not be tribalistic like Buhari. So this is a senior Fulani man speaking. His name, a name I'm sure you're familiar with, Dr. Hakim Baba Ahmed. So even setting aside the fact that this Dr. Hakim Baba Ahmed is actually from Mauritania and not a Nigerian, but he has now taken up Nigerian citizenship and is speaking to our politics, but he is asking that the next president, likely from the South, should not be tribalistic like Buhari. So what I'm saying, should the South feel cheated for this statement? Black League, your thoughts?
I think in a democracy, the South should not feel cheated by a statement of a private citizen, because the man is not an elected official. He's just, putting out a political narrative. And go ahead.
No. It's not so much the statement, but just that's if we have a southern president that is not tribalized or favor his own people as Buhari has been, that is more where I was going to. That should the South not feel cheated? So not so much the words, but the action. If we have a southern president that does not favor the South, then we'd have had 8 years of the North being favored, and then another 8 years of a southerner striking a balance. So we are like half, and they are 1.5. So that is really where I was going to.
Yeah. So if you say the North is being favored, I will beg to differ, because the majority of the Northerners do not feel favored under President Buhari administration. Matter of fact, most parts of the North, actually, they get more when Southern president is elected. And it's almost vice versa. The South sometimes also gets more favors when a northern president is in power. A clear example of that is President Yar'Adua, the late Yar'Adua, what he did with the Niger Delta militants. Before him, we had a president, Obasanjo, from the South who actually made matters worse over there. But just to drive my point home, I think when it comes to the democratic system of governance that we have today, and the presidential system specifically, we lifted it from the United States. It's almost a carbon copy system that we took straight from the United States. And in the United States, you wouldn't hear this back and forth of where you actually come from. You could come from whatever. You could have 4, 5, 10 white presidents back to back, and there's really no issue as long as they're elected. And then if they're elected, people go at them with the policies they bring on. So I don't think the South should be scared or intimidated by what Baba Ahmed is saying. Baba Ahmed is just talking politics, and people will come forward to vote and be voted for. And I think what you're really pointing at is the zoning arrangement. Since the North has 8 years, should the South take it over with 8 years? People are bringing up the thing about competence. Should we go with competence or should we go with zonal arrangement? I favor competence personally and not zoning.
We've never done that before. We've never gone with competence before.
Yes, and that's why we have never progressed before.
Right.
Sure. So yeah, I think we should go.
So when is our turn now? They are talking about competence.
Yes,
why were we not
talking
about competence in 2014? Why were we not talking about competence then?
People were talking about competence in 2011, if you remember. The North came out to say it is our turn. Jonathan cannot contest. They were saying the North must take it in 2011. But what happened? Jonathan played his politics right. He went to that same North and went and found that he actually had support amongst the people they called the Northern minorities. And that's exactly how Jonathan won the elections. He maintained his support in the South. He went into the North and the minorities voted for him. I'll give you a classic example. Kaduna is said to be a Hausa Fulani state, but it's not. Jonathan won in every place you had Christians in Southern Kaduna, which is almost 100% of south of that state. The same with places like Nasarawa, Benue, Taraba, Plateau, and so on and so forth. So Jonathan, because he understood that diversity in the North, he didn't care if the same North, as we call them, said, oh, you must give up power to us. He went, he contested, and he won elections. So it's not really where you come from now. You have to understand politics, because to be president, that's the highest political office in the land.
All right. And in Nigeria too, by the way.
Can I come in here?
Briefly, Sam, but I do want to steam through, so please don't be too long.
Black man, remember one thing, the difference when you compare America and Nigeria. America, any government in America swear to their constitution. We in Nigeria swear to the government. As long as you swear to the government, that you swear to Buhari, that's the problem we're having. You swear by
who swears to the government? The Nigeria, they swear to you. No, you swear. No. You swear by your religion to the constitution, to uphold the constitution. That is what every elected person does. When are they? Who is swearing to Buhari? What are you talking about?
We swear to Buhari. And that is why
no. We don't swear to no. What are you talking about? Where have we ever? I mean, Adale Koko, what's going on?
I don't know.
Come on, man, Sam. Let's go back to Black League. I don't know what that was. Black League, let me take you out of Nigeria to the African region. And this coup attempt in the Sudan coming very quickly off the hills, on the heels of the coup in Guinea. So once upon a time, this was the only thing we heard within the African region. So is this deja vu? Because usually it starts with one of these satellite obscure countries, and then it happens very quickly after, and then the whole sub-region is subsumed. So, when are we going to hear fellow Nigerians in that martial music? Are we going to hear martial music on Nigeria radio, Black League?
Yeah, in the 60s, we had the military taking over in a lot of different countries in Africa. So I think we're starting to see the cycle come back again because we've seen it in places like, attempted coups in Mali, Gambia, and now an attempted coup in Sudan. So I think it's coming closer to home. In the Nigerian polity, I've heard of a coup, and because at the early stage of President Buhari's administration, he refused to change his service, even though everybody was against him. One of the major reasons that was not published in national TV was because there were talks of a coup to remove Buhari through military. And he wanted his man in the name of Buratai to be there and quell any type of coup or insurrection within the military. Why? Because he knows he has been part of a coup before. And his coup was one of the most treacherous because he took out an elected president. The other ones were taking out fellow military men, but he took out an elected president. So, yes, it's not that far-fetched to think of a coup happening in Nigeria. But the bottom line is, do I support military coups in general? The answer is no. Why? Because it doesn't speak well of the military if they grab power. The height of their professionalism dictates that they should be subservient to civil authority. So once they take power, professionalism is not there anymore.
Just to that space that you mentioned, just the irony of it, Buhari, as you said, he truncated the last civilian dispensation that we had, and he now one of the, if not the biggest beneficiary of the civilian dispensation that we now manage to rescue off the clutches of the military. He ended the Third Republic and is feeding the fattest of the Fourth Republic. Just the irony of that, Black League.
True. And I think I blame Nigerians for forgetting too quick, especially the Nigerians that were alive at that time. These are very educated people. They went around the country and outside the country saying he's a reformed Democrat. That's the word they kept using, reformed Democrat, including people who are coming against him today. Remember that the naval officer who came out on channels and had an explosive interview that was invited by the DSS right after, who said that there are people in Buhari's administration that are directly sponsoring Boko Haram. If you remember in that interview, he said, I know what we did, especially me personally in the United States, to convince the FBI that Buhari was the man to take over from Jonathan. So you have all these well-educated people in and outside the military supporting this man, knowing his antecedent. And the man comes back today to do the same thing we've known him for. So I think the blame should be on us. How was the fast one played on intelligent people like the people we have today in Nigeria? So I wouldn't blame Buhari personally. I'll blame the people for falling for that trick.
Okay, Black League, I'll give you these words, and I want you to tell me if these words are becoming of the spokesperson of the president of the 25th largest economy in the world. So responding to if Buhari would comment on the issue of terrorism at the United Nations Assembly, following the naming of 6 Nigerians as sponsors of terrorism in the UAE, ADESINA said the federal government focus will be on prosecution of suspects. He said, naming and shaming won't be the motive. Rather, bringing malefactors to justice would be it. Nigeria is not interested in naming and shaming anybody. So that is the response of what is his name, Femi Adesina, to being questioned to name these Boko Haram sponsors that they claim they know. So does that suffice for you? Is that what your expectation is of the spokesman of the president? They don't want to embarrass the sponsors of terrorism, so they don't want to name them. What are you making of that?
Yes, I don't think this administration is anyway serious about fighting terrorism in that country. If they were, we would have seen results by now. So the spokesman, Femi Adesina, coming to say what he said, that they're not interested in naming and shaming. I would have appreciated it more if he came out and said the truth, that we're not interested in fighting terrorism. And that, I think I would have respected it more.
Okay. You said they're not interested in fighting terrorism. Is that for reasons of being complicit or for reasons of incompetence?
It's not incompetence, because we have arguably the strongest military in the continent. Our military has been called upon time and time again for international...
You mean in the subcontinent? No, they're not as strong as the Egyptians are stronger than us militarily.
The Egyptians have better equipment than us, so I can agree.
No, I think their military is 1 million strong in terms of personnel.
I don't know the personnel of the Egyptian, but military all has to do with how much money is coming in. So the U.S. has funded the Egyptian military way more than any other military in Africa, I would say. So that's what gives the Egyptians the edge. But we do have a strong military, but us and other countries know this as a fact. So it's not a matter of competence. It's a matter of the right leadership and the intention of purpose to really go at terrorism. It's big business. So any government comes, and when big business is on the table, human lives could take the backseat. That's how we see the system goes worldwide.
How do you have a strong military and we cannot win insurgency for 12 years now? If our military...
The intention, yes, as I said, the intention to win that war isn't there, because we've seen money being looted over and over and over in this administration and in the past administration too. Remember the controversy with the Suki, the former national security advisor, embezzling money meant to buy arms for the soldiers. So this has been going on. The generals themselves are a corrupt bunch. They're not interested in fighting no war. They're interested in the retirement package.
So that's we are not having the right. They are not having the right training, the right.
Adan Lekoko, what Black League is saying is essentially what Shore said, that the insurgency in Nigeria started as a crisis and is now transmerged into a business. So it is a business. It is nobody's interest.
That I'm just trying to say that. I'm just trying to go against him that we have strong military. Okay. Our military has been bastardized now, so we are not as strong as we used to be because we don't have the right equipment, no right training, the morale is low. So we are not as strong as we used to be. So we are backward.
Ajanle Koko, let me give it to you as at April 2021. The strongest military in Africa, as I said, the Egyptian military, followed by the Algerians, followed by the South Africans. Nigeria comes fourth. Ethiopia, Angola, Morocco, Sudan, Democratic of Congo, and then Libya. So Nigeria still has a relatively strong military. It says the West African Army has been locked in a battle with Boko Haram insurgency for the better part of a decade, despite significant gains made in Buhari's first term. There have been a few setbacks, etc., etc. So let's go. Like Algeria and Egypt, an abundant domestic oil supply eases the financial burden of involvement in military conflict. Nigeria has more than 1,800 armored vehicles, 250 tankers, 6,000 logistical vehicles at its disposal, as well as nearly 300 aircraft and 25 high-powered naval vessels. The naval power of the country lags, behind compares to the rest of African counterpart with maritime borders. So that is Nigeria for you. Just a short précis.
Number one man. That breakdown there. There's one particular that I don't want to agree with. That we have 300 aircraft. Where are the aircraft?
Well,
I don't know where they get those information from.
They are not.
You see, Kenya and all those countries, they are stronger than us. Even what is the name of this country? This Rwanda. Their military is one of the best military in Africa now. Know, I don't know where they get all those information from. That we have where are the 300 aircraft? We don't have. We don't have. Maybe we have up to 10. I'm not sure that we have up to 10 aircrafts as of today.
No, you can't say that now.
You can't say that now.
No, you can't say that. No, when you say Rwanda, you have to understand the strength of the Rwandan army is relative to their population. Rwanda is approximately 12 million population. So the strength of their army relative to their population might well be strong using that matrix. But in terms of just the size of it, it cannot be compared to the Nigerian structures.
One particularly that we have 300 aircraft. I bet you, Black League can testify to that too. Nigeria don't have up to 300 aircraft.
Maybe they are counting.
We will have defeated the insurgency all this while.
Maybe they are counting the push and start. Maybe they are counting the push and start as part of the fleet. Remember those days where you have to roll your car down the hill and then jack it. So maybe they are counting those planes as part of the military fleet of Nigeria.
You have to count the aircraft you use to move people around. All those places. If you are counting on the bomber, all those things, we don't have that much. But you have to count logistics, all those airplanes that you can move to take troops to this place and just dump them there and come out.
Sure.
They count all those things just sign me. They can't cut all those things.
All right, thank you, Sam. Let me just take Black Fleet on. Sorry, you can see that is long in the session, Black League, when I'm starting to mispronounce your name. But let me take your soundings on just one more topic, and then I will round it off there. This is Buhari eulogizing about Rochas Okorocha, where he's felicitating with him for his birthday, which is just normal and just everyday thing, party member and all that. But the wordings of the public statement is just heavy on politics. So essentially, are we seeing Buhari endorsing Rochas Okorocha, just Rochas Okorocha in play for 2023? Can you see that Rochas Okorocha in play?
Yeah, so Rochas Okorocha is one of the top contenders, but that is not an endorsement from Buhari. That's just a happy birthday wish. The relationship between Buhari and Rochas actually goes way back, because before the APC was created and before President Buhari went to create CPC, they were in the same party called the AMPP at that time. They were both contesting to be president together, but Buhari always beat Rochas at that time. Although Rochas was way richer and still is than Buhari. So what happened when the APC was created? That's why Rochas came, because the APC was seen as a religious type party during the time of its formation, with Buhari coming with CPC to Tinubu coming with the ACN. So it seemed like a majority Muslim party. Rochas at that time was an Abga, Ojuku's party in the east. So it would look like a taboo for Ojuku's party to be joining the APC that is Muslim dominated. But at that time, Rochas didn't care. He broke Abga into fragments and took the ones that were loyal to him into the APC and used his personal money and the money from Imo State to really support President Buhari. At that time, he gave Buhari a nickname. He called him Muhammadu Okechukwu Buhari. So he was the spearhead of that campaign for Buhari in the Southeast. He invested a lot. So he's thinking now that he will get a payback so he can become president for supporting Buhari. But I don't think that will play out that way.
One thing you said though, you said Rochas was richer than Buhari at that time, which might well be the case. But then you went on to add, and still is. So why would you say and still is when Buhari is one of the richest men on the planet as we speak? All that money that has been looting.
Well, as far as looting goes, that's common to most politicians, if not every Nigeria. So I still maintain that Rochas Okorocha is richer than Buhari.
Okay, he may be richer than Buhari, but not his
he's
son.
very rich. Rocha is a billionaire. I mean.
Okay, let me bring you this Black League and Ajali Koko. Forbes rates Buhari's son Yusuf as world's 4th richest president's son. So his son certainly richer than Rochas. We must say that. This is according to the Independent. So the fourth out of, and look at all of the countries that we have in the world. His son is number 4. A richest son of a president sitting. So Buhari, a very lost looter. Let's leave it there just because the time is fast spent and I am just completely beat. So we start to round off and just a literal 1 minute to land on Ajanle Koko. Just be literal with the 1 minute this time around. So we go to Sam first and then we go to Black League who joined us quite late, but we had to hear from him. And Ajanle Koko has ever to round things up for us. So Sam, just a literal 1 minute, just your final thoughts.
Yeah, what I want to say, one man. This program is set up. I want to thank everybody that listened to the program. For you setting up this program, it lets everybody to have their view in this program. And for one thing, no matter where you are, please subscribe to One Man so that we can have a view of what Nigeria is talking about. All everybody wants is for Nigeria to be good. No matter how we have it good, we cannot, for the first time, if we don't get it in 2023, almost 2 years from now, Nigeria is going through Nigeria, everybody, Nigeria and the US will not want to, all other countries, Western will not see Nigeria come into war. Please, anybody that listen to the program, the most important thing is that before we break off, please, if you are listening to me, if you're in Nigeria, register to vote. When you vote, at least we'll know, at least you have a say in the next government. If you don't vote, and you assume that that thing will come to you just by just sitting around, people will take care of you. Nobody will take care. Please, you are listening to me. You are in Nigeria. You are anything. If you have a registered voter card, you are living in the US. That time you travel to Nigeria, please register to vote. So vote who can change the country. Please, everybody, because one thing about one man, this thing is educating the whole country. It's gradual education. That's what we need, and it's going to happen.
All right. Thank you, Sam. Always a delight to hear from you, Sam. I say you are partaking like a engineer. So I always say charge up your glasses, but it looks as though when I say charge up your glasses and come and join, engineer brings the bottle instead, as does Sam. So good to hear from you, Sam. So just in the spirit of that 1 minute still, Black League, you came late, but of course we always must hear from you. So Black League, just a parting words in just a couple of minutes.
Yes, I appreciate it. Just parting words, I would like to say that my usual appeal to us as Nigerians, let's continue to come together, understand each other, and understand our history. Because without understanding our history, we cannot map out a way forward, and we cannot even really know the position we're in. With that being said, I would like to appreciate One Man for this show. I've been following this show actually since One Man wasn't showing his face a long time ago. And I would really like to appreciate him for this show, because this is the only platform I know that Nigerians can come together from different parts of the country and have a dialogue. That the government doesn't set it up, media stations don't set it up, but using the internet, One Man has done something like this, and it's very commendable. No two of us here are related, but some come every day to share their views and hear the views of other Nigerians. I think that's really a key that's a key factor for the development of that country. So I appreciate One Man, and I appeal to other people too to stand up, to have a more community mindset, and that will be the way forward for our country. So thank you for watching the show.
All right, thank you, Black League, and come earlier next time, because read this comment on your screen before you leave. Where's that comment? Somebody wanted me to push you on something you opened up the other day. They wanted me to push you on that Ojoko space, but if you had come earlier, I would have just abandoned everything and just pushed you hard.
We could do that tomorrow. I'll come in early tomorrow. We could do that tomorrow.
Yeah, because people are interested in that space, as am I, because you made some very controversial statements the last time, and people are just they are locked and loaded and ready for you. So come locked and loaded as well next time you come. Black League, a real delight. So Ajanle Koko, now just in the spirit of that 1 minute, because I'm just beat now, just sum it up for us in just like a minute or so. Ajanle Koko, ladies and gentlemen.
For ADESINA to tell the nation that the presidency is not willing to reveal the name and put to shame the financiers of terrorism in Nigeria is very shameful, and it looks like they should be regarded as complicit in the terrorism that is ravaging that country. Those financiers need to be put to shame by trying them in the public court, and for Nigeria to watch them on live TV while they are going through trial, and jailed or killed by firing squad, so that they can serve as deterrent to others. Terrorism is a big problem for that country right now. It has ravaged that country,
He has destroyed so many towns and killed so many people. So these people should be brought to book and be tried in the public court, and so that they can serve as deterrent to others. I will, at this point, I would like to urge everybody watching us from any part of the world, wherever you are, to please subscribe to this platform. Click the subscribe button so that you can get notified anytime One Man Went to Mo is going on live. Please share and like and come to One Man Went to Mo every time. We are here for you. We will always do our best to analyze and break down the political situation going on in Nigeria. And One Man, I want to thank you for what you are doing. You are doing a great job. You are conducting and you are directing the platform in a very professional manner. And I believe that this platform is going to be definitely one of the best. Very soon you shall be receiving some you'll be getting some notification for award. That's going to happen. I believe. I'm seeing it. It's going to happen. One Man, thank you so much. We'll see you tomorrow.
All right, thank you, Ajanle Koko. A real gentleman, Ajanle Koko, as I think we all agree on that. We may not agree on much, but I think universally we all agree that Ajanle Koko is a real gentleman. So as Ajanle Koko said, if you are not already subscribed, then please do. But then if you are still this late into the session, then the chances are that you are already subscribed. So what you could do just to fulfill that wish of Ajanle Koko. You see what I am after. There's this, you see this picture behind me, this painting behind me. I want to replace it. And what I want to replace it with is a YouTube plaque, which is to say that you have attained a certain number. So first I want the silver plaque, which is to tell you that I have 100,000 people following. And then very quickly, I want to get the gold plaque, which is to tell you that we have 1 million people following. So to get all of those plaques, I want to decorate the backdrop with YouTube plaques of our achievements that Ajanle Koko is certain that we should attain, and fairly quickly. And to get to that space, this is what you could do. When I put out the sessions, you can just copy the URL of that of the session and put it in your WhatsApp groups, your Facebook groups, etc., so that your friends, your old schoolmates, etc., they can come as well and see this noise making that goes on in here to see if it's to their taste. So if you do that, then the place will spike up rapidly, and then of course we'll get then in the thousands, and then regularly watching, and then in the tens of thousands. So what we are having at the moment, this is just a murmuring. This is even a gathering. What we have at the moment, what we do every day, is essentially a gathering. So if you do that, share the links in your social platforms, that gathering becomes a murmuring. And if we continue to push the new people that come in to repeat what you have done, then that murmuring becomes a voice, and that voice then becomes a cry out. And before you know it, the gathering that we have now becomes a movement. So for us to be able to effect any of the things that we discuss here, we have to have a space of influence. And that space of influence is usually numbers of people. So it's essentially a clarion call for you to recruit more people into the platform, so that then we can have more potency to effect a lot of the things that we articulate here. Because we say it so beautifully, like we've just heard from Ajanle Koko and Black League, etc. So we say so beautifully, but can we act it as elegantly? So to act is as elegantly that call to action. I'll leave it there. Carry the conversation on within the comment section. But here, I say, peace.